that nighttime really, really is yeah, it really was a challenge. And that was the, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, 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 you keep going.
Yeah. So, and keeping the mass down, right? I mean, there's lots of insulations we have. I mean, you think on Earth, oh yeah, you insulate your house, and we looked at that. We actually had looked at one point aerogel, if you've ever heard of that. That's that really super thin, 99.9% air material, but that 0.1% not air was still too heavy for us. So, um,
Engineering problems here. The other question that's coming in, I think, from the audience is, did your testing ever involve any kind of like Martian wind or Martian dust storms?
yes, wind can get pretty high. Luckily, because the air density is low, it doesn't blow you as hard as. Sorry for the background. It's actually an Earth helicopter flying over my house. If you could hear it. Yeah, so we actually spent with one of our engineering models. We built a few engineering models in the 2017, 2018 timeframe, and we built a giant wind wall in this vacuum chamber. Chamber is about 15 feet tall, I think, something like that, and had a ton of fans on it to blow air at the helicopter. So yeah, they spent the test team spent a few months up there playing around with that and trying to be able to control in the expected wind speeds.
And I would expect it would be like any particular aircraft. You would look at Martian weather, wind conditions, and that sort of thing as to when you will fly. Do you want to show some of your pictures or slides or videos? Because to me, it's also, you're going to have to explain to everybody how, like, because communication time between Earth and Mars takes a while, the rover's actually coded to tell Ingenuity what to do. Is that correct?
Yes. So yeah, lag time is around 7 minutes. If you might remember from the Curiosity mission, 7 minutes of terror. Yeah, so we've got 7 minute lag. So there's not a person on the ground who's able to fly it, right? You can't joystick it because the mission's, the flight is over before you've even told it to go at that point. So yeah, and even that, it's actually very difficult. What they found out in the original, I think 2014, the little tiny vehicle, was that because the air's so thin, a helicopter actually flies differently than a normal helicopter. So you control it to go one direction, it doesn't necessarily go that direction. So it's mostly impossible to fly without computer. So the way the mission works, yeah, we give a flight plan to the helicopter, and of course, as you said, check the weather first with the Perseverance team. Assuming we're all good on weather and temperature and other environmental conditions, yeah, send the command to the rover. The rover sends the command to the helicopter over an antenna, and says, here's your flight plan. Then helicopter figures out the rest.
Again, I'm astounded because there are times that my Wi-Fi is supposed to work as easily as that and it goes down. Is there a distance that helicopter has to stay, in within, I guess, a distance within, that it has to stay close to the Perseverance rover? I mean, you guys I know you're planning, what, 5 missions within those first 30 days if it all goes well?
Yep, if all goes well, up to five flights. So somewhere in between 1 and 5, we hope. And yeah, line of sight to the antenna is a consideration, as well as distance. We'll stay within a couple 100 meters of Perseverance rover, something in that range. We don't want to get too close to them.
Right.
Of course, they're not too keen on having a helicopter fly around their very nice rover.
It's like I can hear Perseverance saying, okay, it's okay, Ingenuity, if you crash and burn, but I got a job to do and I'm here. You know what I mean? So it's like, keep your distance there. But it's a little bit like social distancing here on Earth. It's like, it's going to back away. Why don't you share some of your pictures and your slides? Because to me, when I see it visually, again, I think everybody's going to even appreciate the genius that is your engineering. I mean, it is really a marvel, and it's going to add an entirely new dimension of exploration once this works. And I'm betting on you guys that it's going to go really well.
Well, thank you. Here, let's hopefully this will work. All right, is this showing up on your screen?
Perfect. And all you got to do is just go into presentation mode.
Great. So yep, this is an early artist conception. The real one doesn't look like this anymore. However, we do have some early non-functional models floating around that still look like the helicopter. The main premise and design architecture is the same: legs, the electronics box on the bottom, coaxial rotors. A question we normally get actually on the coaxial rotors is, well, why did you choose that versus the more common multi-copter design you'd see for an Earth-based drone? And there's some minor differences in performance, but actually the real reason was that in the early days when we were starting the design of this, we thought it was actually easier. It was going to be easier to stow this on the Perseverance rover if it was coaxial versus being a wider body. As it turns out, we ended up going to the bottom of the rover, so we might have been able to make the other one work, but at the time in 2016 era, we were mounted elsewhere on the rover, and this looked like the best option for us. So yeah, as we said, technology demonstration, first rotorcraft flight at Mars and anywhere not on Earth. So extremely excited for that. The team's just, it was definitely a hard development schedule for the team. Everyone was really working hard, but it's just such an honor to be able to work on something like this. It's genuinely once in a lifetime opportunity. So here's a quick little video. Hopefully the sound comes through all right. Just to show kind of an artist concept of of the mission. This actually does look very close to the flight helicopter. So the basic idea: rover drops us off on the surface, drives away. After our checkouts are done, helicopter flies to missions. And actually, a video in a minute that has some of the videos from the chamber. You can hear the blade sound. You can actually hear it, and it's quite possible. I think Perseverance has a microphone, so it's quite possible you'll be able to hear. No promises, but you might be able to actually hear the helicopter on Mars.
Oh, that is super cool. And that actually goes to a question we've got from Dallas Beinhoff. What sensors are on Ingenuity? So a camera, the Ingenuity doesn't have the microphone. The microphone's on Perseverance. Does it have a thermometer?
It does not have a thermometer, but that is a great question. There's very little that's non-essential for function. For function, we have a rangefinder, like an altimeter to tell how high we are. We have accelerometer, gyroscope package to tell where we are and try to figure out our position. As well, we have a black and white camera for navigation that faces down. It has the only thing that's not essential for flight. We have one color camera that's intended only to take pictures and send them back to Earth. It's aimed more, the black and white camera is kind of aimed down. You can't really see it in this picture, but you can see the little notch on the right side of the bottom box. That's the color camera. It aims out at an angle that we hope will give us okay pictures. Yeah, and that's about it. It's actually pretty simple otherwise. We didn't have a lot of mass. As a technology demonstration, we just wanted to prove this works, right? We don't want to do anything else that we don't need to do. We don't have the mass to be able to carry extra stuff on this vehicle. Total mass for this is about 1.8 kilograms, about 4 pounds. So less than a 2-liter bottle of soda. The project manager gets annoyed when I describe it that way, but it's really easy for people to conceptualize. So
you know what? I love that stuff because then it's like something applicable and go, oh, all right. It's like less than that. A couple of questions are coming in. Bob Terry wants to know, why not a balloon or blimp rather than the helicopter?
So definitely looked at that. I'm sure people are still looking at that. I like blimps too. Big fan. So hopefully that's in the future too. There's a lot of difficulties in everything. Especially inflatables, are difficult to bring out there for the original. I think the MER, the Mars Exploration Rover, Spirit Opportunity, even the airbag system was quite a challenge. So there are challenges in everything. So I'm not saying that this precludes doing airships. That's very, very likely in the future for Mars as well as other bodies, Titan, Venus, any other atmospheric body. But I guess this time we have a helicopter. It's also got a lot of benefits. Helicopter is very responsive, fast. You can kind of go where you want and kind of change on the fly. It doesn't, the airship, might be a little bit slower. So I guess you can argue the merits of both. My personal opinion, I'd love to do all of it. So hopefully that's still in the future for everyone.
Penny Boston wants to know, how much concern is the dust environment of the air on Mars for Ingenuity's performance?
So we actually spent a lot of time looking at that. We've done a lot of testing with simulants of the Martian soil and the Martian dust. We did simulations of how we expect the dust to recirculate. We think it's going to be okay. We don't think it'll be a problem. We looked at things like, well, how do you keep the dust out of our rotors? Is that going to be a problem if it gets in there as the things are spinning around? That doesn't seem to be too big of a deal. Solar panel, obviously you might remember from Spirit Opportunity, there's questions about, well, dust gets on the solar panels. We knew what they've experienced, and so we were able to take that into account when we're deciding how to design and size our own solar panels. So I mean, we think we've done everything we can to try to survive the dust environment, and we think we'll be able to.
Dennis Dubé he assumes the blades are counter rotating.
Yes, yep, they are counter rotating to cancel out the momentum. Right, versus a normal Earth helicopter where you'd have the tail rotor that does the same thing. Yep, and like I said, coaxial blades were chosen mostly for packing onto Perseverance, but there's some benefits to that. There's some other Earth helicopters that use coaxial blades too. I think both American, some other countries have developed regular passenger helicopters like that as well.
And then Alan Solaris says, if the helicopter were to tip over or tips over, maybe crash landed or, just something vibrates and gets dizzy, could it be righted? Can you tip it back up, or is that mission over at that moment?
We have not planned for that. I mean, we certainly discussed it, but we don't have any plans to be able to recover from that. And we've never tried it out. Can we get ourselves up? I'm sure you could turn the blades on, but I don't think you'd be able to right itself.
I think you send Perseverance over there. You kind of like go, you know what I mean? Like, give your friend a little push up.
Anything's possible. I'm never going to say nothing's impossible, right?
One never knows. It's like, I am so impressed by engineers and the way that you guys conceive mathematically and all of the mechanisms that are there. So if any of you engineers are out there or future engineers, just know that how much fun do you think that would be to like practice and get to do these things? We have another question coming in. It says, did you say there'll be 5 or so flights in the first week? What happens after the first 5? Will you still continue if successful on those first 5 missions? Will it be kind of like a Spirit Opportunity? Hey, we were only supposed to last for 90 days. And look, 10, 12 years later, we're still here. What do you think?
So it's 30 days actually for the first mission, and it's up to 5 flights. So hopefully it'll be somewhere between 1 and 5. Maybe 3. Beyond that, we don't really have plans. That answer to that question is probably above, well above my head. It's more of a NASA headquarters program level decision. What to do. The rover, the Perseverance mission has a lot of other things planned, and so we did our thing. We'll finish our 30-day mission. There's nothing. The only thing I say, there's nothing necessarily limiting the life of Ingenuity. Towards winter, it might not be able to survive the cold and be able to fly, but there's still nothing limiting and extending the mission. But we plan for 30 days, and that's it. Whatever happens beyond that, you have to ask somebody more powerful than me.
We'll have to start a petition. Ingenuity, keep on going. Now, Brian Harvey, what is Ingenuity looking for, or is your team, what is its big number one mission goal?
So actually, really just learning what it takes to fly on Mars is the primary goal. This is to demonstrate the technology works. Even I mean, even just one flight of up and hover, we'll learn so much about about the environment. Even just sitting on the surface, we'll learn so much about thermal control. Can we stay warm? How do we stay warm? Did what we do work? Even what we've done so far, how do you package a helicopter with a lot of very different types of technology than we normally use to survive space flight to another planet. So all that stuff will feed into the potential next mission. If there's another helicopter, include payloads on it. There's a lot of potential future applications. There's scouting for rover. There's scouting for possible manned exploration on Mars in the future. There's remote sample acquisition. You can fly somewhere you can't fly or you can't go to with a rover or even a human, down into a ravine, up a mountain. You can get visual a bird's eye view from the 10 to 30-meter height range, kind of up there, where right now we see the surface, and we can see from way up in space from like Mars, MRO, some of the other Mars satellites. You can also perhaps even go to sensitive areas where you don't even want to touch the surface and fly over them and take a picture.
So so much possibility. I know you've got other things to show us. Bear with me just a few more moments. I want to ask you a few more questions if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So Alan brings up a great idea. It's kind of like one rover helps its helicopter friend, or helicopter friend helps his friend, the rover. Could the air movement from the blades of Ingenuity be used to clean off the solar panels on the rover?
So this rover is powered with RTG, not with solar panels, but that is a great idea, and a few folks have suggested using the downwash to see what it does and see if it can blow dust around. So in the future, that could totally be possible. Who knows? We'll certainly after the first spin up of the blades, we'll see how much dust moves off the surface, and I think we'll find some cool applications. Somebody once said to me that possibly the best applications for this haven't even been thought of yet. So you might be thinking of them right now.
I love this. It becomes like the dust or the Swiffer for Perseverance. So not to diminish its amazingness, Ingenuity, I meant no harm. So Tapa Swinney has a question. What are the key aspects of Ingenuity that makes it strong enough to survive the 7 minutes of terror, but light enough to fly on Mars?
That is a great question. I've actually discussed this, so I will skip to this one. So what's in it? We used a lot of carbon fiber and custom composite layups, and that really helps you keep that really lightweight while still becoming strong and stiff. As well as a big challenge, you can see the blades are fairly long relative to, and this is an older version of it that we've just been using this graphic for a long time. But yeah, the blades are extremely long. So how do you keep the blades from flexing too much or breaking over such a long distance? And that really comes from the advancements in the the blade material design. Same, the solar panels made from that material. The batteries and the electronics are actually some of the stronger components in this vehicle. But even surrounding that, like I said, we don't have insulation. We actually just use the atmosphere itself. The Martian atmosphere trapped within. It's kind of like when you put on your winter coat and the air gets trapped in. Just to stay warm and limit our heat loss. So that's really it. We applied a lot of our standard flight practices and workmanship practices for building hardware. So we built it as good as we can. But yeah, it's really the trying to use new items, stronger items, smaller items than we normally do.
And you use some kind of carbon fiber for the blades, is what Jim wants to know.
Yes. I can't tell you which what carbon fiber we used or what specifically is inside them, but yeah, it's a carbon fiber layup.
And so Paul is asking, how does it achieve tilt? Can it yaw by varying rotor speed? But how does it tilt?
Yes, actually, there is cyclic and collective on both of the blades. So it can do, so collective is up and down, so that's you pitch both blades at the same time, and then cyclic is side to side. So you change it has a mechanism called a swash plate that is on every helicopter, and the way they move up move the swash plate, you can kind of change the relative lift on sides of the vehicle as the blades spin around, and that pushes you one way or the other. It's actually still very much the same control as we use on earthbound helicopters.
Brilliant. And then let's see, what major changes had to be made to the blades to accommodate the much less dense atmosphere Mars? Was it shape, length, width?
All of the above. Yeah, all of the above. The blades have to be like really long, and normally on Earth there's some differences in blades. You'll see blades will be kind of long and thin. Some of the reason for that is the way the blades interact with the atmosphere on Earth. The air actually keeps the blades from flapping out of control. That doesn't work the same way on Mars because it's so such low density. So yeah, just making the blades as stiff and strong as possible to keep the the lifting surfaces from breaking apart was the challenge there.
And then that goes to another question Tapa Swinney had, is that as it's exiting its little compartment and Perseverance is reversing and moving backwards, is there any chances there could be a little ding in a blade or any damage to the blade at all that would affect its ability to fly or be controllable?
Uh, so first, actually, direction of travel, it might not be backwards, it might be forwards. That's, I'm sure, still up in the air. So, but as far as that, there's been a lot of work on both teams to make sure that when we deploy, and we've done deployment tests actually from the rover, that when we drop, we're nowhere near their wheels. Besides us being relative empty soda can to the Perseverance, for us to get bound up in the wheels would be a serious problem too. We don't want to affect their mission at all. So we don't expect that there will be any damage, at least between the interaction between the two vehicles. Of course, during landing, we learned on Curiosity, a lot of stuff gets kicked up, a lot of rocks get kicked up. We actually have the Perseverance has a giant debris shield, kind of a black, thick carbon fiber debris shield to protect us from impacts. It's always possible that something gets through. It's always possible that, who knows, debris falls off of something, falls from the sky, whatever it happens to be, and hits us. I can't really say how much damage the blades can sustain and still work. It really just depends, where and how it's how it's damaged.
Well, I will let you continue with the other things that you have there, and we'll wait for some more questions to come in.
Absolutely. So yeah, as we said before, first trick was, can you even lift? And for a long time, a lot of people, I think, around the world, were dubious that it was possible. But in 2014, they built the little model here, and see, kind of just hop up and down. I'll let the video run because it's actually the end of it is. You can see what happens here. This actually is a very experienced drone pilot trying to fly the helicopter, and you can see the trouble they're having doing that. And you can you'll see in a second what eventually happens. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And
oh no.
So that's demonstrates the difficulty of trying to fly by hand.
So it doesn't have 4 prongs on the bottom, or is it just 3?
That one might have had 3. I think that one might have had 3 on it. No, maybe it was 4. No, it must have been 4. Yeah, I forget. I haven't seen it. It's in our helicopter lab still. I just haven't looked at it in since we've been home really for the past 9 months. So I forget exactly. I'm pretty sure it's 4 though.
Perfect.
So yeah, next, I mentioned, how do you fly in, or can you fly a full scale model with control? As you can see, the wires coming out the bottom. So on board of this is just legs, the blades, motors. think just a few motor electronics, but all the control, all the power is coming in from outside. And so that happened in the middle of 2016. And I think it's the first time you'd really hear what it's going to sound like. Just to warn you, I might not be able to hear you when the blades really start going if it's loud enough. So that is the sound that it will sound like on Mars. This is at Mars density. And the little balls on the top are actually a Vicon motion capture system, kind of like the people who do the movies, like CGI for movies use when you wear the suits with the little balls on them. And this is just for the cameras around the chamber to track the vehicle so we know where it is. So skip to the next one. It looks like that for the next 20 seconds. And there's other flight videos too that are probably as interesting. So after that, went to the engineering model, right? How do you package everything you need to take? Which again, the electronics, the batteries are quite a sizable mass in the vehicle. So it really eats into the your lift margin. So this is an engineering model. Actually, you'll notice that it looks fairly similar to the flight helicopter. The blades are the same. The solar panel looks the same. The basic location of the electronics and most of the electronics are the same. The legs look a little different. The feet changed shape after some tests that were done to try to figure out what the best foot shape would be for getting into the sand without getting too caught up in the sand. These legs are slightly different too in that they don't stow, whereas the ones that actually go on Perseverance have to stow, so you don't have to have these giant legs splayed out while the rover is flying through space. So we did successive testing with this, some static testing to try to figure out the vehicle dynamics. We did testing in a big swing arm, and this is all in our 25-foot diameter, 80-ish foot tall vacuum chamber that we test most of our large spacecraft in at JPL. And I think we spent a long time in this chamber doing lots of testing, and then that culminated in the engineering model with the first free flight test with everything kind of Mars-like in it. And you can see at the top of it, there's a cable coming off the top. And again, excuse me if you can't hear because of the sounds. There's a cable coming off the top. That's actually a gravity offload because this helicopter is designed to lift in Mars gravity of which is 1/3 of Earth. This tether is actually attached to a mechanism that's pulling the helicopter up at 2/3 2/3 the weight of the helicopter. So a helicopter's about 4 pounds. It's pulling up at 2/3 of that. It's like 2.5, 3 pounds upwards. And if you stop flying the blades, if you stop spinning the blades, the helicopter would fall down because that can't actually hold it up. And to demonstrate that it's not actually providing stability for this, you can see that as the helicopter is moving and translating to the side, is actually pulling the cable sideways, trying to fight against it.
I mean, astounding. Just bravo.
Of 2018. Yeah, it was quite a day for the team. Everyone was there at the chamber watching the video, and we didn't know what was going to happen. Right, this is the first time we're trying that vehicle out in free flight, and it's definitely a momentous occasion for us. So yeah, after that success, we went ahead with the build of the flight helicopter. Yeah, this is it.
And you did go from kind of like the round kind of mechanisms on the ends of the foot pads to a more angular kind of foot pad thing there.
Yep, and that was just based on development of trying to figure out what the best shape would be to to land and successfully be able to take off from the Martian soil.
A couple of
one of them that's.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, the hook is for the rover. These legs hinge up and then they get grabbed by Perseverance rover to to hold them in place, and that's just part of that.
Again, the thought process of how every bit and piece works together within the whole is stunning. A couple of questions that have come in. what would you say as a member of the team was the biggest challenge, and what did you guys do to overcome that? Was there ever a moment when you guys left work that day going, I don't think this is able, guys? Or was there ever like that moment where it seemed insurmountable?
So our chief engineer would say there was probably one of those every week. Uh, but the underlying problem for this whole mission was the mass. It's just how to keep the mass down. I mean, and everything else just fed into that. Mass versus the ability to store energy by having more batteries, being able to capture more energy with a larger solar panel, being able to survive, on the rocket without being too light, being able to carry enough, accommodation to keep us warm with insulation. So even just performance, right? How much electronics you can shove in here to do what you want, comes into the mass equation. So that was the gremlin that we were chasing the entire time. And 1.8, we were, yeah, that was, we were right there on, near our allocation. So we did what we could to get it under there, and we're, very, I don't know, I don't want to say lucky, but we worked hard at it. But it's fortuitous that we were able to pull it off.
No, I think anybody listening and asking these questions of you is just, again, we are looking at some real engineering, a real marvel. And the fact that it will be the first aerial kind of dimension that gets added to space exploration, I do believe your team is correct in calling it the Wright brothers moment. I cannot wait to watch this and kind of just cry along with the team as you guys succeed. Is there anything else that you want to show us here in your slides?
Uh, yeah, there's a few other pictures of interest. Yeah, after flight helicopter was checked out, we joined up with the rover, ran through testing with them, deployed fully autonomously through the rover commands. This is us landing below them. You can kind of see us tucked away under there. So that's roughly where we're going to be under the rover on Mars. Then after that, back on the rover, ready for flight, and launched launched this past July, and we're just on the way there. If you're curious how it's doing so far, we don't actually have to do too much with the helicopter during the cruise phase of the mission. It's mostly every so often we just have to charge our battery up, just like you got to plug your cell phone in every so often. As well, we've got heaters on there to make sure we don't get too cold, that are run by the rover. And that's mostly it until we get to the surface. Probably the first couple months, once the rover lands, Perseverance has to do all of its checkouts and start its mission. And then once they're ready to go, a helicopter mission will come up, and once they deploy us, like I said, roughly in the first couple months. And then we've got our 30 days, and there's some we talked about it before, things we can learn from that. Thermal survival, can we survive? Did we do it right? What can we do better in the future? Can we charge properly? Is the solar panel going to work? Can it handle the dust? Did it survive the launch and flight too? Even communication. This might be I imagine this is the first time that any two vehicles on the surface of Mars have communicated to each other. So that'll be a new adventure too, as well. Just even the checkouts, even before flight, everything we do, we'll do some spinning on the ground. We'll learn a lot from that. How are the blades reacting? How is the vehicle reacting? What does the dust do? All this stuff to learn. And then of course, up to 5 flights. And the flights are, increasing complexity. If we make the 5 flights, the first one maybe up, come down, second one maybe up, move a little, come back, leading up to, flying a long distance, taking pictures of something, and then maybe even, leaving our current site and flying off to a new base site.
This is exciting.
Wright brothers moment. That's a
Oh, again, it does sound a little bit like a James Bond movie, though, because it's like, or a James Bond maneuver. It's like the spring-loaded arm. It's going to flip the 4-pound Ingenuity out of a compartment beneath the rover's debris shield. I mean, again, who doesn't want to work on that? It's like, it just is amazing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Genuinely lucky to be allowed the opportunity to work on something like this. Yeah, I'd never would have imagined it. You know, if you told me this, even while I'm working at JPL, that I'd be able to work on something like this. But certainly, if you ever talked to me beforehand, I mean, who could have ever conceived that you'd get this opportunity? I'm sure most of the team feels absolutely the same way about that. Yeah, so it's just summary of timeline we went over. So yeah, we're looking April, May for the actual first flight on Mars. Team is teams are large, right? It's besides NASA, JPL, a lot of other both in NASA and out of NASA partners. I mean, this list is too long to go on, and besides companies, academic institutions contributed. It's just a lot of people. I'd say the same is true. I think of any mission, right? It's if you count up however many people worked on it, there might be like what you'd think of as maybe the core team, but the amount of people who touch it. I mean, helicopter could be still something that's small, and I'm sure in the thousands of people who have had a hand in it. This is just a part of the local team,
Wow.
JPL and regional area. And this is by no means inclusive of even the people at JPL or the other regional companies who contributed. And like I said, across the country, I'm sure many times more than this. So we talked before, just some various, potential future applications, right? Fleets of drones flying all over the place, going to places you can't go otherwise, scouting for rovers, scouting for human exploration. A lot of opportunities, and hopefully we'll find even more as we go on. So thank you. That's the end of this presentation. So.
And one of the things that's interesting there, Josh, as you close out your screen, it's interesting. It's like to go into biologically sensitive areas. So when we think of planetary protection and those other things, being able to send and fly the Ingenuity helicopter there, where maybe we wouldn't allow a rover to go into, it could fly over an extinct kind of Martian riverbed where we couldn't, kind of feasibly do that with good conscience. And everything. Again, it's just a stunning thing. And we've got a few more questions. If you are, for some reason, we cannot see you.
Oh yeah, my computer is sort of freezing while I was trying to stop.
No worries.
So I think you'll just have to bear with me, and at least you can hear me. So hopefully my computer will fix itself.
No worries. So let me ask you this. It's like, how many Ingenuities were built? Is there, counterpart used to troubleshoot with Curiosity and Perseverance?
So there's one Ingenuity, right? That's the name of the actual flight helicopter. But as far as other helicopters, which I don't think we've actually named any of them either, there have been, so there's the little tiny one. There was the vehicle that was just the control, just the rotor with external controls, and then we built two engineering models. So the one engineering model you saw fly was mostly the test, the flight test version, and yeah, sorry, I don't know. My computer is not happy. I don't want to push a button because I think it'll crash.
Yeah, no worries.
And then the second was used for environmental testing. So that one went through vibration, thermal testing, all the other. Oh, great, we might be back in business. Anyways, so
11-year-old Ander, he wants to know, what was the worst fail you had during testing?
You know what? We got pretty lucky. I can't really think of one. We certainly, had a few, mysteries and anomalies to solve throughout the course of the project. But, through the campaign, nothing broke. Everything ultimately worked. We didn't really have to fix much. Yeah, it all kind of went pretty smoothly. So sorry, I wish I had a more fun answer for you, but
you know what? It makes us very, very hopeful for what the future holds. Kendall has a question. Has JPL thought about using object detection while flying over the Martian environment to identify features on the surface of Mars or in the environment?
That's a little out of my knowledge area. I'm not a visual navigation person, so I don't know if I can answer that. Our navigation camera, I do know, is able to pick up features as it navigates. So there might be some amount of that already built into this. Again, unfortunately, I'm not really expert on that, so I'm not going to tell you something wrong.
No worries. Okai has a question, says, how fast can Ingenuity relay messages back to Earth, or does the relay come back from Perseverance?
Yes, it comes through Perseverance. We talked to them. We don't have the power actually to speak directly to Earth. So we talked to, there's a base station, little electronics box on the rover that's dedicated to be the interface to helicopter, and that's controlled by the rover. And so we talked to the base station, it talks to the rover, and the rover takes that information, and Perseverance sends it back to Earth.
Fantastic. If you would indulge me this, I want everybody to see, and I'm going to pull this up before I do it. If you guys haven't watched Vanessa Rupani's essay where she gets the call from the team and Mimi Ong telling her that her essay has garnered the right to name, or that they have chosen her essay submission as the name for the new rover. It's just pretty darn great. So I'll play it now if you guys will indulge me this small thing.
Ingenuity represents the most remarkable things that humanity is capable of. These achievements are not just the product of pure determination, they're a combination of human perseverance and ingenuity.
Hi, Vanessa. My name is Mimi Ong. I work at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, and my job there is project manager for Mars Helicopter. Mars Helicopter is a technology demonstration flight experiment that Mars 2020 Perseverance rover is hosting. And we're going for the attempt at flying the first ever flight on another planet. So I've been really excited about this phone call to talk to you, because I'm getting to share with you the news that your proposed name has been chosen as the name for Mars Helicopter.
Well, that's amazing.
So on behalf of our entire Mars Helicopter team, I'd like to thank you for our name for our Mars Helicopter, Ingenuity. It's the perfect name for us. We love the name, so thank you.
Thank you, guys. Ingenuity is what allows people to accomplish amazing things, and it allows us to expand our horizons to the edges of the universe.
Again, thank you for that indulgence. I just think it's so great, and the joy that Mimi expresses there. She's getting a chance to tell Vanessa the news that her essay name is what you guys chose. Because let's face it, then it would just be called the Mars Helicopter. We like the name. as you so mentioned before. So this is going to give us a way to really soar instead of crawl on Mars.
Yep. Yeah, it's just I'm not sure what else to say about it. It's just been a great experience, and I think it'll be amazing to see what it can see. Yeah, talking to Vanessa for I think I talked possibly earlier with you about that. Yeah, we were lucky enough to get to call in with her too when the announcement was made. So I think that was when we all learned the name too. It's pretty wonderful experience for all the team.
Oh, I can only imagine. And again, I've watched both her and Alex Mather, who named the Perseverance rover. They seem so completely like dumbstruck with the fact that they are getting the call that it is pretty profound. And for them to have a moment in time where they realize their voice matters in all of these exploration attempts. And again, we can't wish your team any better luck or success. We will look very forward to it, Perseverance landing in February, and then set our eyes and mark our calendars for April or May of 2021, and keep our eyes on Ingenuity and cross all our fingers. Any last things that you might want to share with everybody? And I'm going to go to, maybe before I ask that question, let me ask another one. What is your why? Why did you want to become a mechanical engineer? And what is your why to want to see this succeed?
So I don't know. I just always like building things. I always like space. It just worked out for me. I I guess I got lucky getting the job I did, right? I mean, at some point, it just comes down to roll of the dice. But it's been so meaningful to me. There's a lot of reasons people like space. Some people are into the science, some people are into the technology. For me, I really like I like those too, but I really like the exploration aspect. Yeah, I like being able to go somewhere that we haven't been before. I like being able to do something we haven't done before. It's interesting, it's new, it's a kind of part of the human spirit, I guess. So yeah, this mission is one of those things, right? I mean, getting to contribute to something that has never been done before is just, I mean, it's hard to think of something more meaningful. So
I mean, your name will go down in history with the success of this, alongside the Wright brothers, the first aerial flight on another planet. Pretty profound. Any last things you want to tell everybody before we close this afternoon?
just if anything's possible out there, I don't want to be too pithy, but anything's possible. Work hard. Hopefully, everyone had the opportunity to do something that's meaningful to them. Just hopefully, root for us. We're definitely waiting expectantly and rooting for it too. And we're just super excited to see what happens. Come February for Perseverance landing, and then April, May for helicopter for Ingenuity.
Well, it's what I love to tell everybody. It's a grand time for Mars. Hope probe will be arriving. China's TON-1 will be there. It'll be a party on Mars in 2021. If we have any educators out there and you would like some great things, on the JPL Education website, you can get instructions and have your kids build their very own Ingenuity helicopter. There is also something very super cool. Yes, these things are called rover view glasses. All you got to get is some of those kind of like theater 3D glasses. They've got some great things that after you decorate this and make it look like the Perseverance rover, some great 3D images your student might really enjoy taking a look at. There's also the good old-fashioned, JPL has a paper template for a helicopter on their website as well. Bravo not only to your engineering team and the entire team of Ingenuity and Perseverance and everyone who's worked on this incredible marvel, but also if you need educational resources, check out NASA Next Gen STEM. It will lead you all over the place, and then to great kind of wonderful activities and instruction like these, along with the JPL education site. So NASA Next Gen STEM, JPL education, some great ways to continue this next generation and get everybody with their eyes and hearts focused on Mars. We thank everybody for joining us this afternoon. And if, again, as we enter into a grateful season, maybe some of you guys are taking this next week to just have a bit of downtime. Josh, I hope that's true for you, but we are most grateful for your time and energy this afternoon. And again, for us, just something to hope and dream about and cheer for.
Thank you so much.
All right, you go and keep doing great work at JPL, and we are going to bid our entire audience just a big and wonderful holiday. May we all breathe a little deeper and enjoy whatever kind of grateful celebration you guys are planning. We are indeed most most amazed at the marvel of all of you who have come along this journey with us in the year that is 2020. So again, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts that you've been here with Explore Mars. Thank you and have a great afternoon.
Hello, I'm Tom Zellabor, CEO of the Space Foundation, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to Space Foundation Presents, our webinar series that showcases the missions and leaders that are pioneering new opportunities here on Earth, in orbit, and beyond. Today's program will focus on the next giant leap we'll be taking to the red planet Mars. There could not be a better day to hear from our very special guests about this new adventure. Exactly 51 years ago today, the world watched NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin take humanity's first small steps on a world that was not our home. 51 years later, we have three nations, the UAE, China, and the United States, all taking their own giant leaps to Mars with multiple spacecraft. And by the way, congratulations to the UAE for their successful launch yesterday. While this is a source of great national pride for each of these nations, globally, we can celebrate what humanity can learn and achieve when we invest in people, curiosity, and pursue bold, challenging frontiers. At Space Foundation, that is part of our mission. We are looking forward to bringing the world's space community together again at the 36th Space Symposium this coming October 31st through November 2nd. Both in person in Colorado Springs and virtually. We are also doing our part through our Center for Innovation and Education to drive diverse workforce development and economic opportunity so everyone can find their place in the growing space economy. At no other time in our history have we seen anything like what is unfolding with these three unique missions to Mars. Each of them is a science and engineering marvel, but today we want to specifically call out the NASA and JPL team for building another remarkable rover, the Perseverance, that will kick up even more dust on the red planet, but also for building the aptly named Ingenuity Mars helicopter, the first aircraft to attempt controlled flight on another planet. And let me personally add from this retired naval aviator, to those who will fly Ingenuity over the landscape of Mars, your flights and performance really will change the universe, and we can't wait to see what we learn from this. The missions of Perseverance and Ingenuity, along with Mars-bound spacecraft from the UAE and China, could not be happening at a more important time. As the world continues to fight COVID-19, missions like those going to Mars give us hope and inspiration for the days to come. The mission teams behind this new round of visitors to Mars have certainly done their part to adapt to this difficult environment and lead by example. So to each of those team members at NASA JPL, the ULA Atlas team, and the UAE Space Agency and the China National Space Administration, on behalf of the Space Foundation and the global space community, thank you for your courage and character and showing us all that pioneering never stops. Today's webinar is part of our ongoing series called Space Foundation Presents, which is co-sponsored by Boeing. It's another example of our mission to bring you, the pioneering leaders that are making our universe more accessible to everyone, and we are grateful to Boeing for their support. To make sure you can be part of today's conversation, we are taking questions via Twitter using hashtag AskSF. And with that, it's time to begin our program. Joining us today is the Honorable Jim Bridenstine, NASA Administrator, and like me, another proud naval aviator. He is also a former member of the U.S. House of Representatives, having been elected to serve the 1st District of Oklahoma 3 times. Also part of today's program is Dr. Thomas Zurbuchen, NASA Associate Administrator for the Science Mission Directorate. We also have Dr. Michael Watkins, Director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and finally, Ms. Mimi Young, who is the Project Manager for the Ingenuity Mars helicopter out of NASA JPL. It's an honor to have them join us today. Now, before I turn the program over to Thomas Dormy, Space Foundation Vice President of Washington Operations, to moderate the discussion, we have a short video highlighting NASA's effort. It clearly shows that despite the challenge, NASA continues to inspire a nation and future generations of exploration. The video is appropriately titled, "We Persevere."
We are a species of explorers, believers.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
We are willing to do the hard things, to overcome the many challenges. This is what brings out the best in us.
We go for a mission to the moon.
Our path has led to success and to bitter losses.
We come together today to mourn the loss of 7 brave Americans.
Yet, even when faced with tragedy and setbacks, we persevere. We keep striving. We keep believing. From space, we see our planet as a whole. We see the challenges facing it, and we face those challenges together. We will not give up. We challenge convention. We refuse to accept the status quo. The time at hand is hard, but we will persevere. We can still draw hope from the moon and the stars, from space, from exploration. There is a new day beyond the challenges we face now.
Curiosity, insight, spirit, opportunity. If you think about it, all of these names of past Mars rovers are qualities we possess as humans.
10, 9, we have ignition sequence start.
But if rovers are to be the qualities of us as a race, we missed the most important thing.
3, 2,
Perseverance.
launch commit, liftoff. We have liftoff.
We are a species of explorers. We will meet many obstacles on our way to Mars. But as humans, we'll not give up. We will always persevere.
Wow, that was an inspiring video. Hello, I'm Thomas Stormy with the Space Foundation. It's my privilege to moderate today's event and our live discussion with NASA leadership. I want to invite the NASA team to join me on our virtual stage. And in order, if I could ask Mr. Jim Bridenstine, the NASA Administrator, Thomas Zurbuchen, the Associate Administrator for NASA's Science Mission Directorate, Michael Watkins, Director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and Mimi Ung, the Ingenuity Helicopter Project Manager, to join me. First, as we get started, Administrator Bridenstine, I want to thank you and your team for joining us here today. And I have to say, that was truly an incredible and inspiring video.
Well, thank you. And I just want to say thank you to the Space Foundation. This is a relationship that I've had with your organization that goes back to my days in the House of Representatives, and the great scholarly work and the studies, and of course, the committees are putting together as it relates to space. And it really has been a real pleasure working with the Space Foundation for all of these years. And of course, as the head of NASA now, it's a relationship that I see continuing long into the future. So thank you for your great work, and thank you for hosting this.
And thank you. And we do have a great, strong relationship and look forward to keeping that going in the future. So we're going to begin with some opening comments from NASA, followed by a question and answer session. As a quick note for those that have joined us and are watching live, feel free to join the conversation and ask a question using our hashtag AskSF. So now let's begin, and I think we're going to start with some comments from Dr. Zurbuchen. So Thomas.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here with the team. Before I get started, I wanted to congratulate the United Arab Emirates for their successful launch of the HOPE mission to Mars. Along with their Japanese launch partners, that's a truly amazing accomplishment, and we're happy to join them soon with Perseverance, because together, hope and perseverance are essential ingredients of exploration. It's truly an exciting decade ahead of us as the entire world sends missions to Mars to study and explore the red planet. Next week, the United States returns to Mars. It's the next step in putting together a puzzle we've been working on for centuries, which has accelerated in the last 55 years, beginning with the first flyby of Mars by Mariner 4. The world's eyes were opened when the Viking landers sent back transformative pictures of the surface of another planet for the first time. And the world got to see for itself the color Mars red with its own eyes. And we saw how it resembled our great American desertscapes. And we wondered anew what our two planets might have in common, where all the ingredients necessary to life, carbon, other elements, water, energy, were they present on Mars, and had the soup produce microbes as it did on Earth? But did unhappy celestial occurrences for the neighbors snuff out that agent's life as we flourish here on Earth, as life is an important part of our planet? These are questions scientists have pondered for decades and more. So now we send Perseverance, the most capable robotic scientist ever sent to the surface of another planet, to the most promising place we could determine from here that could have supported life, an ancient river delta by what might once have been a huge lake. The Perseverance rover builds on the legacy of NASA's Mars exploration program and joins a fleet that right now includes a rover, a lander, and multiple orbiters. It's our 9th mission to land and our 5th rover. Perseverance is our first mission to have astrobiology, in this case, the search for ancient life, as part of its top-line science goals. That current fleet of Mars, including the rover's planet-made Curiosity, which is still roving 5 years in, and all the missions we have sent historically, these other missions have all found things that led us to keep going down this path, having found organics, methane, signs of water in the past, and even now, Perseverance suites of instruments will take the next step. Perseverance is also the bridge between science and human exploration that demonstrates how the two can support and reinforce each other. It will do incredible things until human scientists, with their own unique perspectives and ability to make science judgments, are able to walk the surface. I look forward to that personally, many of us do. And it advances a set of tools that have on the surface of Mars. While 55 years ago, we got a quick image as the spacecraft rushed by, now we can contemplate evaluating samples and collecting them and bring them back to Earth. So what will Perseverance do? The planet's story is told in parts through its climate, and Meta will tell us more about the weather on Mars and the prevalence of dust and how it affects human missions. RimFacts will probe beneath the surface, perhaps finding ice deposits human missions could use. SuperCam and MassCam will survey and study the environment and turn amazing images. Basically, Perseverance will bring all human senses to Mars. We'll sense the air around it, see and scan the horizon, hear the planet with microphones on the surface for the first time, feel it as it picks up samples into cache, perhaps even taste it in a sense as Pixel and other instruments sampled the chemistry in the rocks and soil around it. As humans prepare for the greatest adventure here in person exploration of Mars, our robots can help. Moxie will help demonstrate how we might live off the land by converting carbon dioxide into oxygen that we can breathe, or for rocket fuel. Sherlock, in addition to searching for organics, uses spacesuit material for calibration, which will also help us learn how it degrades on Mars. And technologies such as MEDLEY and terrain relative navigation, TRN, will help us help our rover to the surface and also provide data that is important to landing future human missions on Mars. Jim is going to talk a lot about this and this important context of human exploration as well. A helicopter named Ingenuity will demonstrate powered flight on another planet for the first time. I really look forward to seeing this Martian Wright brothers moment. Mimi will tell us more about this. I'm just so excited about it. And Perseverance is going to prepare for humanity as long last to hold a piece of Mars in our hand, not just a meteorite from somewhere, but a piece of an actual surface with its geologic context, analyzed with the best instruments there for us to study back on Earth with the instruments as the best instruments humanity has available to themselves, not only today, but also in the future. This is the first leg of the humanity's first ever round trip to another planet. And this amazing explorer could not have been ready for launch in this transient window we have without the perseverance of teams across the country and the world who struggled and sacrificed through the global pandemic to keep their sights on this milestone of humanity. Their work and this mission embody the agencies and our nation's spirit of persevering even in the most challenging of situations, providing inspiration and advancing science and exploration. And the mission itself personifies the human ideal of persevering towards the future. Mike is going to tell us more about this especially. Perseverance carries our hopes and dreams, the names of 11 million people from across the world who sent in their names to go with us under the plaque we read Explore as One. I just want to tell you, both of my parents who are no longer with us, their names are there. That is really meaningful to me from that perspective, as well as also my family who's here, who's all of their names are on this list. And Perseverance carries the goodwill of the entire space community that we and other nations all send missions to Mars this decade. It reinforces NASA's commitment to working with our international partners to accomplish stunning achievements in science, technology, and exploration. So when Perseverance launches, it takes us all. Every one of us will have a chance to learn from and be inspired by this mission. Anytime we attempt something that pushes us to the next threshold is a time to celebrate. It is a big moment, a milestone for humanity that we all share. We explore and discover together, and together we persevere. And with that, Thomas, I'm sending it back to you.
Hey, thanks, Thomas. Thanks for this. That was a really great overview, and I think it framed the importance of not just this mission, but what NASA, is doing at large with these scientific explorations. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Watkins from JPL to make some comments. Mike, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Thomas and Thomas. Exactly as Thomas Zurbuchen said, the name Perseverance, to a certain extent, it means two things. It means our rover, that's the most capable rover ever sent to another planet. It also means the 1,000 team members, or even more than 1,000, that built Perseverance and will operate it on the surface. And I want to talk a little bit about that team before we talk more about the machine. To make a mission like this be successful, to get it to the launch pad, to get it finished, to get it to Mars, it takes a lot of perseverance. It takes a lot of brilliant hard work in the best of times. And I don't think any of us anticipated this COVID pandemic. And right during the most busy time of the mission, so the time when we are working 3 shifts a day, 24/7, trying to finish up the final assembly, put the clean flight hardware on, do all the final testing, and make sure that we are ready to go. That's right when we were hit by the pandemic. And so what we have done, of course, is pull out all the stops and making sure that our team stayed safe. So that means lots and lots of telework. So lots of folks staying at home, just like everyone watching, trying to operate the test beds, trying to write software, trying to do lots of work from home. And then when they were in the office, when they had to actually get in there and touch hardware and assemble hardware, lots of PPE, lots of social distancing, and really, lots of mental stress. I think all of us have experienced that, but this team had it doubly. We have about 100 folks down at the Cape, at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, doing the final assembly. That's where Perseverance is right now, and another several hundred at JPL, working on the final testing and in some cases the final hardware that we shipped out to KSC just recently. Those folks not only had to deal with having sometimes family at home and that kind of stress. In some cases, they were separated. Sometimes they had to self-isolate or they had to be quarantined. And they couldn't have the normal de-stress behaviors. And so I really just cannot say enough about how incredible this team was. As I mentioned, it is a heroic effort, in the best of times. And this team really knuckled down and completed this really on schedule, and we are ready to go. And I will acknowledge, not just the JPL team, but of course the ULA launch team, a lot of our instrument folks, and the KSC team as well. So it's really a team effort. I'll also say that the NASA as an agency really came together as a family. In terms of transporting people, transporting critical hardware out, and really it's just been a surprisingly smooth experience given all the troubles with COVID. And so here we are basically at the pad, ready to go. And so, we intend to launch at the end of July, and we will get to Mars in February. Now, when we get to Mars, we're headed for a landing spot, Jezero Crater. Now, the scientists have pored over every image of Mars we have from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and characterizations from the CRISM instrument and others in terms of what is the best site on Mars that had ancient habitability, we believe had ancient habitability. We learned a lot from Curiosity at Gale Crater. But also can preserve signs of that habitability, maybe signs of biosignatures if they existed. And so the scientists selected Jezero Crater. It is in fact a crater on Mars. It has a river delta in it. It looks just like a river delta that you'd find on, somewhere on planet Earth, but it dried up about 3 billion years ago. So we are looking for ancient biosignatures. We're looking for the best spots on Mars. It's a clay-rich environment where these signs could have formed and then been preserved. But of course, when we land, even with our great landing system and with our terrain relative navigation, we touch down somewhere in our landing zone, our landing ellipse, we call it. And then our scientists have to find the very best spots, right? They've got to find those gems, those pots of gold that are there that represent this critical habitable environment and possible biosignatures as well. And that is where the mission again becomes a human and machine mission together. It becomes a partnership between robotics and humans. So, we've talked about the complexity of Perseverance and how that helps us understand how to send humans to Mars later. It helps us understand the long delay in communications, helps us understand navigation, helps us understand landing systems, helps us understand in situ resource utilization. So all of these help us understand how to send humans to Mars. But even with our robot there, we still have humans on Mars. Because as Thomas said, it's our eyes and our ears, right? So we have the world's best team of planetary scientists, of Mars experts, and they direct that rover. And personally, having worked on Curiosity, having led the surface team for Curiosity, I think the most fantastic thing about these missions is that you land on a new Mars, and then almost every day it's another new Mars, right? Every day you drive a few hundred meters and you look around and you see something fascinating. And we actually release those photos to the public as soon as we get them. So when you get up in the morning and you click, on the Mars website, on the Perseverance website, you'll see the pictures about the same time that the scientists do. And it is just fascinating to see, where are we and what's the best place to go. And our scientists actually then interact with the rover engineers, with the instrument teams, and actually decide, that place over there, that looks like something I've seen on the Earth, and that had a microbial mat, or that's an area that I've seen on the Earth, ancient preserved organics. So let's go over there and let's sample it. And we have a fantastic set of instrumentation. We can detect organics very strongly with some of our instruments. We can use X-rays, we can use ultraviolet, we can use a whole range of things besides cameras to really hone in on whether these are the right sites. And then when they are the right sites, of course, we have this fantastic coring machine that goes in, collects a sample of that rock, seals it up in a tube, and later we're going to go bring it back. And that's, as Thomas said, that's the first step in our round trip for Mars sample return. So really this mission, we're out there trying to find something we've never found before on another planet, and then we're trying to capture it and isolate it and bring those samples back to take a close look at them, much like they do with the moon rocks. Because we don't really land on Mars that often, so this is, we've done it 8 times. This is our 9th, hopefully be our 9th successful landing. We use these advantages on the surface to also test out new technologies, right? We want to keep pushing the envelope forward of what we are capable of on the planet Mars. And so in this case, we carry a couple of technical demonstration experiments, and Mimi Ong is going to tell us a little bit more about that. So Thomas, let me kick it back to you.
Yeah, Mike, and thanks for that. I mean, you really highlight the complexity, but also the team effort from start to finish, not just now, but once we land on the planet. And it's really great to hear how the public can follow along through that whole process. So that's amazing. So yeah, let's hear from Miss Ung, who is leading the effort with the Mars Ingenuity helicopter. Mimi, over to you.
Hi, yes. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for having me here. It's really exciting to be here. As Mike mentioned, there are 3 technologies being demonstrated on Mars 2020. The terrain relative navigation for safer landing in hazardous terrain, MOXIE, which converts carbon dioxide to oxygen for in situ resource utilization, and the Mars helicopter. So NASA performs technology demonstrations, tech demos, to demonstrate advanced capabilities for spacecraft for future missions. The Mars helicopter tech demo will be the first ever the tech demo to attempt a rotorcraft flight at Mars. In fact, as mentioned earlier before, we as human beings have never flown a rotorcraft, a helicopter on anywhere outside of our own Earth's atmosphere. So really a right spread moment, but on another planet. So for NASA, the Mars technology demonstration, Mars helicopter tech demo, is motivated by the potential to add the aerial dimension to space exploration. For example, at Mars, today we explore Mars from spacecraft in orbit and rovers roving on the surface. In the future, there'll be astronauts on the surface. And the helicopter can serve as scout for rovers and astronauts. Helicopter can also allow us to reach places that are simply not accessible today without being able to fly. So yet a tech demo on Mars helicopters never done before. Why? It's not easy to build a rotorcraft to fly at Mars. So the atmosphere is really thin. I mean, compared to Earth's, it's about 1%. So a vehicle to fly in Mars has to be really light, and it has to, spin really fast. So for this technology demonstration on the Mars 2020 opportunity, the helicopter we've built is named Ingenuity. And Ingenuity has a rotor system that's 1.2 meter in diameter, and the entire vehicle has to weigh under 2 kilograms. That's about 4 pounds. So to build this vehicle that weighs about 4 pounds, while having the capability to fly and land autonomously and to survive and operate autonomously at Mars, right? Remotely operated from Earth. That's a huge challenge. It's a tiny package with tons of capability packed. So to build this, there is a significant team behind this team. And I wish really our team, I'm here to represent our team. I wish everybody on our team could be here to share the stories. We really have so many, everyone from different disciplines involving from the fundamental mathematical equations to mechanical, electrical, software, thermal, avionics, materials and processes, and even the special test equipment and facilities that it takes to build and test something for the very first time. So everybody in each of our discipline really had to reach out of the box, excel in our own discipline, and really work truly as a team. All to pack all of this into this 1.8 kilogram, 4 pound limit. And the day our vehicle weighed in a hair under 1.8 kilogram. That was a huge day for us. So since then, we've performed the helicopter test flights in a simulated Mars atmosphere in the 25-foot diameter space simulator chamber here at JPL. We've performed test flights and compared the flight performance to the mathematical models that we started the design with originally. We've tested the vehicle in simulated thermal environment, dynamics environment. We have tested it with Perseverance rover. And very importantly, Perseverance has tested deploying us from the belly pan of the Perseverance rover successfully to the surface. So at this point, we've performed all the tests that we can on Earth. And the next step really is now to do it in the real environment this Mars helicopter Ingenuity is designed for, in space vacuum, as soon as after launch, and finally on the surface of Mars. So at this very moment, Ingenuity is accommodated on Perseverance rover, waiting for the upcoming launch. And after Perseverance rover lands on the surface and has done the rover checkout, the rover will deploy the helicopter to the surface of Mars. And from then, we have a 30 Martian day window to do our flight experiments. So we have up to 5 flight plans to be performed in that time period. And the first and foremost, the most important flight for us, for our team, is the very first flight where we'll repeat the flight that we have tested multiple times in our test chamber here on Earth. So doing that in situ at Earth, in situ at Mars, in the Mars environment will confirm the algorithms, the tests that we've performed on Earth. So, and then after getting that first flight, then we will be performing more bolder and bolder flights of higher heights and further distances. So here we are, exciting days ahead. Helicopter is about to be launched. Our team is thrilled. It's truly the high risk, high reward phase of our project. High risk because every step forward, starting from launch, every event that we have will be a first time event, right? First in space vacuum and then in the environment of Mars. But more importantly, high reward because our algorithms and the tests that we have done on Earth and really then operating in situ and learning from how to operate the very first rotorcraft vehicle in space from Earth. All of that experiences will be feeding into future, much more capable rotorcraft that we envision, and really add that aerial dimension to space exploration. And for our team, that is the ultimate reward that we've worked really, really, really hard for. So along that lines, while I have the opportunity to be in the same virtual room with you, Jim, Thomas, Mike, I really want to take this opportunity on the behalf of our team for having been there, for your unwavering support through these past years on taking on this endeavor. It's been really important, for us to have the unwavering support as we took on this really high challenge. And so finally, also, if I may, on a personal note, I came to NASA inspired for the opportunity to contribute to space exploration. And along the way, I also fell in love with making first of a kind capabilities work for increasingly autonomous advanced space systems. And here today is an example of that dream come true. Here we are on a historical mission, Perseverance, working on a tech demo, Mars helicopter Ingenuity. Thank you so much.
Mimi, thank you. And I can sense your enthusiasm, which you show for the whole team with this tech demo. That's amazing. And I think we're all excited to help or to watch and see Ingenuity take flight. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim, such a tremendous team. I mean, a team of experts and certainly plenty of accomplishments along the way. Would you like to share some thoughts with our viewers?
Absolutely. And Mimi, your enthusiasm is palpable. And I just want to say to all the young people that might be watching today, Mimi is a shining example of the hope that NASA brings to the world. Think of a young girl who was growing up in Myanmar during some really difficult times, who had a dream of one day coming to the United States and working for NASA. That is who Mimi Ung is, and now she is leading a team that will, for the first time in humanity, fly a helicopter on another world. So I just want to say, this is a great. It really is. It's your story, Mimi, is a story of perseverance, and this mission that is Perseverance with Ingenuity as the helicopter is. This is emblematic of the greatness that comes from these kind of exploration initiatives. A couple of things that I want to highlight, and of course, everybody has said so much already. But I want you to think about for a second what we learned from two little rovers, Spirit and Opportunity. We learned from these two rovers years ago that the northern hemisphere of Mars was largely covered with water. Two-thirds of the northern hemisphere of Mars was covered with water. We learned that Mars at one time had a very thick atmosphere. And so it likely also had a magnetosphere that protected it from the radiation of deep space. In other words, Mars was at one time habitable. I'm not saying it was inhabited. Nobody knows. I don't know, neither does anybody else. But at one time, it had the ingredients necessary for having life even on its surface. And now we think about what we have learned because of Curiosity and some of our international partners. We've learned that Mars has complex organic compounds on its surface, all over the surface. So the building blocks of life actually exist on the surface of Mars. They don't exist on the moon at all, but they're all over the surface. We have learned that the methane cycles of Mars actually match the seasons of Mars. So the probability of finding life on another world just went up again. And we have now discovered that what we believe to be liquid water 12 kilometers under the surface of Mars. What do we know about liquid water on Earth? Wherever it is, there is life. Is that true maybe on another planet? We don't know, but we need to go find out. And recently we have seen plumes of methane coming from Mars that increase the probability of finding life even more. These are very, very exciting times for a mission like Perseverance and like Ingenuity to help us make even more discoveries in this effort. And when we think about the Jezero Crater, which Mike talked about just a few minutes ago, yes, we believe at one time the Jezero Crater was a lake bed. But if you look at where we're going on the Jezero Crater, we're not just looking for a dry lake bed. We're looking at what filled that lake bed. And what we have is we have a river that at one time flowed into the Jezero Crater, and a river delta that where there could be, again, I'm not saying there is, but there could be signatures of biology from an ancient past. These are the things that we need to look for. And if we look at the rocks, the Mississippi River Delta, for example, we look at the rocks and the sediment, we can find biosignatures of ancient life. And can we take that, what we understand from our own planet, and learn from Mars and make determinations as to whether or not there was or was not life there. But I think more importantly is we're going to cache samples. We're going to go to those places where we believe have the highest scientific value. And we're actually going to cache samples for a Mars return mission that we're going to do in 2026, where scientists, American scientists and scientists from around the world are going to be able to look at those samples and make very specific determinations about the history and the formation and the evolution of Mars, and again determine whether or not we believe there could have at one time been life on Mars. So these are such exciting times. But I also want to say that all of these robotic precursor missions are leading up to something that I think is even more magnificent, and that is to a day when we plant an American flag on Mars. This is in the President's Space Policy Directive 1. He wants us to lead an effort to go to Mars. And he wants us to lead a coalition of international partners, and he wants us to go with commercial partners. He wants us to go to Mars in a way that we've never done. Well, obviously, nobody's ever gone to Mars. Certainly, we've gone to the moon. But when we think about the Moon to Mars program that NASA has initiated, we're going to the moon in a way that we've never done before with commercial and international partners, and we're doing it with a purpose. How do we live and work on another world for long periods of time so that we can go to Mars, where we will absolutely have to live for long periods of time in order to do what we need to do on the surface of Mars? The moon is the proving ground. Mars is the destination. So with the moon program to Mars and the robotic precursors, all of this is leading to a day when we have humans living and working not just on the moon, but on another planet, in this case, Mars. So the future is very bright. There's lots of opportunities. NASA's budget is as high now as it's ever been in history in nominal dollars. The budget request now before the House and the Senate takes it up even more so than it is right now, but it's intentional. We are building what is necessary to make more discoveries, learn more about our own solar system, learn more about our own galaxy and universe than we've ever been able to know before. So this is just a really, really exciting time to be at the helm of this storied agency that is making history every day. And this mission is yet another example of that history in the making. So Thomas, I'll turn it back over to you, but I'm certainly here for questions.
And thank you. And thank you all for those initial comments. So yeah, let's move into some questions and some discussion. And we're getting some good feedback in from our audience, so I'd like to try to get us through as many as I can. So Jim, I want to kind of start with kind of where you left us. I mean, it is this idea about both NASA, what it's done historically through JPL, NASA and its partners, these inspirational endeavors. So in these times, why is it important to continue these exploration missions? I mean, you highlighted on some of the specifics of this mission, but how will this inspire a nation? And more importantly, how will it enable the next generation of Mars exploration?
Yeah, no, it's important. You know, there was a 7th grader, and you guys had him in the video at the beginning. Alex Mather, who's the one who named the Perseverance rover. And I think it was a perfect name at the time. And of course, it's more important today than it even was when Thomas Zurbuchen came to me and said, hey, here's what we want to do. We want to name it Perseverance. We've got the 7th grader's name's Alex Mather, and he wants to name it this, and we think it's the right name. And of course, at the time, I said, sounds great to me. Let's do it. And that was before the coronavirus pandemic broke out, which of course has wreaked a lot of havoc, and of course, it's made everything challenging for everybody. But again, the Perseverance mission is about persevering. And when we think about a 7th grader that named it, we think about probably a 5th grader, a 4th grader. Who are the people that are going to be inspired by these monumental achievements? And what is it that they're going to do and become? Like, how are they going to live their lives? This is about inspiration. And it's about bringing the nations of the world together in a very meaningful way at a time when, you know, there's a lot of geopolitical challenges in the world, and yet space exploration brings people together in a way that I think is inspirational in and of itself. And I would also say that, you know, there are some very specific challenges when it comes to Mars, where we have a short window of opportunity every 26 months to launch something to Mars. And if we didn't move forward with Perseverance, our Perseverance rover would go into storage for the next 2 years. And of course, that entails a whole host of risks in itself. And of course, it costs, $500 million. So there's a lot of reasons to move forward with this mission. I will tell you, when I look at what Mike Watkins and his team at JPL have done, when I look at what Tory Bruno and his team at United Launch Alliance, what they have done, Thomas Zurbuchen and his team at NASA, we have done everything in our power to make working as safe as you would be if you were at home. Whether it's dividing up the shifts, whether it's the personal protective equipment, all of these things, social distancing that we have to do in order to keep this mission on track, we have done, and we've done it with great success. So I just want to say thank you to the team that has enabled it to happen. But I do believe, without question, we do need to persevere in these challenging times.
Thanks for that. It's funny. I mean, in light of everything going on, such an appropriate name, Perseverance, and it really, and for those that have not had a chance to see Alex Mather's essay, I mean, it's just from a young man. That's a young future leader. That's an amazing name.
Thomas, this is Mike Watkins. I wanted to just add one thing in terms of inspiration. After we land, that's the beginning of the mission. Right? We all celebrate that we landed, but really that's the beginning of this journey of discovery on Mars, and we share that with the public every day. So everybody can go in there, every school kid, every person can go and take a look at what's happening today with the rover, what new discovery was made today, and there are discoveries coming constantly. And to me, that's a fantastic way for folks to follow along and really get pulled into the space program and get pulled into, sometimes we anthropomorphize our rovers, but there's also a fantastic human team working those. And I think really that's something that folks can just live along with the mission. It's unusual.
Yeah, Mike, that's a great note. I think we see it today. We've got such a large audience. I think we got 2,000 people right now following on Twitter and NASA TV and a variety of things. So people are certainly following along, and I'm sure they will. Let me, similar question on kind of why now, but a little different angle. This question actually comes from our co-sponsor, Boeing, who is sponsoring our series. The question is with Curiosity and Insight still active on Mars, why send Perseverance now? Why is now the right time? And what are the benefits of returning with a new probe so soon? We kind of highlighted that, but Thomas, I'll throw that over to you. Your thoughts on that question?
So first of all, I do think it's the ideal time. Frankly, it would be, and Mike may have a different opinion, and I invite him, of course, but it would have been very difficult to kind of imagine doing this 20 years ago, frankly, or even 10 years ago. The instruments that are currently there and are sitting on top of the rocket, together, of course, with Mimi's treasure, ingenuity, right? They're the best that we can do now. I really, and I think, together with the Academy's endorsement and encouragement, we know this is the most important question we could address right now. Going there, we're really lucky that Curiosity is there and is continuing to do amazing research. Don't think of those things as missions that somehow step on each other's feet, right? The Curiosity mission is continuing to do amazing work, for example, focused on organics. There's a new work that just recently came out. I know just recently being in touch with the mission team, there's new insights that are coming from there that are also informing what's going on with Perseverance. What is unique though about Perseverance, and the reason we wanted to do it now, is we can't wait to get those samples back, because the questions that we want to address now are really so much different than the ones that 20 years ago we might have asked. The questions we want to address now, we'd like to have these samples in our labs now. But Mike, how would you have answered it?
Almost the same way. I think it is clear. We wanted to first understand the history of Mars. We wanted to follow the water. We wanted to find a habitable environment. We've done all of those things. So from the scientific perspective, it's about astrobiology now. It's about, you know, these complex organics, what's their history? Can we find them preserved? You know, can we find biosignatures? I mean, this is really the next step. I mean, it's where we want to go. It's where the program's been building up to at this point, and that's recognized by the Academy as well. I would add one other item beyond just the engineering knowledge and maturity that we've gained through these missions, and that is that you know, we're not alone on Mars. In fact, we rely heavily on orbiters to relay our communications. So we can get much high bandwidth. Our videos are these beautiful panoramas you see. Those all come back from the rover talking via UHF, for example, to Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter or to MAVEN or to European missions. And then those are relayed at high rate back to the Earth. And so actually going back and doing sample return while we have that infrastructure in place, and we don't need to rebuild and replace that entire infrastructure of ComStats basically and of photographic reconnaissance satellites, is another efficiency that I think is really worth it to take advantage of that really significant investment in building that infrastructure, both engineering and even budget-wise.
And I would say curiosity and perseverance. Look, Mike and I were talking earlier. We think about the total landmass of Mars. It's equivalent to the total landmass of the world when you take away the oceans. You know, imagine if you were to study Earth for the first time and you landed in maybe Northern Africa. And from that, you made a determination as to what the rest of the Earth was like. You would miss a whole lot of things. So, so it is a big planet. There is a whole lot to learn. And yes, these missions don't step on each other. They really do complement each other. And we're trying to understand a whole lot more than just, you know, one footprint on a really big planet.
So let me probe into that one a little bit. And no offense to anybody, but Mimi, your initiative seems to be getting the most questions. So I'm gonna, you know, Mike, both for you and Mimi perhaps. So you know, JPL has long been a pioneer of space exploration and innovation. So the question on Ingenuity helicopter, can you speak more of the challenges? So I'm actually going to kind of throw some of this out there that I get from the questions. You know, the challenges in the absence of atmosphere for aerodynamics, guidance, and control. And then the next question, kind of as a rapid fire, just to let you, you know, get this out there. You know, with less gravity and the possibility of extreme Martian wind, you know, are we able to overcome these challenges for UAV? And then the last thing, as part of that, is if the first 5 flights are successful, will there be time, energy to be able to do some more?
Okay, I'll start it off. So definitely the challenge, first and foremost, is of course that lightweight, you know, beating down that capability. And the way we addressed it is really removing all the traditional walls between the different disciplines that we tend to have in much larger, you know, systems that we traditionally have. So we really had to learn to work together. So it has to be strong enough, it has to be able to spin enough, and all the walls between aerodynamics and GNNC and the power, the thermal, the structure, all of that really had to go away because we were really forced because of this mass constraint. So that's the very first, you know, answer is that it really has been an extremely, it's an engineer's engineering project, a dream engineering project to say. And then in terms of the atmosphere, we worked with the scientists way from the very beginning in terms of understanding the atmospheric densities and the winds. And we did take the scientists' knowledge of the Martian winds and built the helicopter. The response rates of the, you know, blade control systems and all of that are sized to exceed with margin the expected level of winds that we expect. So to add to that, in parallel to inventing this first helicopter to fly, you know, so light and so capable, and we talked about autonomous, it has to survive autonomously and, you know, be able to keep itself warm and that capability. We also had to invent in parallel the test system. We've never, you know, built an aerial vehicle for Mars. And so parallel to inventing the helicopter was parallel system to invent the entire test system. how do you, after building the vehicle, it's not like we take it to a chamber and say, now let's fly it, right? We really had to incrementally check all the assumptions that we made in our models and carefully check it off. So there was that invention. And then there's the third leg that we don't talk as much about, which we should hear, is how to get it to Mars. The Perseverance rover team did an incredible job accommodating. Now that it's all working, it looks easy. There it is sitting on the belly pan. But the helicopter is one of the most tedious things to accommodate on the rover. And the rover team put us in a really nice location on the belly pan. And to minimize protrusion below the belly pan, the two teams worked together, the rover team and the helicopter team. We figured out how to put it on the side. On the helicopter, we had to adjust, some of the features. And there it is, accommodated and able to deploy. So quite a lot of innovation all in one effort.
So, thank you for that. And I noticed that that's a copy of the Ingenuity behind you. Very.
Full scale.
Yeah, exciting.
Yes.
So we've got a little bit of time left, and I want to get to a few other questions. So, Administrator, this is kind of more directed to you. China and the UAE are also sending spacecrafts to the Red Planet this month, and what we noted earlier, UAE's successful launch of the Hope Orbiter yesterday. What are the opportunities for NASA to collaborate on these type of initiatives? I know you're heavily partnered on a lot of others, but how can we collaborate with the national partners for Mars exploration or other places beyond that?
Yeah, it's an important question, and we do that quite frequently throughout all of our programs. And as a matter of fact, we have right now over 700 agreements between NASA and other space agencies throughout the world, and even other countries that don't have space agencies yet. We encourage everybody to get a space agency because we want them to be able to partner with us on our big missions. But NASA is a great tool of diplomacy. It's a great tool of bringing nations together. Here in just a few short months in November, we're going to celebrate 20 years of American astronauts and Russian cosmonauts living and working together in space on the International Space Station. And of course, while that's 20 years working together on that project, going back to 1975, we had the shuttle Mir, the shuttle Mir program in the 80s. We had the Apollo Soyuz program in the 70s. So this is not new. And we like to think that NASA and space exploration, it kind of transcends politics. Republicans and Democrats in the United States, everybody loves space exploration. It transcends geopolitics. And so I think this is really a great opportunity for collaboration. And of course, we do have many international partners on Perseverance here. So it's a very exciting time.
So if I could, someone ask a follow-up on that. I mean, you make some very persuasive arguments for what NASA deserves and the support, and it resonates across a large variety of people. So Courtney from Maryland sends this in. So, clearly this resonates with space nerds like me, but what and how will you persuade your former colleagues in Congress who are facing large deficits exacerbated by COVID-related stimulus packages? And is there something that the private sector can do more to help augment your efforts?
100%. And it's, again, these are all important points. We think about what NASA has enabled throughout its history. We think about how do we communicate? A lot of people are going to watch this because they have internet broadband from space. Or if you're watching on NASA TV, you might have Dish Network or DirecTV. These are all space-based communication capabilities that were born from this little agency called NASA that was innovating at a level that was well beyond what anybody believed was even possible back in those days. But the way we do communications, over the horizon communications, XM radio, for example, we talk about how we navigate, GPS technology developed by NASA, of course now operated by the Department of Defense. But again, the way we predict weather, the way we do disaster relief, and a lot of the national security capabilities of the nation the way we access space in general for a whole host of commercial remote sensing capabilities. There are so many things that NASA has contributed to on the economic side. We think about the we're talking about Mars, right? Well, the camera in your cell phone was created because of a mission requirement that NASA had to create a really small camera when we explore Mars. That's just one of so many examples, but we think about the improvement of the human condition because of what NASA has been able to achieve. Right now, we're talking about JPL. They have a number of impressive missions. The GRACE follow-on mission, which is helping us understand where the drought is in the world, and EcoStress, which is enabling us to understand, can we increase crop yields while reducing water usage at the same time, feeding more of the world than ever before with less water usage. These are missions that NASA can do that nobody else, in the world is doing. So look, we are every day improving the human condition in ways that are absolutely immeasurable. And I'll tell you, as the NASA administrator, here's what I hear about. I hear about Tang and I hear about Velcro, which were two things that we, quite frankly, didn't invent, but we used back in the Apollo era. But I'll tell you, it goes so far beyond that. If you're looking for a return on investment, there is nothing better that the American government could invest in than NASA. And that's what's happening right now with bipartisan support. So it's really a good place to be right now.
That's great to hear. I have to apologize. We're really at the balance of our time. I do have to ask before we go, Commercial Crew launched, just over a month ago, another historic thing. How are Bob and Doug doing, and how long till they return back to Earth on Dragon?
So Bob and Doug are doing fantastic. 3 spacewalks. Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy have done 3 spacewalks. Of course, Doug has been inside the International Space Station supporting that from the inside. And now we've got 1 more spacewalk to go. And then they're going to be focused like a laser on coming home. And right now we're targeting a date of August 2nd for a return. But again, that's going to be based on a lot of conditions to include weather and sea states and other things. So yeah, we're targeting early August, but so far that mission has gone very, very well, better than expected. And I'm knocking on wood because it is not over until Bob and Doug are home. So we're in good shape there.
So I apologize, we are over time. Real quick, Administrator Bridenstine, any final thoughts before we sign off?
Sure, thank you. And again, thank you to the Space Foundation and thank you to Boeing for hosting this. I just want to say, this mission that we're about to launch is historic in and of itself. But what it's building towards is something even bigger. We're going to Mars as humanity, with international partners, with commercial partners. The first step to do that is we have to learn how to live and work on another world. And it just so happens that we have this moon that's a 3-day journey away. We learned in the Apollo program, Apollo 13 specifically, that things can go very wrong on the way to the moon and we can still make it home. Things could go wrong on the surface of the moon and we can still make it home. When we send humans to Mars, we have to make sure that we've got it, we've got the architecture established, that we've got the systems proven. So we're going to the moon to learn how to live and work on another world so that we can get to Mars. And right now we're doing these robotic missions to Mars so that when our humans do go to Mars, we know where to go, we know what to do. We have the absolute best locations picked out where we're going to be able to maximize the utility of the science. So all of this works together. One of the things I've been working on ever since I've been the NASA administrator is wherever there's division, we need to drive it out. People used to say, well, it's either the moon or it's Mars. It is not true. We can do both, and we need to do both. People used to say, well, it's either human exploration or robotic exploration. It is not true. We need to do both. They work together side by side. So there's a lot of opportunity, and bringing everybody together is what's going to enable it to happen. And again, right now we've got strong bipartisan support. We're working every day to grow that. And anything people out there can do to help is what makes these programs sustainable. We need to think not just in terms of administrations. We need to think in terms of generations. We need long-term sustainable programs that can go from one generation to the next. And if we do that, we will in fact be on the surface of the Mars in the not too distant future with humans.
So thank you, Jim. Thanks for that, and thanks for the inspiration that all of you bring. And thank you for joining us here today. This has been a great discussion and an honor to host you on our Space Foundation Presents series. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to thank everyone for tuning in today, especially those that were participating using our hashtag AskSF. I also want to recognize our co-sponsor Boeing for their great support and for all their amazing initiatives across the space industry. As a reminder, this event will be posted online for later viewing at spacefoundation.org. Again, thank you for joining us. From all of us here at the Space Foundation, stay healthy and have a great day.
everybody. I am super delighted to introduce you to Michael Hecht. He is trained as an experimental scientist. Can't wait to find out more about that. And he constantly seeks to combine his expertise in development of instruments with scientific exploration. So get this, he is not only the principal investigator of MOXIE, the Mars Oxygen ISRO experiment, but he is also part of the management team for the Event Horizon telescope that images supermassive black holes. So he is at MIT. His team has worked hard on this amazing instrument that is on Perseverance. He's going to tell us more about that. And occasionally he breaks out the clarinet and plays a bit of klezmer music. So, Michael, we're so delighted to have you.
And I'm delighted to be here, Janet. This is, as I like to tell everyone who will listen, you know, going to Mars is an expensive and complicated proposition. We do not do it just to enlighten each other, you know, the few hundred people on the science team. We do not do it to enlighten a few people up in NASA headquarters. We do this for the world. So any opportunity to talk to that world, I'm grateful for the opportunity. So thank you.
Well, it's like, let's start with the name MOXIE, because not only is it, as we know, everyone loves a good acronym, but it also has some other meanings and maybe some other origins. Would you like to talk about what those are?
Oh, I'd be happy to talk about that. You know, I'm a native New Englander. I'm from the Boston area, and I'm now working up at Haystack Observatory, which is up in a town near Lowell, Massachusetts. For 36 years, I was living in California, kind of in exile. And finally, my family decided it was time to move home. And I found this wonderful position, Haystack, which is kind of how I ended up these two worlds, go to Mars and doing black holes, okay? And now, but I remember MOXIE, the soft drink, from my childhood when in fact, in this area, we didn't call it soft drink. We didn't call it soda. We didn't call it pop. We called it tonic. And the reason we called it tonic is because the first big soda here was MOXIE, which was a nerve tonic originally, until they found they can make a lot more money by carbonating it and adding sugar and selling it as a drink. But it still was always tonic, and I think in parts of Boston to this day, tonic. MOXIE was big here. And you can see some of the MOXIE paraphernalia. You might see what I'm wearing. If it's high enough, drink MOXIE. And it's not well known elsewhere in the country. Now, MOXIE was invented in the 1880s, I believe, in Lowell, Massachusetts, just down the road from Haystack Observatory. It is now the state drink of state Maine, and where it's still very big. And in fact, it's the state drink, and they have, to celebrate that, an annual MOXIE festival. I suspect they didn't do it this year, where they get tens of thousands of people. And one of my biggest thrills working on this mission was I was invited a few years ago to be the grand marshal of the parade at the MOXIE festival. What a kick that was. So it's all about MOXIE, and the tie-in, there's two tie-ins. One is that, you know, we did not expect to win this opportunity when we proposed it, to be honest. It took audacity to do it. It took what we like to call MOXIE. Why do we call it MOXIE? That name actually came from the soft drink and was popularized in sort of advertising, that you've got MOXIE. And the word stuck better than the soft drink stuck. We felt it was the perfect name for an audacious proposal. And the fact that we're taking carbon dioxide and doing something interesting to it is kind of reflected in the fact that this was one of the first carbonated beverages sold in the United States. And that's another useful application for carbon dioxide, okay? So lots of tie-ins, and the acronym works, of course. You mentioned ISRO. I don't know if your audience knows what ISRO is. It's a typical...
I'm glad you said that, because I remember the first time I heard it, and I was like, let me find out what that is. So yeah, talk to them about what we mean by ISRO. If you're happy, you're like, what did they just say?
Yes, yeah, I'm happy to. It's a typical NASA acronym, and in that it's short for something that's equally unintelligible. It's short for in situ resource utilization. So let's kind of break that up. In situ means in the place where you find something. Resources, well, we kind of know what resources are. They're things you can use. And utilization, well, that means to use them. So what are we really talking about? We're talking about living off the land. That's the common expression. And I like to say that, you know, NASA could have made an acronym LOL for living off the land, except that was already being used for something else, okay? So we got ISRO instead. We got second prize.
You know what? One of the best, I think, ever explanations of ISRO, so thank you. What I want to know is, let's go back to your team and how you won the contract. I mean, this is a profound instrument, and when it works, you guys have experimented, you know that it works here, but when it works on Mars, it's a game changer. Human exploration like looms ever nearer. So talk to us about starting that process, what those conversations were like, and then tell us what MOXIE does.
I'd be happy to, because it really was interesting and different. And as you say, it's a game changer. It will bring the days of human exploration closer, which is why I'm doing it. It's a bit of a change for me. First of all, when I say it's a little different, usually what NASA does when they mount a mission like Perseverance is they say, we're going to Mars, we have a general theme, we want to look at things microscopically, do analysis microscopically, we want to select samples for sample return, which is the focus of the mission. Our general theme is looking for signs of life. Now propose an instrument, and that's all they say. And you could propose a microscope, you could propose a spectrometer, you could propose a camera, all sorts of things. But for this opportunity, there was another partner, okay? And that other partner, instead of being the science folks, what they call the science directorate at NASA, it was the human exploration people, the human exploration directorate, and the technology, the space technology directorate. And they worry about, the space station, and they worry about rockets and things like that. They got involved because they felt it's time to start getting ready to send people to Mars. Maybe some of the people listening today. Not me, I'm too old, but there may be some that will be there. And when they did that, they said, but we know exactly what we want. We don't just want, give us something that will help human exploration. We want something that will demonstrate you can turn carbon dioxide into oxygen, because that's a big problem for us. So we were told what to propose. And we proposed against people with a lot more experience in it than we had. And honestly, I think getting the right combination of people was really what did it. This was an odd case, even though I'm the principal investigator. I was approached to lead this by people I know, by friends and colleagues, said, Mike, you're the guy to lead this because in part of my experience, I've worked with the human exploration part of NASA, the folks that want to send people from Mars, even though that was tiny. I've worked with them for literally decades. And I've sent instruments to Mars before, especially on the Phoenix mission. So, there was a good rationale that my experience was well suited to this, because you not only need to convince them that you can do it, but that you really have bought into their objective. My partner, and I have great technology people at JPL, who were the partners that developed the instrumentation. And my partner at MIT is an old friend and mentor by the name of Jeffrey Hoffman. Okay. Now, and you probably know Jeff. When I say old friend and mentor, Jeff was actually my, when I got my master's degree at MIT, he was my advisor. He directed the work, and that was a lot of years ago. That was a lot of decades ago. I went off and did what I did. I've told you about. Off, became an astronaut. He has flown 5 trips on the space shuttle. He knew what it takes to send human beings, to send people out into space, and how to deal with the risks, and how to deal with the needs, and how to make it work. Okay. So he knows that. So we had a combination of me, I've sent stuff to Mars, I've worked with the human exploration folks, and Jeff, who's, if you will, walked the walk, except the walk he walked was in space. Okay. And great technology partners. And I think that's a lot of the reason we won. I'd like to think we had a really solid technical proposal as well. But I think we convinced them this was the right team to do this work.
Because we need to explain to everybody, Mars's atmosphere is what, 96% carbon dioxide. And
That's
so
right.
there's, you're not ever, like we've all been in an analog this last year. You're never going to walk out on Mars unless there's a Moxie 5000, kind of like making breathable oxygen out there. But we're not just talking about that it can maybe convert this Moxie, convert the carbon dioxide into oxygen. It can be both oxygen for astronauts, but even more important, that rocket fuel, right? Talk about what that process is.
No, that's absolutely right, Janet. That's the important thing. There is not only an atmosphere that is almost entirely carbon dioxide on Mars, but there's precious little of it. Okay, if you were to take a ride on a high pressure balloon, about the highest on the Earth you could go is about 100,000 feet. 100,000 feet, 20 miles up, and at that point there's very little air. But there's about the same amount of air as you would find on Mars. Okay, and you would not be able to breathe. You would need a protective suit. Very little of it. Now on Mars, not only is there very little, but it's almost entirely carbon dioxide. And that exposes something that we almost never think about, okay? And that is that everything from us as people to our cars, to our fireplace, our campfires, to our jet planes, to our rocket ships, all have to breathe in order to burn fuel. Now you say, what do you mean we burn fuel? Of course we burn fuel. We call it food, but it's fuel, and we burn it. And the way we burn it is we breathe in and out, and that gives us oxygen. And as we know from a flame, you cannot burn a flame without oxygen. If you cover up a candle in a jar, it will go out because it needs oxygen, and we need oxygen. Now, when I say burn, I'll put that in air quotes. I don't mean a fire, but I mean you get a chemical reaction that turns that fuel into energy. Okay, that's when you have to breathe. And okay, now then compare a person, even 4 people, breathing to burn fuel, to a rocket ship taking off from Mars. And my God, that is breathing 1,000,000 times more. And that's not hyperbole, that's about the right number. 1,000,000 times more than the people are breathing. It fortunately only does it for a few minutes. But even so, if 4 people in our audience here are the first 4 people on Mars, and I often ask this in person, who wants to go to Mars? And a lot of people raise their hand, and then I say, and who wants to come home again? and most of them look puzzled and then kind of gently raise their hand. If you want to come home, you have to take the rocket, and that rocket needs fuel, of course. But rockets, unlike jet planes, unlike fireplace, unlike us, can't just breathe in that oxygen. They have to take it with them, and that's why those rocket ships have such huge tanks. They're mostly full of oxygen. And the oxygen is the heavy part of the fuel. Okay, the fuel is the light part. The oxygen is the heavy part. So if you want to come back again, you need, if there's 4 astronauts, something like 25 tons of oxygen. The whole crew won't use more than half a ton in the whole mission, which is a year and a half long. But the rocket, that needs 25 tons. And that's to burn 7 tons of fuel. So boy, bringing all that from Earth is a daunting, it's a daunting prospect. I mean, because don't forget how much fuel you need to lift off 25 tons of oxygen into the sky just to take it to Mars. It's enormous. So that's why we need to make it on Mars. And yes, we can use some for the astronauts to breathe, but they're breathing a little bit compared to what the rockets breathe. Sorry, that was a long explanation, but that tells you why we're focusing on this.
No, it's profound. Tell me a little bit about when it's on Mars, how long will it run? It's like once it, goes successfully and as planned, it sounded to me when I was doing the research on it that it will capture it. You'll get about an hour's worth of O2 or an hour's worth of production, and then whatever that O2. Then do you have a release valve, or it gases off and then you're going to try it intermittently during the mission? What's that process like?
Okay, well, let me tell you what that's all about. You're absolutely right. And we would love to put on Mars exactly the unit that we plan to use when we send astronauts. And when I say when we send astronauts, the way you do this, just the way you send astronauts to Mars, okay, is first you get ready for them. So you what they call pre-deploy, many months in advance, all the things they'll need. I sometimes call it the B&B, breakfast. You bring the habitat, you bring a power plant, you bring rovers, you bring everything, and you bring oxygen for the ascent vehicle. You bring all that first, and when that's all ready, you tell the crew, okay, now you can go. Now we're ready for you. Just bring your toothbrush and your suitcase, and we're ready for you. Okay, so that's what we need to do. And to fill up that tank, of oxygen so that they can come home again. Okay, so your 4 people in your audience can come home again, is going to take us making 2 kilograms, at least 2 kilograms of oxygen per hour, every hour for about a year. Okay, that's a lot of oxygen, 2 kilograms an hour. What MOXIE can do is 6, maybe 10 grams an hour. Okay, so it needs to make 200 times more to support the human mission. And I'd love to be sending that big unit. The problem is, well, first of all, it's big and the rover's little, okay, so we can't fly a big one. But the bigger problem is that the rover is powered by about 100 watts of power. It's, it's what used to be light bulbs before they all went to LED, right? It used to be 100 watts. That's it. And what we're going to need for the real deal when we fly people is we're going to need 25,000 watts, not 100 watts, 25,000 watts. And so we don't have a big power plant like that on Mars now. So we have to settle for a little tiny scale model. It's about, this big. Well, I'll tell you, it's exactly this big. Except it's in a case that's all shiny and gold, but it's this big, if you can see it. That's it. That's all the space we've got. And with 100 watts or so of power. So running an hour, well, here's the thing. Fortunately, that 100 watts goes into a battery. Okay, so you can store it up for the better part of the day and then burn it all, use all the battery power in a few hours, which is what we do. And so we actually run on about 300 watts, but we only do it for a few hours, and we use up the whole day's supply of battery juice, of power for the rover. Everyone else can take a day off when MOXIE is running. And of course, we call it a sol because it's not quite an Earth day. So we have a MOXIE sol, and when we run, everybody else, kicks back and catches up when they're asleep. But we can't do that very often because there's a lot of other instruments on this rover that need a chance to run too. We're not the only ones. So when we run, we actually, unfortunately, have to spend about 2 hours just getting this instrument ready to run. And the reason for that is because inside this red box, all right, is something that's called a SOXY, or a SOX, a solid oxide electrolysis system. And honest to God, I'm not making this up. When they made this model, I said, you've got to make this box red because I want to be able to point to the red socks because I'm from Boston. Okay. So that's our red socks right here. And for that to work, it has to heat it up to 800 degrees centigrade, which is very, very hot. And that's what takes a couple of hours to do. And then once we're there, we've used most of our power. So we spend about an hour actually making oxygen, and then we call it a day. And then we do that again a couple months later because the rover has to drive, we have to collect samples, the other instruments have to run. So that's what we're doing.
Wow. So the heat is part of the process of extraction, I suppose, or conversion. And
That's right.
For all of us in the US, I always tell my students this, it is time for us to convert entirely to metric because metric is the language of scientists. But when we're talking 10 grams, we are literally talking 0.002 or 0.022 pounds, maybe. It's very tiny, people. That's all I know.
Yeah, I mean, if you had like the definition of a gram, a cubic centimeter of water weighs a gram, and that's about the size of a sugar cube. So a couple of sugar cubes of water is a couple of grams.
Couple of grams. All right.
Yeah.
Any other hopes for this mission? So it sounds like all the other instruments, RIMFAX, Sherlock, all those are like, take a rest, guys. No chem today. Moxie's going to be running, but how many times will you do it? How many times will you run that experiment?
Well, of course, we don't plan the whole mission in advance, but we do plan sort of a straw man mission. And what we want to accomplish, the main thing we want to accomplish is to show that this instrument is rugged, that it's robust, that it's resilient. And for us, that means, can we run in this, Mars has seasons just like Earth. In fact, even more so, they're more exaggerated. It gets very cold, the days get short, it gets long. They're warm, the days get longer. But more also, the atmospheric pressure drops a whole lot in the spring and the fall. Because literally, the atmosphere is freezing out on the North Pole of the South Pole. And shortly after, at the end of the winter on either pole. And so if there's less pressure, there's less air for Moxie to use. And there's sometimes dust in the air. So we want to sample different times of the year. And so what we're planning to do is to run every couple of months through the year, and remembering that a Martian year is almost 2 Earth years, okay? So every couple of months spread through the year is going to mean, not 6 times in a year, but more like, 10 or 11 times in the Martian year. And that's our plan going in. Now, reality, I expect we'll run a lot more than that, because Moxie, unlike anything else on the rover, it doesn't care where the rover is. It doesn't care whether arms are moving, or what, because we're sitting comfortably in a nice warm belly in the rover. We just need to draw in air. So I suspect there will be times when, for different reasons, other instruments aren't interested in running. There's nothing new here. We were here yesterday. And Moxie will say, well, we can. So we'll see. We'll see. It's not the plan, but, Eisenhower, I think, made famous the expression that plans are worthless, planning is everything. So that's what we're doing. We're focusing on planning, not on plans.
It's always surprised me that in any given NASA mission, and especially the rovers that have gone onto Mars, the hope or the intention was 90 days, say, for Spirit and Opportunity, and they both defied and went brilliantly past those, kind of hallmarks or benchmarks, I should say. So I have every reason to believe that you are correct. You're going to get a lot of chances to try this thing out. But when you start talking about time, let's talk about time on Mars. Next week, your life really shifts to Martian time as you guys sort of count the days and everything as you're watching this mission unfold. How exactly do you live in or on Martian time?
That's a great question. It's a question that fascinates all sorts of people, including people that study, biology and psychology and human behavior, which underscores the fact that if anyone in your audience wants to get involved in going in the space program and exploring Mars, you don't need to be an experimental physicist. You can be a physician. You can be you can be a researcher of all sorts. You can get involved in testing of human behavior. Human beings are generally locked into the cycle of light and darkness on Earth. That's why we get so jet lagged when we go from place to place. And Mars is really fascinating in that it is almost like Earth in the sense that its day is almost the same length as Earth. It's just a little bit longer, just a little bit, 37 or 39 minutes, depending how you measure it. And so if you always want to get up with the sun on Mars, okay, that means that every day on Earth you need to get up 37 minutes later. And I like to look at it that way. I'm the only one. I said, this is great. I get to sleep late 37 minutes every day, you know, more later than I did the day before. Isn't that great? Most people find it much more disturbing than that because their light-dark cycle is messed up. It's not so much the 37 minutes. You know, it's like being on the shift one day and 2 weeks later being on the day shift. Every day, you know, or moving around the globe and traveling one time zone or half a time zone every day, that's pretty wearing. For those of us that have, you know, have a life, as most of us do, and have kids to take to school or, you know, or doctor's appointments or who knows what, you can't quite just say, well, it's okay. Tomorrow I don't wake up till 6:30 in the evening, so, you know, too bad about school. You can't do that. So it's stressful. And so you say, well, then why do we do it? Well, an important thing to realize about Mars, you know, people always ask, what's the time lag when you talk to Mars back and forth? And I answer, if you're on the surface, you know, on the rover, it's not about the time lag. It's about how you talk to Earth. And the way you talk to Earth is actually through a relay, meaning on the ground, you use a local, you know, something like a cell phone, okay, to send your data and your information up to a satellite. And that satellite is going around Mars, and that satellite in turn will relay the data back to Earth, you know, when its time comes around. So it can be hours. And typically what you do then is to say, okay, it doesn't really help me to talk to Earth too often because I have to give the rover instructions. I have to wait until it carries them out. And then I have to get the data back so I can make the next set of instructions. So you can think about it this way. Okay, when the sun comes up in the morning on Mars, the first thing we do is we talk to it and we say, hey, here's what you're doing today. Here's your assignment for the day. So we have to prepare those instructions very carefully. Okay, there are no do-overs, right, on Mars. If you mess up the rover, game over. You send up the instructions in the morning, you take the rest of the day and let the rover do its thing. And then in the evening, you come back and get the new data down, and you now have to scurry like mad all night long, and I mean Mars night, to get ready, get the commands ready for the next day. And then you can sleep while the rover's working in the Martian daytime. And why does the rover have to work in the daytime? It's not solar powered. Well, it turns out, even though it's not solar powered, power is precious. It's precious. And it costs a lot more energy to run at night when it's colder than it does during the daytime. So we naturally settle in on mostly a daytime cycle of operation. And we let the rover sleep, recharge its batteries at night. And by sleep, it means it basically turns everything off except, you know, a clock that keeps ticking. And recharges its batteries. So we're locked into it. The rover is locked into a Mars day-night cycle, as you might expect. And we're locked into the rover. Now, in practice, we'll do that for a month or 2 or 3. And then we'll go to Earth time ourselves and just live with the fact that sometimes when we send our instructions up to Mars, it won't get, the rover won't do it till the next day. We don't want to start that way, but we'll ease into that after a couple of months. And then we can all go back to our normal life schedules.
Do you miss Martian time once you go back to Earth time?
You know, that's a kind of a funny question. I would say most people say, oh God, no. It was miserable. I did it once on the Phoenix mission. I had the advantage that the mission headquarters were in Tucson. I was living in Los Angeles. And so I didn't have any family commitments, etc. I had nice dark blinds on the windows, and it's too darn hot in the daytime in Tucson in the summer anyway. So I was happy to be awake at night. But more than that, it was one of the most exhilarating times in my life. I mean, it's just so hard to describe to someone what it's like to land on Mars, and everything you do every day is the first time anyone has ever done it. So I can't separate that from missing Mars time to missing that extraordinarily exhilarating experience. Okay, it's all muddled up in my head.
Talk to students out there who are listening about just the joy and exuberance that you just kind of described, that there's just such walking in your purpose, walking in this kind of like path of exploration and new discovery. That what is that like, and why would you encourage them to do something in STEM? Because what you're describing sounds like the grandest adventure ever.
It's almost hard to know where to start. There are so many reasons it's a grand adventure. I mean, there is something in our DNA, right, that tells us to go out and explore, right? That to go places no one has ever gone before. And my God, going to another planet. You know, I walk out at night, especially when we're on the way to Mars, because I won't go into the orbital mechanics, but when when a spacecraft is on the way to Mars, Mars is really bright and red in the sky, and it looks so close you can reach out and touch it. And when I go outside and look at Mars in this period, and I know we're getting closer and closer every day, it really does feel like we can reach out and touch it. And it really does feel like, in a sense, we are going there and setting foot on not just another country, not just another, desolate place, but an entirely new world. Okay, that alone, the questions we are asking, are enormous. The question of whether there is life on Mars is not just a question of whether there is life on Mars. It's whether we are unique, being alive in the universe, because we don't know from just being one planet. We could be unique. We could not. If we find life right next door, well, gee, we can figure out that life is everywhere, and we are very far from alone. We're in a very crowded universe. So we're looking at big questions. If you're looking at with geologist eyes, I'm not a geologist. I'm more interested in climate and polar stuff, but most of the people on the mission, excuse me, are geologists. And when you look at Mars, here's what you see. When you look at Earth, here's what you see. You see a lot of trees. You see a lot of water. You see a lot of surface stuff that's all fairly new, that's come from rain and planting and trees and growth and tectonic plates. When you look at the surface of Mars, you're seeing history going back 4.5 billion years. In fact, our landing site in Jezero Crater, the crater itself is about 4 billion years old, and most of the things we're looking at go back to about 3.5 billion, right? Not million, billion. And the terrain we'll be covering could cover another couple of billion years to what's fairly modern. It's only 1.5 billion years old. And you can imagine, to a geologist interested in how planets evolve and how rocks and minerals form and evolve over time, that's a playground. That's a candy store. That's extraordinary. And just the sheer magnitude of the enterprise. You're talking about talking to students about why they should get involved and how to get involved. This doesn't take a village. This takes a city. This takes a community. This takes a country. This takes literally thousands of people with expertise ranging from how to weld two pieces of metal together, to how to make how to make a logo, to how to build an instrument, to how to interpret a scientific result. And when I tell students, how do I get into this? I say, first, figure out what you love doing. First, figure out whether you want to be an electronic engineer or you want to be a radio show host. There's room for you, whatever that is. And then once you do that, well, then stay involved. There's so many ways to stay involved. As kids, from space camp to sort of summer internships when you get older, to programs like yours. So the discipline is not important. Being an experimental scientist is not important. What's important is having all of these different talents and abilities available, and that's what I find exhilarating. Working with people in a common cause, such different backgrounds and interests and skills, I don't know what can be better than that.
Wow. I have to ask, who was the biggest influence on you becoming a scientist? Where was that beginning of your hero's journey to where you are now? Was there a person? Was it a family member? Was it an event?
You know, I'd like to say it was, and I guess I could point to a couple of events that convinced me this was the way to go. But you know, for most of the people I know in this business, okay, the answer that they will tell you in a more, you know, in a more unguarded moment, right, is that they were science fiction fans growing up, right? Really, you know, and I devoured everything I could find. I was just pulling out when I was a kid. You know, I was really into the Danny Dunn series, which you never see today. You know, Boy Scientist. You know, and then we go on to Star Wars and Star Trek and you know, and Ringworld and Heinlein and all the greats and Asimov and, you know, Ursula Le Guin and everyone else. And man, if you can't read that stuff, you know, month after month, year after year, without saying, I want to do this for real. I don't want to do this for make believe. I want to do it for real. So I think I was no different from others that way. That the science fiction inspired me. You know, I may have mentioned. I mean, when I was a kid, you know, Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon for the first time, and you know, you can't find anyone who didn't have their TV turned on at that time. You know, watching Neil Armstrong say "one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." That influenced all of us to say we can do great things. And someday, I'm hoping someone in your audience will be the first person to Mars to put set foot on Mars, and she will say, "One small step for a woman, one giant leap for humankind."
And you know, I did something. We designed our own Mars mission patches, thinking about, you know, the Artemis generation, and you know, soon hopefully we'll go back to the moon with the first woman and the next humans, and then on to Mars. And for me, it's like when I think and talk to students about what that's going to be like, it's going to be one shared experience. It won't just be one country. It's going to be a collective, and it's like it will be for all humanity, and it will be this one time when we're all taking that step, having this, you know, first experience together. And so, you know, I'm going and I'm waxing poetic, and as I'm telling them this, I'm showing that, you know, some patches have, you know, Latin. Is there something they want to, you know, kind of translate from English to Latin? Do they want to mention their crewmates, etc.? And one such beautiful, a couple, I mean, again, the kids will always blow you away. But one little third grader put the Friendship Express. That was going to be the name of her spacecraft that was going on to Mars, was the Friendship Express. And I said, "Why did you call it the Friendship Express?" And she goes, "Well, you said we're doing it for humanity, so I want the whole world to be our friends." And it was just, again, that beautiful, simple and beautiful childlike faith that the Friendship Express is headed to Mars. And so I know that in many ways, across all the many people, and you're talking thousands upon thousands and partnerships and things that you're done, it really is the friendship. Perseverance, I suppose, is the Friendship Express going to Mars.
Oh, it sure is. And of course, we do look to, particularly to kids, to name our missions just for that reason, because they see things with eyes that it's hard for us to, you know, it's hard for us in a way that it's hard for us to do. And the name Perseverance and the names before that have come from open contributions of students everywhere. And, you know, this mission, more than any I've seen, reflects that international nature, not just because we have international contributions on the mission, and of course we do. The sample return, the way we will be collecting samples that will be returned in a very complicated mission that involves a lander and a rover and a launch vehicle and a rendezvous and bringing things back to near Earth and then sending them down to Earth. And NASA is already planning that with lots of countries and countries in Europe. And boy, if you just look at this week, look at this span of 2 weeks. And a few days ago, the Hope spacecraft from the United Arab Emirates arrived at Mars. And I read today that the Chinese spacecraft arrived safely and got into Mars orbit. And they're looking to send a lander down in a few months from orbit. And we will, of course, arrive a week from today. on the 18th. So 3 different countries leading efforts to all go and study the same planet, and we all talk to each other. Even the spacecraft talk to each other. When I say relays, often we're relaying back data to Earth through another country's spacecraft. So it is absolutely, in every sense, become an international adventure. What an advance, what a change from the days of Apollo, where it was all about national pride and showing we're better than anybody else. No more. Now it's about friendship, hands in hand, exploring the unknown. And I find that inspiring.
I find it just wonderful. It was, I watched and waited while the HOPE probe was attaining orbital insertion. And then, TON-1 did so successfully. The Chinese did that just I guess, in the last 24 hours or so.
Right.
And when you think about all of the names that are going, we've got HOPE, we've got TON-1, which TON I read is like, I believe it means questions of the heavens. And then we've got perseverance and ingenuity. And we've got moxie, a lot of vim and vigor. That makes me, I think I'm going to have to ask you, Michael, to send me some moxie down to Tennessee. We've got RC Cola, but we do not have the moxie tonic. So I'm going to have to try that out. Any last words just on what it means to do this kind of science as a physicist, to watch your team, to guide it, any kind of other insights about this mission and how we can find out and make sure we're following all the updates on Moxie?
Well, there's a few questions mixed in there. Let me start with the insight as a physicist. What I have always found so fascinating about studying this planet in particular, I like to say Mars is my second favorite planet. You can figure out what my first is because it is so similar to Earth, yet so different. And it makes me aware of things that we all just take for granted, like what I just told you earlier, that we need oxygen in order to use fuel, something we never think about. And I'm constantly discovering things like that are part of the equation of how things work, which is what excites me, is figuring out how things work and recognizing that, well, they don't always work the same as they work here. And you just have to change things a little bit in the gravity, in the atmosphere, in the pressure, and everything works differently. And I find that fascinating. As far as where we're going and the mission, well, there's lots and lots. I mean, the internet is a blessing here. There are so many ways to participate, so many ways to watch, and so many ways to get involved. Everyone should just tune in when we land next week. And of course, I never want to be cocky about this. I know we landed Curiosity successfully, and it's just about the same spacecraft, but we did it once. Right? We did it once. You can flip a coin twice and get heads the first time. It doesn't mean you will the second time. So we're getting pretty good at this stuff. Mm-hmm. But it's still really, really hard. It's still really daunting. And I'm certainly old enough to remember and have been involved in missions that didn't work. So they don't call that landing 7 minutes of terror for nothing. And it's, not just that it's hurtling down through the atmosphere at breakneck speed and then coming to a stop at exactly the right time, not too high above the ground and not too high far below the ground, if you will. That's really hard. But it's terrifying because we know this is not slam dunk. This is hard, and we believe we can do it. Okay? And I'm looking forward to doing it. But I'll be watching every minute, biting my nails. And I think everyone else in your audience will be doing the same thing if they tune in. So please do. Please join us.
Please join us and watch and follow along. I want to remind you of your own words here. You gave this quote, you said, when we send humans to Mars, we will want them to return safely. They're going to need to lift off the planet. And what Moxie is doing here is that literally we're going to find out. We know that it works here in 1G. Let's see if it works in 38% gravity there. But if Moxie can transform that 96% carbon dioxide into some kind of liquid oxygen propellant. I mean, pack your oxygen tank, astronauts, and let's get ready for Mars, right?
Let's get ready for Mars. I like to think that it's going to bring that day 10 years closer, successful. And that's what motivates me to do this.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your brilliance. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for your love of Mars. And I think Moxie is exactly, not only do you exude it and exhibit it, but we are rooting for so many of these instruments on Perseverance. But Moxie has been one of my favorites to, help kids understand what this is and what a game changer in exploration that it's going to be. I'm going to err on the side of like overconfident optimism, and I can't wait to see all of these things work so successfully. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, everyone. Please follow along the Perseverance mission. You can find out more on our website, on Moxie. Again, you don't have to go very far, just Mars and Perseverance and Moxie. You can find out even more, and it'll even give you more kind of fine-tuned details there. But Michael, have a great, great day. Thank you so very much for being with us.
Well, thank you so much for the chance to talk to your audience, and I'm so grateful for what you do, because it's as much a part of the mission as what the scientists in my team do. So thank you.
Okay, John, I think we're good.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm John Reed, United Launch Alliance Chief Technologist. And Tom?
Yeah, I'm Tom Martin. I'm with Aerojet Rocketdyne. I'm a Director of Strategy and Business Development in our Space Business Unit. Happy to be here.
So if we could go ahead and put up the slides. We're here to talk about the Perseverance launch, and just wanted to share a little bit of background. Go ahead and go to the next. United Launch Alliance is a joint venture of Lockheed and Boeing. And actually our systems and our heritage systems have flown missions to every planet in the solar system. One of the key things that we've learned from this has been that we partner with these government agencies, NASA and the NASA centers, to try and make each mission execute all of the science that they want to do at the best, with the best outcomes that we can provide them. Why don't we go to the next? So we have actually been flying to Mars for a very long time. This was our 20th mission, all successful, going to Mars. And really, this has been enabled by our partnership with companies like Aerojet Rocketdyne. They have provided the thrust systems, the control systems for every one of these launches. One of the things that we talked about yesterday that Tori brought up was some of the constraints on flying to Mars. And in the lower left of this graphic, you can see where the Earth is in relationship to Mars when we launch and when we arrive. And this is really enabled by doing a Holman transfer, which is the most energy efficient path to get to Mars. By doing that, you end up with the minimum delta V to depart Earth. You basically raise apogee so that it's intersecting with Mars's orbit when the planet gets there. And that gives you the lowest energy insertion into Mars or descent into the Martian atmosphere. For a lot of those missions, you end up having to either do correction burns on the way, and specifically a fairly large burn when you get to Mars in order to stay in orbit, or you're entering the atmosphere with all of that delta V being converted to heat on the aerobraking system. Why don't we go to the next slide? So just wanted to show a little bit of graphics on the hardware that was used to fly Mars 2020 Perseverance. You can see in the upper center, the payload itself, that's the Perseverance vehicle with its heat shield facing up. And you can see around it our payload fairing with the blue acoustic tiles. It ended up needing a 5-meter fairing to be able to fit the width of that payload inside there. And so those tiles are used to control the environment to what the payload needs for the launch environments and mitigating that. You can also see on the left-hand fairing, the payload fairing door that was used to put the Aerojet, the thermal RTG, radioisotope thermal generator, the power source for Perseverance in late in the flow. And of course, you can see the ULA 541 launch vehicle on the right-hand side launching Perseverance. Next. And of course, I should point out the fact that that was our 140th launch, all successful. The other piece of that is our success is really judged by our customers. And so part of what we've gone through is developing systems to try and give them the best insertion accuracy we can. That's really got two contributors to it. One is the shutdown impulse from the RL-10 rocket engine that's on the upper stage. And the other is the navigation system that I've helped develop. The main thing you can see on this chart is within range of what we said we could provide them from a C3 perspective, the energy that we departed with, we were less than 3% of that for the injection accuracy on this mission. What that really translates to is a very low correction delta V that the payload has to then provide on the path to Mars. Another thing that's worth noting is when you're flying to Mars, the launch vehicle, the upper stage, cannot hit the planet because of planetary protection, which means NASA ends up targeting the launch vehicle's flight to be off of planet so that we will fly past Mars and just keep going into deep space. By having a better accuracy on our system, it means that you can actually move that target place closer to the planet, so that then reduces the delta V that the Perseverance has to provide for the planetary atmospheric entry in those wonderful 7 minutes of terror. And I think that pretty much sets the stage. So we're looking forward to having questions and discussing them.
Yeah, and John, I'll go through a little bit of Aerojet Rocketdyne's role in the mission, because we play key roles across the different phases. Obviously, as you outlined a bit during launch, Aerojet Rocketdyne and ULA have been longtime partners across the launch vehicles for the Atlas vehicle and the mission, both Curiosity and Perseverance. You know, we provided the RL-10 upper stage engines to the Centaur vehicle, 4 solid rocket boosters on the core stage, each generating almost 400,000 pounds of thrust. Helium bottles to provide pressurant across Centaur and the core stage, first stage, as well as reaction control engines to help orient Centaur for all those critical burns you talked about. When we move on to the spacecraft itself, our role starts during the initial entry phase. We have what we call the MR-107 thrusters. They're about 70 pounds of thrust each, and they help orient the spacecraft about 10 minutes before touchdown. And then that's when things really get exciting during that descent stage. We have what are called the MR-80 thrusters, and I know those are really exciting names. But 8 of those are the main propulsion for what's called the sky crane. I think most people know that the way Perseverance actually gets down to the surface is that there's a propulsion system that hovers about 25 feet above the ground under the power of these thrusters, and then they lower Perseverance to the bottom. Those thrusters are pretty amazing. They can throttle from about 800 pounds of thrust all the way down to about 1% of that. So they're pretty amazing thrusters. They actually go back all the way to the Viking lander, which was when they were originally developed. So those things, you know, the MR-80s will then, once the Perseverance is down on the surface, they'll cut the cords, and the thrusters will take the the descent stage and make sure it stays far away from the rover itself. I think we saw cool pictures of that on the last mission. And then finally, the Perseverance rover is actually powered by what we call the MMRTG, the multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator, which is quite a mouthful to say. The key aspect there is the multi-mission. It was actually developed to be used both for surface operations, where you have to deal with atmospheric considerations, as well as deep space missions where it operates in a vacuum. And a little bit about the MMRTG, it generates about 110 watts. Primarily that goes to power systems as well as the batteries. It also provides heat to the instrumentation. And the way it works is it's actually a very simple device. It's fueled with plutonium-238, which naturally decays, generating heat. That heat is essentially used in what we call a thermocouple, which converts that heat directly into electricity. So it's a very simple device, very reliable. I think, in fact, coolest RTG application I can think of is the Voyager spacecrafts. Now, I think, almost 50 years out, the RTGs are still powering those spacecraft in deep space. So kind of summary, that's AR's role. We've played a role in every successful Mars mission to date for NASA. We are very proud of our legacy of supporting exploration, and in particular Mars. We're very excited to continue to support that. So with that, I think open to questions.
So I see a couple have come up. I did want to reiterate, I think part of the key to Perseverance's success has been the team relationship that AR and we have. This really is a team sport where it takes a whole community with different skill sets to make this kind of a mission a success. So hats off to AR and to all of the teammates that have helped make this happen.
Yeah, John, that's absolutely true. I mean, as you know, I'm educating myself about all the products that AR brings to the table for these missions. You begin to see how complex these missions are, how many different systems, capabilities, industry partners all have to come together to make this one mission work. It's pretty amazing if you think about it, that 140 million miles away from Earth, all these systems are working in harmony to do these missions.
And I guess we did have the first question from Janet Ivey, who's the president of Explore Mars. Maybe you can have some insights into it. She was asking how much of the Viking architecture went into the designs of Perseverance.
Well, I can speak for Aerojet Rocketdyne's part. Like I mentioned, those critical thrusters, the MR-80s, which actually are what are lowering Perseverance to the surface. Like I mentioned, those were originally developed for the Viking lander for a very similar application. And as you guys know, one of the challenges with propulsion, rocket propulsion, is deep throttling. Engines don't necessarily like to throttle over a very wide range. So, like I said, an engine that can throttle from 100% down to 1% is very unique. And for Perseverance, the thrusters were actually modified quite a bit from the Viking days to make them more reliable. Also, mission unique for the specific Perseverance application. A lot of the thrusters that support with RCS, like the MR-107s I mentioned, they have heritage all the way back to these types of missions as well.
I think also a lot of the experience that we've had with every one of these missions filters into the, iterative and incorporation of innovation and evolution of every one of these systems. In some ways, to me, that's one of the advantages of having Mars first in the whole Mars or Moon to Mars scenario. Is going to the Moon shortens that innovation cycle because you get the feedback within a matter of days instead of 7 to 18 months before you see the outcome of what you've done, either for the delivery of the science or executing it on the planet's surface. I did want to go back. There was one question that came in earlier from Jack. When will we have reusable boosters? And I did want to touch on that a little bit. We are still developing our smart reuse for our Vulcan engines. We're doing that as a public-private partnership with NASA Langley They are developing the HIAD, the hypersonic inflatable aerodynamic decelerator, another mouthful, for slowing payloads with aerobraking at Mars. And so we're flying a smaller 6-meter version of that system on a flight demonstration coming up in another year and a half or so, called Lofted. That's a LEO demonstration of that technology. We would then, for our reuse, grow that to a 12-meter, and for NASA going to Mars and bringing large payloads down to the surface would go to an 18-meter. And so we're kind of working together to mature those technologies that both would be used for reusing our booster engines, as well as delivering more payloads to Mars in the future. So it's kind of, again, a teaming relationship that really helps move technologies forward.
Yeah, and if I could comment on reusable boosters, I mean, it's a topic that we discuss quite often. And you can see the highly accurate SLS model I have in the background there that my son built. You know, when we're looking at the architectures that are going to take us to the moon and Mars in particular, you know, the lift requirements are so large. You know, SLS can lift 40 metric tons to cislunar space. When you start talking about the performance hits that occur with respect to reusability, it starts to become a real challenge. And so that's a key thing, right? Reusability makes sense, we think, for certain applications, but for other applications where performance is really the key, you know, expendable systems still trade very well.
Sure, there's always going to be a penalty for reuse of any kind, right? You've got to have the weight of that reusable the retrieval components, and so you're giving up payload performance. And if you're maxed out or selling every ounce, that's always going to be more valuable than the recovery hardware that you're
right.
flying.
And the reason that's important, we look at the architecture, right? The launch is just a piece of an overall architecture, and like we were just talking about with Perseverance, all these different systems, all these different capabilities have to come together to make the mission. And we've looked at the amount of complexity that has to be added when you take, essentially you end up taking smaller pieces, right? And putting all those pieces together becomes more challenging from an architecture perspective. So again, when we talk launch only makes sense in the context of the architecture, what we're trying to accomplish the mission. And for cislunar activity and for Mars, you know, having as much lift capability as you can get, having a big payload fairing, all that stuff plays better for the overall architecture.
Okay. There was a question on the describing the entry, descent, and landing, range trigger, et cetera. Do you have insights into some of those details?
Only what I read and prepped for this. I know that for Perseverance, they added a terrain relative navigation system. So I think versus the prior mission, they're going to be more aware of, you know, what's below them, and essentially going to be able to be active in terms of moving, so that they don't land on something they don't want to, like large rocks or other things that probably wouldn't be very good for the rover. But
yeah, no, the terrain relative stuff and the whole EDL has been advancing. I'm a tech fellow in guidance, nav, and control, and we frequently have our forums get together and talk about the EDL systems. And especially that the TRN stuff has been a hot topic with a lot of energy across the whole of NASA to mature that and bring it to market so that they can both have it for this kind of mission, but then have it available for any of the future commercial missions going to Mars or the moon.
Right. Hey, John, it looks like there's an interesting question on the sample return campaign. I think it's important, you know, one of the things that Perseverance is going to do here is caching samples for a potential sample return mission. And so that's kind of the next step from Aerojet Rocketdyne's perspective. That's key because a lot of that is enabled by propulsion. You're going to have to basically set a rocket down on the surface, collect the samples, and then that rocket is going to have to get all the way back to Earth with the samples. So that's going to be a very challenging mission to mount. So really excited to see in the planning phase going on with that, and from our perspective, how propulsion is going to help solve that challenge.
It'll be exciting. We did get a question about what brought us to building rockets, propulsion, and wanting to advance space exploration. I will freely admit I'm a Star Trek baby from the old days. And I've been doing rockets in Denver since 1986. To me, it's really cool to be able to actually develop and mount a mission in a matter of 1 or 2 years. And a lot of my counterparts on the satellite side will spend their whole career basically pursuing one mission.
Yep. I guess from my perspective, I'm a slightly different vintage, but my grandfather actually gave me a copy of Carl Sagan's Cosmos, and I don't know how many times I read through that as a kid, and that's partly what sparked my interest in this field and in engineering. So it goes way back, and I guess I'm actually a Star Trek: The Next Generation fan. That's kind of where I grew up.
Yeah, I'm actually a fan of The Expanse these days.
Oh, that's a good one for sure.
To me, the future in cislunar space is just incredibly bright. There's so many opportunities, both commercially and for science and for humanity in general. And so thinking about what that architecture, as you were saying, really needs to be to enable that future is kind of the fun part of this job that I have.
Right. Absolutely. Plus, I just kind of have an engineering brain. I guess my wife always makes fun of me for looking at things through the engineering lens. She's in the creative arts, so we have a very diverse viewpoint on the world.
That's awesome. That kind of gives you that good balance.
Well, and that's the other thing you see is just how diverse the skill sets you need. We always think of space exploration as being science and engineering driven, but it takes absolutely every skill set to get this done, from the political aspects, the communication aspects.
Mm-hmm.
I think Victoria actually, answered a question about why ULA sponsors Humans to Mars, and it was that outreach, right? Everything we do is backed by the public, and at the same time, what we do inspires the public. So there's a really important feedback that we need to be out there and communicate what we're doing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I feel really energized by the public outreach that I get to do and all the conversations I have, both with public, with school students, with college graduates, and just sharing that vision for the future. Let's see if there was one last question or not. And I don't think I said vaccine architecture, so I'm not sure what I said now on one of the questions there.
Oh, there's one.
That's a good question.
I will take that one. One of the most interesting things going on right now is in the area of nuclear thermal propulsion.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually kind of a resurgence in the interest in nuclear thermal propulsion. It's an area that Aerojet Rocketdyne has participated in, since the beginning through the early 70s and work that was done there to today. So we are working both with NASA Marshall as well as DARPA on several programs to advance nuclear thermal propulsion. And actually, right now it's in the trade space for the human portion of the Mars architectures, how we would get the humans to Mars as quickly as possible. And so we're looking at an engine that would be about the equivalent of an RL-10 in thrust, about 25,000 pounds of thrust, fueled by hydrogen, offers essentially twice the miles per gallon of a very high performance liquid hydrogen engine. So that's one of the very exciting things that I think will be needed for actually mounting a Mars campaign.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun. We're also supporting some of those efforts from a ride perspective. And so it's kind of like the roles get reversed occasionally, where we're, you know, in the passenger seat, as it were, in this development and looking for how can we help move the technology forward.
Right. Working with ULA, I mean, one of the key technologies we need for nuclear thermal rockets, since they are hydrogen fueled, is the ability to store hydrogen for very long periods of time. And that's where I think ULA is one of the leaders in cryo fluid management.
Yeah, that's kind of our forte with having Centaur upper stages with hydrogen and oxygen in liquid form for long periods of time.
Yeah, I kind of think of a nuclear thermal propulsion stage as basically a Centaur where you just pull off the oxygen tank.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're about out of time here. So I would like to thank everyone for their questions and look forward to future opportunities to engage with you all.
Yeah, ditto. It's always fun to be on these panels and be able to talk about what we do.
You kind of lose sight of it a little bit. Over the years, it becomes like your non-living child. So you really want to see it do well and perform the best that it can. It reminds you that, hey, everything that you're touching, all this hard work that you're putting in the long hours, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. We're sending hardware that we built on Earth to another planet to go and do science.
And good evening, everyone. Hopefully, or good morning, I guess I should say. Good to see everybody. Hopefully, everybody can hear me okay. Good to see you all. We've got a big, huge day. And you know what? We're going to start out with our first guest of the afternoon, Kevin O'Rangers from Space Foundation Discovery Center. Kevin, how are you doing this morning? It's kind of early for us. So how's things over there? Interesting. You are still muted. I thought it was me for a minute.
I apologize, Ron. That's on me. So
you're trying to a couple minutes early anyway, so it's okay.
Yeah, listen, we should all be doing this, the unmute mute thing fairly easily, but of course, some issues this morning. So once again, good morning to everyone. Good afternoon and good evening for those of you that are watching, again, our international folks. And Ron, to answer your question, we had a little bit of snow covering here in Colorado Springs at the Space Foundation Discovery Center headquarters here overnight. So unfortunately, we're on a delayed opening for today's programming. Again, we're excited to get started here beginning at 12 noon Mountain Standard Time with the opening of the Space Foundation Discovery Center.
Well, I mean, it's a big week. There's been a lot going on. I believe started the week a little bit earlier with an event at the Garden of the Gods, which is a new friendship relationship. So tell us a little bit about that and what people got to see on Tuesday.
Sure. So again, as you mentioned, we have a fantastic partnership that is the Discovery Center here in Colorado Springs. Our neighbors, literally just around the corner from us, is the Garden of the Gods Visitor and Nature Center. Again, the folks there have the pleasure of having Garden of the Gods Park, if you will, in their backyard. So we're very, very fortunate and pleased to be partnering with all of the fantastic educators and scientists at the Garden of the Gods Visitor and Nature Center. And with that, this past Tuesday, to celebrate a Marsapalooza week, if you will, of programming here at the Discovery Center. We did a partner program at the Visitor and Nature Center with the folks from Garden of the Gods. We actually brought our Sphero rovers, which are our Mars Robotics laboratory rovers, over to Visitor and Nature Center to do some programming with their guests. And in turn, we're super excited to have the Garden of the Gods folks, their resident geologist, Jen Haney, here on Saturday here at the Space Foundation Discovery Center, doing a deep dive, if you will, into the geology of Mars. And for those of you that have either have not been to Garden of the Gods here in Colorado Springs or potentially will be coming as a tourist, it is the closest thing, if you will, to the geology of Mars. It is a beautiful outcropping of rocks here in Colorado Springs, and an amazing attraction for us here locally.
Well, I mean, it's if you've never been, you have to go. It's quite literally, it brings people from all over the world here, not just
absolutely.
Yeah, like I was in Nepal and I was with somebody, and she was like, "Oh, a British lady," and she's like, "Oh, I went to go climb Pikes Peak." Like it's beautiful here. Garden of the Gods is another thing that brings people from all over the country. So we love that we get to start that partnership with them. And of course, we've got stuff all throughout the week. We've got this today. So how about anything else that's happening? We got anything on Saturday? What's there?
Absolutely. So just to repeat for today, we're really fortunate to actually be open to the general public beginning at 12 noon. We'll be doing simulcasting, awaiting the landing of Perseverance on Mars today. So we're celebrating, hopefully celebrating that arrival on Mars, and I'm sure it'll be a successful one. So our visitors will be able to come in today to do all kinds of programming with us. One of the things we're very fortunate to have is a Mars Robotics laboratory that gives all of our visitors an opportunity to have a Mars robotics experience where you can drive a rover on a simulated surface of Mars. So we'll be doing that throughout the day. And then again, sort of, if you will, wrapping up our Marsapalooza week this Saturday, we will be doing programming all day, beginning with our partnership with the folks from Garden of the Gods Visitor and Nature Center. We'll be doing a discussion about the geology of Mars. We will be building and testing landers, and you'll be able to essentially drive those in our Mars Robotics lab. We'll be doing kind of an exploration, if you will, of the surface of Mars with our huge Mars map, allowing folks to explore where both Curiosity and Perseverance are landing and where a lot of the missions have occurred and are occurring. Again, we'll be doing presentations with our fantastic volunteer corps. A lot of the Space Foundation Discovery Center volunteers come from within the space industry. So several of those are trained on our Science on a Sphere, which is our huge presentation. It's a 6-foot sphere that gives us an opportunity to do projections where we can tour the solar system, but we'll be concentrating extremely heavily, if you will, on Mars on Saturday. And then again, our Mars Robotics Lab will be open for the general public to really have some fun in driving those rovers and doing a mission on the surface of Mars. So we're delighted to be, if you will, Mars-centric here at the Space Foundation Discovery Center, and we're looking forward to an opportunity of once again opening our doors safely to the general public, and do so in a way that still provides that social distancing, but at the same time, some incredible fun for families and guests.
And that's a great point. A lot of people don't know that we are back up, and we have been back up. And so just a quick breakdown for hours, all that fun stuff. How's that going? When can people come in and visit? When are we closed? Anything like that? Because we were gonna have a star party tonight. We had to cancel because of snow and so that's unfortunate. But unfortunately.
So typically our hours run for winter, which generally runs from January 1st through the end of March. We are Tuesday through Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. This week, and particularly today, because of the snow, we are on a delayed opening. So for folks coming today to the Space Foundation Discovery Center, our doors open at 12. We close at 4. Again, unfortunately, due to the snow and some potential overcast, that's going to make seeing very, very difficult. We've canceled our first of the year in-person virtual family, our in-person family star party. We typically have been doing those virtually, but we look forward to the opportunity of returning in person. And then again, throughout the rest of this week, tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And of course, Saturday's our big day. And again, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. to the general public.
Excellent stuff, man. I mean, we're already getting good mornings from all over the world. We've got people that are chiming in from Germany, from the Netherlands. Let's see. We got Dr. Proctor, who's going to be on a little bit later. She's doing fantastic. I don't know why Nick's got his hand up, but Nick's got his hand up. So hi, how's it going, Nick? So we're always happy to see smiling faces and people jumping in. Well, I mean, there's a lot going on with the Discovery Center overall. It's not just Mars stuff. There's been the virtual home study program that's been really popular. Let's talk about that. I also want to talk about the birthdays. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't expected. The virtual birthday parties were like, we should do virtual birthday parties. And now there's like 8 a week. It's just like, Saturdays are really, it's crazy. So let's talk about some of the virtual offerings that are available. Yeah,
absolutely, Ron. It's been fantastic to be able to do programming, again, not just in person with being able to open back up to the public, but also our virtual offerings. And again, as you mentioned, home study is one of those opportunities where we do both an in-person home study program here at the Space Foundation Discovery Center, as well as virtual opportunities. So people across Colorado, of course, across the United States and globally have the opportunity to participate in our space-derived and STEM-inspired programming, educational programming. Again, as you mentioned, something that has been a real delight for us is the ability to actually offer virtual birthday parties. So for folks that, again, we haven't been able to do any kind of in-person events or events programming, we've gone to the virtual space. So we've done birthday parties for kids literally across the country, but also across the world. Recently, we did one with a family in India. So it was a real delight for us to be able to spotlight our Science on a Sphere, which is a component, if you will, of our virtual birthday parties, as well as our space education specialists doing classroom-based programming as an activity as part of our virtual birthday party offering. So we're delighted to be able to do those. We will continue to do those, again, both in person, but also virtually. And last but not least is our educational programming. The Space Foundation, of course, it has been the leader in space inspired and space-derived STEM programming, essentially lifelong learning that we do, pre-K programs, middle school programs, of course, elementary, and our high school-based program, which we're extremely proud of, which is called our Junior Space Entrepreneurial Program, and it's very Mars specific. It affords high school classes and cohorts of high school students an opportunity to essentially get themselves to Mars, get themselves back from Mars, and in that journey of going to and traveling back from, they may create a particular component, say of a rover or of their rocket, or they might come up with a space-inspired business. And the opportunity for our JSEP program, as we call it, is to give those students an opportunity to see the wide array of the myriad of opportunities, if you will, within the space industry. So not all of us are going to be, essentially astronauts or build those rockets. We need all kinds of specialists within the industry, whether that's on the business and entrepreneurial side, or whether that's just welders, technicians, coders, and programmers. So we here at the Space Foundation, and particularly at the Space Foundation Discovery Center, are really looking at the future of what space is for us, and the importance of offering all of our students an opportunity to see themselves reflected potentially in a STEM career, and potentially in a STEM career that's within the space industry. So we're extremely proud of our lifelong learning programs. And then lastly, our programming that supports our educators, which begins with our teacher liaison program, which has now grown in size to about 300 Space Foundation teacher liaisons from literally across the globe, where we provide professional development opportunities, trainings, etc. So we're extremely proud of the work that we're doing, and we're just scratching the surface.
Kevin, I mean, there really is so much going on constantly all the time. We're always adding new things. Anything in particular that's jumping out at you want to share with people? Like Audience with an Astronaut just happened. There's always more of those. We're always getting the virtual cities, the space in the communities. Want to let everybody know a little bit about those programs, because I mean, you go through the website, it's going to take you some time. There's so many, there's so many offerings. So yeah, we've always got a lot going on.
Yeah, we really do. And again, we have the fortunate pleasure of being able to not just serve our Colorado Springs community here with the Space Foundation Discovery Center, but also as part of the Space Foundation Center for Innovation and Education, being able to provide both on-site and virtual opportunities, lifelong learning, and workforce development opportunities internationally. So again, super proud of it. And then, hey, it's just an incredible day. It's a credible day for all of us, again, internationally. Here in the United States, it's yet another opportunity to explore our neighbor planet, an opportunity to learn more, to do more. So it's a significantly cool day in space. And we're delighted as the Space Foundation Discovery Center and the Space Foundation, of course, to be a part of this day in history.
Well, and this isn't the first, space museum you worked at, or science museum that had a big space part to it. You worked at the American Museum of Natural History, which it was super cool. Like I'm definitely jealous of that. So that's kind of what you start with the mobile museum, and now you're running one of the coolest space space centers and interactive museums in the country, man. So it's got to be an exciting day. This is the first time that you've been the lead of a space museum with a big landing too, isn't it? Yeah.
This is the first time. Again, I have had some incredible opportunities in my career. Again, as you mentioned, beginning at the American Museum of Natural History and the Hayden Planetarium, with being a part of some of the history making, both launches and explorations, if you will. So I've been a part of that. But listen, being able to lead the Space Foundation Discovery Center on a day like today really makes my job super special. And of course, to see the faces of all of our visitors, again, whether it's virtually or whether it's here in person, to see the delight on their faces, and also an opportunity for some of our young kids, and particularly our young families that come through the doors, when they don a spacesuit or they drive the rover on the surface of Mars. We're potentially looking at our future. One of those kids could be one of the first astronauts that essentially land on the moon, or better yet, could be part of all of the myriad of opportunities, from technicians to scientists to specialists, that lead to that next human exploration, if you will, to Mars. So look, what better can you ask for than to have a job in space?
I got to pick on my boss a little bit. He just said maybe they'll be the first people on the moon. That already happened.
Did I say moon? Mars. Yeah. Sorry.
A bunch of times. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There was a group of them. So it's like, I know you. I figured you probably meant Mars, but
I meant Mars.
Before somebody's like, oh my God, it's like the dailysun.co.uk is be like, the head of the Space Foundation Discovery Center doesn't think we ever landed on the moon. Listen to
we did. But yeah, of course. Yeah, I apologize. Again, getting my my passion out here is having one of those students be one of the first that actually land on the surface of Mars, or be a part of that mission. So yeah, we've been to the moon, Ron.
We've definitely been to the moon. So it's been so great to have you on this morning, Kevin. It has been a crazy, so many months, year and a half now. I don't even know what we're at. It's been a full year, since all this craziness really happened. So it's exciting to talk with you and see us start moving back in the right direction. And we're actually going to show the quick commercial that we put together for Rocky Mountain PBS for a Christmas concert showing. And before we go over and bring on Chris and Janet and Beth and talk to some more folks today. So Kevin, thank you for coming on. Come and visit us. We're going to show you why you should. In 20 seconds, you're going to be sold, I promise. And if you're not sold, then whatever. This was a lot of my heart went into this PBS commercial. So I hope you love it. Here we go.
The Space Foundation Discovery Center, where engaging interactive exhibits tell the story of space and its importance to everyday life, all in a safe, clean, and fun environment. Make new discoveries together at the Space Foundation Discovery Center, Colorado Springs.
The only thing is I want to reshoot that commercial because my belly's gone now. So now that health issues are over, just want to get that scene out there, just want to replace it. So Kevin, again, thank you so much for coming on. We're so glad to talk with you today, and good luck with everything. And I will definitely be stopping by on Saturday to see everybody.
Please do. And please bring that rig behind you there for our next our next in-person star party.
I was going to bring it tonight. It is so heavy. It weighs like 100 pounds. So I'm going to be leaving it probably in the car.
Well, listen, get it here. And again, if for those of you that are local to us and really want to take a look at the night sky, please look forward to our rescheduled in-person family star parties. And again, Ron, get that OPT telescope here to the Discovery Center.
I definitely will, brother. I definitely will. All right, brother. We'll see you soon.
You got it. Have a good morning.
Absolutely. And so next up, we're just going to keep things rolling right along with some of the best experts in the business. So first, we're going to bring in, he's kind of a big deal around here. He's been in the news all morning. Our the man, the myth, the legend, the CEO of Explore Mars, Chris Carberry, and our boss lady, the president, Janet Ivey. And one of our really good friends is going to be in and out of the stream all day. And we're also going to take some time to talk to her to kind of see her thoughts on everything. Beth Mund from Casual Space. So we got a wonderful group just to start our morning here a little bit. Ladies, gentlemen, how are you doing? It's the big day.
I know, I'm stoked, very exciting. But I heard a rumor, Ron. I don't know where. I heard that the director of the Space Foundation Discovery Center doesn't believe we landed on the moon.
see, it's already out there. It's already everybody. I just say, you believe in the moon? We're so happy to have everybody on. So Chris, I want to go to you first. How are you feeling this morning? You've seen more than a few of these. We've got Jack Attack. Jack is hopefully the one thing you normally have in your hand, you don't have in your hand at 10:15 in the morning. So since this isn't our normal evening event, but we're glad to see you. We see Artemis is out there, Sai is out there joining us this morning. So Chris, how you feeling about today?
I'm very optimistic. Obviously, I think we're all a bit nervous. This is very nerve-wracking. You know, even though we've done this before, when Curiosity landed in 2012 with the same basic descent hardware was successful. We've made improvement, but you know, it's a long way away. A lot of things can go wrong, but I'm very optimistic. I think this is going to be a good day. And we certainly have a spectacular lineup today. So well done, everybody, putting this great program together.
Agreed completely. Sorry, one of our speakers was reaching out to me saying hi. So yes, it's going to be a great day. Janet, I know that you're excited. You've been excited for a long time. You were excited about the fact that some really bright children were able to name the Perseverance and the Perseverance rover, the Ingenuity helicopter. You've been doing stuff nonstop for a year now to promote this. So I know you've got to be excited. So tell us how you're feeling about it.
Oh, you know what? It's a tremendous opportunity for STEM. And hello to all of my Janet's Planet Astronaut Academy. I know Metro Nashville schools are watching today, Canton County in Ohio, and several other places across the country and world. So welcome this morning. So if you're going, wow, it's a few hours until we get to, confirmation that all is nominal and everything is fantastic. If you want to go to, and we'll post this link for you, you can actually print off a template and make your own rover view glasses. That's right. You can have your own super cam right there. There's even a template that you can make your own helicopter. So there are, if you're home and if you're like most of us across the country that is somehow socked in with snow and awaiting the landing of Perseverance, please go to NASA Next Gen STEM and click on their Countdown to Mars toolkit. There are numerous activities that you can do. And in a little while, we'll show you a couple of videos from my students and why they are excited. But you know what I'm excited about and wish that I could reach through the screen is Beth Mund. Looks like she got up early with Krispy Kreme and got those Mars donuts.
Where are the donuts?
Like, yeah, if I could get out of my driveway, I would have gone to Krispy Kreme. But Krispy Kreme's celebrating Mars today with Mars donuts. Are they good, Beth?
So good. Hi, Janet. Hi, Ron. I got one here for you. Come on down. Up. Come on up to Chicago.
Okay, you're in Chicago. Wow, I can't believe you even got out in the snow to get in. Did they deliver them to you, or did you have to go get them?
No, I put the kids in the car, woke them up early. They know that today is Mars landing day. Thanks to Janet and all the people that help us understand what's happening today on a wonderful scale that we can all embrace and we all understand. It's so great. It's so good to see you guys. And when we got to the Krispy Kreme facility, because unless you go there, you can't. Sometimes they deliver the donuts, but we made a special trip. They had never been inside. And when they saw the assembly line of donuts coming out, they were like, oh my God, this is like the best day ever. And they have that asynchronous school day. So they are in heaven. They are like, Mars rover landing is the best day in the world. So yeah, they're good. Here, let me show you one up close. They are like red, and they've got some chunky chocolate.
Oh,
Just wait, hold on. I just love it. And so Aaron's backstage, and all I saw, do that head nod again. There, Aaron's like, yeah.
What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up?
He's like, I see donuts, and I felt bad, man. I didn't want to just leave you back there with that head nod. I'm like, you know what? I want to make that into a GIF. I'm going to steal that, and I'm going to make it, and I'm going to put that, and I'm going to do like a my man GIF. And anytime you say something funny, I'm just going to have you shaking your own head, being like, my man.
You know what? I approve of that. That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Well, Aaron, we're going to bring you back in here in just a few minutes. So if people don't know who Aaron Shepard is, Aaron is a roboticist. He's doing amazing stuff. So we're going to talk to him in just a little while about all the awesome stuff he does. So we'll see you in just a few minutes, sir. But that head nod was too good to ignore. So we're just going to talk a little bit. Chris, Janet, Beth, feel free to, everybody can jump in on your favorite details of what we're seeing today. Obviously, going to land. There's the 7 minutes terror. Not a whole lot of people are big fans of that, but what's your favorite thing? What are you most excited about today, or even about the mission itself? Chris, we'll go to you first.
Well, yeah. Why don't we start with the mission itself? I mean, it's so hard to choose from. This mission has so many cool things but the most important thing is how much relevance there is with this mission to getting people to the surface of Mars. You know, they're testing out the first helicopter on Mars, Ingenuity, and that'll have a direct relation as we're sending humans to Mars. Think how useful it will be if they can use drone technology to go down cliff sides or go in lava tubes before we send astronauts in there. And of course, the MOXIE experiment, trying to figure out if we can live off the land, creating oxygen from the CO2 atmosphere. So very exciting, but perhaps one of the most epic questions in human history. Was there life on Mars? Is there life on Mars? And so if we can discover that would be quite a remarkable, one of the big discoveries in human history. So sorry to name everything, and I didn't name everything actually, but this really is an exciting mission. But, as for today, it's all exciting, but, the moment it gets down to that point when the retro rockets fire and they're able to start lowering it down, and usually, even though we're about 11 minutes behind, we'll be hearing NASA, we'll be hearing JPL about 11 minutes after when it actually happened, of course, because it takes 11 minutes for the transmission to reach us at the speed of light. So, but we still will get these updates, that, with the heat shield, going away, the parachutes deploying, the heat shield falling away. And hopefully we'll hear those updates all along the way. And then we should get a message that, you know, the rockets are firing. And then hopefully shortly thereafter, we'll get the first images.
Very, very exciting indeed. Janet's Planet, let us know.
You know,
wait, hold on a second. I love your tagline though. Janet, what are we doing? What's your phrase? What's your catchphrase?
We're traveling at the speed of thought.
That's right, we are.
It's you know what? It's like, I have to say, all of the instruments are amazing. And once you hear, you know, from every science team that has that particular instrument, that sort of becomes your favorite. I got to interview principal investigator of Moxie last week. And I got to tell you, that went for a long time. The possibility of taking that 96% of, Martian atmosphere that's carbon dioxide and turning that CO2 into breathable oxygen and, liquid oxygen for propulsion. That really is one of those big game-changing experiments. And I personally cannot wait to see the team with Mimi Ong launch Ingenuity on another planet. It's like there's something just crazy great about this Wright brothers moment that's going to happen when we fly another an aircraft on Mars. I mean, on any other celestial body for the first time. So those two are my favorites. But if you guys would allow me, I would love to share what one of my students' favorite instruments happens to be. So Ron, thank you for sharing that. And I'm going to just bring this up real quick. His name is Ander.
Yeah.
He's fantastic. And guys, I wish so often you guys could know all of my sweetheart kids because they're just so amazing. Let me make sure the audio is up and good. All right. So again, you guys see that. And then
I'm ready to go.
All right.
I'm excited for Perseverance to land on Mars because it will give us the opportunity to test out things that we take for granted on Earth, like transportation and flight. Seeing Ingenuity fly on Mars will make me excited about the possibilities of colonization on Mars. The instrument I'm most interested in is a camera on the Perseverance rover called Mastercam Z. Mastercam Z is a camera that will allow us to see images of Mars like what we would see if we wore 3D glasses at the movies.
And again, it's like, I can't help but just love that, right? So the kids are excited. Yeah. They've picked an instrument. Moxie and Ingenuity are a few of my favorites. But again, just getting Percy there safely today is my biggest hope for today.
Oh, that's seriously, I think that's where we all are. In Artemis, President Emeritus, I think I said that right. I've only ever said it aloud twice. Says, "Let us send positive thoughts to Perseverance for landing with enough of us concentrating. She should be doing well." And I love how. So this is one of the things that I do love is that the majority of us are in no way, shape, or form superstitious ever. But when it comes to landing day, listen, man, I don't care. You can give me beads. You can give me whatever you want. I will rub them. I will eat the chicken wing. The popcorn, the peanuts. What are we doing?
The peanuts. Yeah, everyone should have their jar of peanuts out. Right?
Peanuts, okay, so. I'm knocking on wood.
Yeah, for real. Like I don't even have any wood around me now. You made me feel something worried, Chris. Thanks. So, Beth, I want to go to you. What are you most excited about today, other than, of course, the donuts?
I haven't even had one yet because I had one in the car and it was a different flavor and I'm already on my sugar high, right? But I want that little boy. Can he work at NASA? Because he is perfectly positioned to talk about the Mars rover and the camera. I see him being a little engineer one day soon. And, that's something that I love talking about. And Janet certainly knows she gets to have the blessing of experiencing this and bringing it out of those kids every day. Janet, I'm so excited that we're going to be able to share. The kids get to share this with you. And, so many kids are in school when it's going to happen and land. And they were asking me too. They were like, what time is it? And they're like, oh, man. But the message that I think is going to go way beyond today's landing is that there were not only kids that were part of this mission, right, in the naming, but there are kids today that are going to be the engineers of tomorrow and the geologists that will get those Mars samples in their lab. And they're going to be the artists. So today, when we're talking about what we're going to see, a lot of the reason why we together are talking about today is because there were artists that are doing those renderings, and they are making those animations available for us so we can imagine in a very real way, right, what it's going to look like. And so just a shout out to all the people who have a creative mind and a scientific mind, and the artists and the poets and the people who are thinking about Mars long before we put a mission like this together. So this is ongoing. And I think today, for all of those folks, again, the poets, the musicians, the artists, and all the other folks in the world that are excited about today, but perhaps maybe not necessarily in fields that are the hard science fields, they are rejoicing as well, and they see their future in the arts on the planet Mars today just as much. I'm so happy for them. I'm excited for them as well, because I think when we talk about, habitats and structures and designs and the way we are going to live on Mars, once we get samples returned and we get those baby steps and we start with the rovers going first and then the machines and then the builds, when we go, all of those things have been thought by some of the most creative people on Earth. So I'm looking forward to that today, and I can't wait. And all my friends and folks and colleagues who are in those fields, as well as the STEM and STEAM, that's what it's all about. So congratulations, you guys, and your vision for the future of tomorrow. It's all coming to fruition today. So thanks again for having me. I wish I could send you guys these donuts, because just smelling the sugar is getting me high. Oh my word.
Between that and the coffee, you're just good to go, right? So
to Beth's point, sorry, Ron, I didn't mean to interrupt, but to Beth's point about the poets and artists and everything, Harley Thronson, who is a longtime friend, colleague, writer, and friend extraordinaire of Explore Mars, he sent us this very prescient poem written by Yoko Ono. Today is actually her birthday. She was born February 18th, 1930. So happy birthday, Yoko. But this is what she wrote. Spring passes and one remembers one's innocence. Summer passes and one remembers one's exuberance. Autumn passes and one remembers one's reverence. Winter passes and one remembers one's perseverance.
Wow.
Thank you, Harley, for sharing
Janet with a
that
mic
with
drop
us this morning.
I know.
I love how Janet was
we could just
like,
close out the show right now. That was just perfect.
So anyway, I was going to wrap everything up for today. No, but honestly, it's a lovely sentiment as we in the beginning of what is going to be a beautiful, wonderful day. We are just hours away from such a huge event. So we're going to bring in our next guest. Our next guest, again, Aaron Shepard, roboticist. And you are the CEO of what, and what do you do as the CEO, Aaron? Let us know.
I'm a roboticist. I'm the CEO of Cogito, and we create mind-controlled technology. So I create things that you can move with your mind, everything from robots to drones to lights to video games. And we're using this technology to help fight ADD, ADHD, and to address mental health.
I'll take 12.
You'll take 12? Okay. Yeah. Look, man, we'll talk afterwards, because I can make you 12. That's not a problem.
He's like, I won't make you 12, Ron. I got you. Aaron, you do awesome stuff. So I do actually have to talk about this because we talked about it before, because he went all Magneto. And that was I'm trying to think if we got the video. I'll try and see if I can find it on Instagram while you're talking. And in the video, it's just like he's got the thing on his head, and he puts his hand towards it, and it magnetizes, and it pops up into his hand, and he's just like, the look on his face, the look of satisfaction on your face was just, you were just like, yeah, I did that. So I mean, it's fascinating what you do. So tell us a little bit about your background. How did you get to here? Because this is not what you thought. This wasn't what you were planning on doing. You were sitting somewhere doing something else when you were like, I can't do this. I want to do a thing. So tell everybody, because I don't want to steal your story.
Yes, and like it ties into today so much. So in 2014, 2015, I can't even remember, when the European Space Agency was landing on the comet, I was watching all of the live streams, all the conferences, all the animations from that. And I was actually sitting in my class in med school. So I was going to be a doctor, specifically a surgeon. And I saw that and I was like, oh my gosh, there are people landing robots on rocks in outer space. Like, that is what I want to do with my life. Like, forget saving people. I want to put robots into space. So, and so days like today are important because you don't know who is being inspired right now. Like that moment, 5-6 years ago, whatever it was, because I'm terrible at math right now, that inspired me to change careers. It got me involved in science communication. It got me involved in the space field. Because of that moment, I was inspired to pursue career opportunities with NASA. I've worked with NASA for the last 3 summers. I'm probably going back this summer. So so many things happen when you have events like this. And so that's why it's important to share these moments, share this story, like show all of the graphics and the conversations and highlight the people that are working on this, because you don't know who's watching and you don't know what will be and what you will inspire by showing these moments in space exploration.
Absolutely. Beth, I know that you probably got, I see you grinning over there in the bottom. She's got the microphone like, I'm ready.
I'm so excited to ask Aaron so many questions. Okay, this is totally off topic and yet totally related to Aaron's field. There was recently a Super Bowl ad. Have you seen it, Aaron? Where I think it was Coors put people to sleep with thoughts of Coors and the cool mountain, crisp, delightful waters. And when they would sleep, they would literally dream of beer and they would wake up and it would be front of mind. Is that what we're looking for in the future? And if so, have you seen this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about because I heard about it. People have been like messaging me about it all week. I didn't see it because this Super Bowl was like not entertaining to watch. And so I stopped paying attention. But yes, I mean, honestly, that is what we're looking for. There is this.
Sorry to interrupt, Aaron, but that's why you go to YouTube the next morning and it's all on a playlist. Just throwing it out there. And most of them were in a playlist before it.
This is true. But yes, that's honestly, there is this age-old notion of the mind, like the mind leads the body. So whatever the mind thinks, like what you think becomes reality. And we're getting closer and closer to that point. I mean, you look at Neuralink, you look at what was talked about in that Coors ad, you look at the work that my company does, it's only a matter of time before we are all telepathic, telekinetic superheroes, and we're doing amazing things just by thinking alone.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That is so incredible.
It really is. Chris?
Yeah, now this is fascinating. Now, I can think of a lot of different applications to sending humans to Mars, but from your perspective, what do you think are the most critical uses of this technology when we send humans to Mars, or when we're actually living there long term?
So besides you could get really deep into certain things. Like you could go all Avatar, where you could have a robotic explorer and then you can have that explorer respond to the controller's thoughts. But from a more pragmatic standpoint, if you're sitting around your habitat at Mars, it's boring. You're stuck inside the place for 6 months to a year at a time. On top of that, you've been in a spaceship for another year. This could be a great form of entertainment. It's a great way to keep your mind sharp. You can create all these games where it's responding to how you think. It's just a great way to keep you entertained, sharp, and ready for the next part of the mission. So I think there are tons of applications ranging from controlling external devices to keeping yourself entertained while you're sitting on Mars. So that way you don't end up like Matt Damon did and just sitting there bored all the time.
Yeah.
Matt Damon. That's
they did that in Ad Astra in that movie. I know whenever
Brad Astra is just so. Why do they? There's so many movies where they have one single person is going to go to Mars. One single person is going to float all the way out to Saturn, and then when he gets there, like spoiler alerts. Pause, like the audio if you've not seen the movie. I'll give you a second.
One of the things, you're right.
It's just like, what took so long?
He would do. Well, they would often take him in between his mission responsibilities and put him in these like soulless rooms where he could have the nature scenes and the water sounds.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so important as human beings that we have those experiences.
Yes.
And as a person who is an analog astronaut who just spent a mere couple of weeks with my Sensoria crew on a Mars mission on the Hawaii mountain, I can tell you that this kind kind of technology is a great mind booster, morale booster. I can tell you how much we miss the outside smells, the outside fresh air, seeing the sun, having the wind on our face. And so if there's any way, even if we can get close to simulating that or believing that we had that in our restful sleep or in our mind to calm our mind so that we can focus on what mission activities need to happen, I can see the mental benefits of having this balance. I'm so excited about your technology, Erin. I can't wait to hear more. And someone who makes the big choice, I just want to applaud you for your bravery, because there was this moment in your life where you were like, I have a path and I know I can do it and I'm studying to do it. And I'm going to totally take a turn and I'm going to help in a place that, is going to need my future forward thinking. And there really is no guarantee, right? When you took this gamble, like, this is not being done before. I'm going to go check it out, right? And here you
the
are.
medical field, or I'm going to build mind robots. And mind robots, it turned out, good bet. Who knew?
And it's great now because I'm 5 years removed from it and I'm seeing everything play out. But you are absolutely right. That was the hardest decision for me to make. I was giving up everything that I knew. I was giving up a clear path to stability. But you know what? That is what space exploration is ultimately about. You are leaving what you know to explore the unknown. And in that exploration, you're going to inspire, you're going to create technology that will benefit the rest of the world, and you're going to help humanity understand its bigger place in the universe. So yes, like I totally, at this moment, I'm definitely appreciative of it. Now I'm still working through school, and earlier today, I'm like, oh my gosh, this sucks. Why am I still in school? But then when moments like these happen, I know, like, yes, this is right, because ultimately space exploration calls for people like us, people who are forward thinking, people who are willing to take risk, and people who are looking to inspire.
And you know what? That is something that I believe you do so beautifully. And working with kids every day, my friend, it's like when they see all of these great forward-thinking things, they begin to see themselves there. So you not only trailblazed a fantastic path for yourself, born out of that grand adventure and promise, or the promise of the grand adventure of exploration, but you're also inspiring a lot of kids out there. I mean, Beth said earlier, it's like, I do have the privilege and the blessing of working with some really great minds. And it doesn't matter whether they are 7 or 10 or 12 or 14 or anywhere else in the world. The future looks really bright, everybody. And in fact, if you guys wouldn't mind me playing one of these videos, I think, Erin, you're going to love this next little kiddo that I'm going to play. He's telling us what he's excited for today about Mars. And it's like, maybe sometime, it's like I might have to put you guys in touch with one another, because I will tell you, this kiddo is going to Mars. I promise. This is my good friend, Christopher.
Christopher's awesome. So yeah. I gotta just share some love real quick. Christopher and his mom reached out to me when I was sick to check on me and see how I was doing. It's like, we heard about what was going on. We wanted to check in with you. We wanted to say hi. We wanted to let you know you were thinking about you. Christopher is ready for the future, man. He is awesome. He has better social media than 85% of social media influencers. I'm serious. Like, he's got they got the emotion. I even reached out to him once. I'm like, listen, little dude, you're awesome, but is this you? He's like, my mom helps me, but it's mostly me. I'm like, you are going places. You're like the next Alyssa Carson or Astronaut Abby. He's awesome. He's so awesome.
He's awesome. It was his birthday the other day. His mom surprised
happy birthday, man.
With a first flight. So that's been exciting too. It's like we've been trying to connect a lot of our students with their first flight lesson and aviation lesson, whether that's through Civil Air Patrol or EAA. But yeah, take a look at Christopher. This is pretty amazing.
Hi, Christopher here. The landing of Perseverance marks a brand new chapter for exploration, as we will gain new and exciting knowledge about the planet Mars. Getting Perseverance to the Martian surface alone is an engineering marvel, a combination of both excellence and engineering. I am extremely excited about Moxie and can't wait to see the footage from this part of the mission. This mission to Mars puts us one step closer to understanding the red planet, as we humans will one day step foot on Mars. Yes, my generation on Mars.
I love got kids?
My man.
Yes.
Aaron's like, why haven't I met him yet?
Why have I not? Like, I am saying this now. Like, I will pour everything that I know into this kid, and I will do my part.
Aaron, let me connect you, because that is my very favorite thing, is to put kids in touch with their next mentor. Someone once asked me, what do you do at Janus Planet exactly? And I was like, I kind of like to think of it as the Good People Network. I will get kids and pour in my little portion. I heard a great story, and you guys may have heard me mention this before, but years ago, a Time magazine photographer was capturing and taking pictures of the genocide happening in a locale. And he said he rubbed his eyes once. I mean, they were basically doing triage, and he thought that his eyes are playing tricks on with him. He raises his camera again, and he sees movement over in a place where that there should not have been movement. So he finally convinces people to go and retrieve this person barely alive, and they attempt to give him a full glass of water. Well, the person could not take that full glass. And so the photographer says that over the course of 3 days, it was drop by drop by drop of water. And after 3 days, this person could take a full cup. And so it's like, as I read that many years ago, back in the 90s, it's like what I most recall, and kind of like I think what got buried deep in me, was that it is our responsibility. I may never be responsible for the whole jug or cup, but I am responsible for my one drop. And so, Aaron, I will gladly connect you, because I'm telling you, this is a marvelous kid.
Yes, and the crazy thing is too, so through like really weird loose connections and social media and all that, like I have access to astronauts, and not just astronauts, African American astronauts, and not just Black astronauts, like Black male astronauts. So yes, I will forward Chris along to those people, and I will just do my part to give this kid everything he needs to become one of the first humans to walk on Mars. Like, I think that would be so exciting, and that is why I do what I do, is because ultimately it's about looking forward, and it's about saying, all right, not what can I get done, but what can I give to the next generation? Because we all want to, the goal is progress. I think there's a saying by Aristotle, like I'm not quoting it right, and since I'm on camera and really excited, I'm probably not going to quote it right, but it's, a sign of a wise generation is one that plants trees whose shade they will never see. And I think that's something that we have to do, is we have to be forward thinking. We have to invest in the future. We have to take what we've learned, take what we've gained throughout our journey, and give it to the next generation under, so that way they can go faster and further than we ever have before. And that's why we just, oh wait, yeah, I have it. Is that his Instagram? Christopher?
Yep, that's his Instagram.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have him on Instagram. Okay, yeah, I do know this kid. I'm so sorry. Like, it's hard to put, like, I see him all the time. I think I didn't recognize him in like his whole spacesuit. He looks so official. So yeah, I will definitely do my part and invest and reach out and do what I can to help him.
That will make so much. Back during Humans to Mars, General Charles Bolden reached out to him, and as well as Leland Melvin. So I know that there was some communication back last August during our Human to Mars Summit. But again, what you're doing is so profound. I have one request of your robotic mind thing, is that please put a snow day in there for me. It's like, we don't get it very often here in Tennessee, but over the last week, first of all, we had ice, so you don't have to put ice or sleet in there. I just want big, fluffy, kind of Kleenex sized snowflakes, right? That just are beautiful, falling down. Because I looked out this morning, we got 4 inches of snow last night, and I thought, I will miss snow when I go to Mars. So yeah, so just give me
it's not completely without icy, snowy stuffs. So
we'll
figure it out.
Dry ice, but I don't know. I don't know if dry ice snowing on Mars is going to give me that same fluffy Kleenex, falling down looking thing. So yeah, I just need a snow day on Mars.
I love it. Aaron, it's always so good to have you on, man, and talk to you about all the amazing things that you're up to. I'm not trying to hide your face right now, but Mark, wanted to give some love to you here. Mark's one of our favorites. He's always popping in, saying hi. Massive respect to Aaron for teaching, for reaching for his dreams, and to Janet for helping the kids to be the first humans on Mars. And thank you. That's a huge compliment. I think Explore Mars was certainly out there before me, but I'm glad that it more virtually I can share it and all the cool stuff that's going on there. So absolutely, positively love it. And Aaron, we'll let everybody know where they can find you on social media, what you're up to, all that fun stuff. And yeah, man.
Yeah, man. So, you've the handle's right by my name at Space Cadet Shep. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Yes, I have a TikTok. And yes, what I'm up to now is a couple of things. I'm still developing the mind robots. We're actually talking to a lot of potential investors. So everybody, fingers crossed that we can get people to throw lots of money at me to make cool technology. On top of that, I am doing a few talks for different schools, a few robotics workshops. I have these really cool spider robots. Let's see if I can dig one out. Yeah. So I'm building these spider robots for a school in Chicago for a talk next month, and cut it on, and the spider robot gets in the spider form. Yeah, and also I'm getting ready to do my next round at NASA. So I'm really excited. Hopefully my paperwork and all that goes through, because I get to work on really fascinating projects. This one, we're taking a team of, it's going to be basically Voltron with robots. So we're finding ways to connect smaller robots to make a giant one, and then that giant one will build solar panels on the moon, so that way the astronauts can have power.
Wow.
So cool. So cool. And again, it's like whatever we can do to help, and we need to do an entire, we'll figure out some way to really connect you, not only with those folks who we particularly want to find a way to get you that money. So I don't know if anybody's out there listening. Aaron is set and ready and going to provide great, great stuff for us in the future.
He is.
Yeah.
It's just, give me your money. Throw all your money at me, and I'll make cool things happen. And I mean that in an appropriate way.
Forget Bitcoin, forget crypto.
Yeah.
Well, we couldn't find anybody more perfect to start the day than a roboticist. So Aaron, thank you so much for joining us, coming on to the show, hanging out with us, and talking about all the cool things that you're up to. I was going to talk with you about robots and like robots on Mars. We had too much fun talking to you about all the cool stuff that you do. So that makes me happy. And that's what I love about having the streams like this and having, wonderful co-hosts like Janet and Beth, who are going to take, the conversations in all kind of crazy directions today. And we have our next guest that we're going to welcome to the show, the Space Gal herself, who's probably on TikTok doing her risky business slide into the camera that she does.
There are so many things today. I'm just posting an Instagram thing, a Twitter thread that I just posted. People are, it always comes up. People are now talking about how, why are we sending a robot to Mars when we have so many problems here on Earth? And so I felt
that age old question.
Comment on that.
Now we know what the next TikTok stream is going to be.
That's right.
That's going to be like, do you want to know? Hold on, let me do my slide. Do you want to know? So I haven't got it down yet because I'm on carpet, but I'm working on it. I'm going to get there. So Emily, that's a nice jacket that you have on. Can you tell people where you got that? Is it anything to do with you?
Well, thank you for asking, Ron. This is part of my new clothing line, my Space Gal merch. If you go to shop.thespacegal.com, you'll be able to find it. I made a few tweaks for today that you might see because, we're not going to the moon today.
Not today, but we will soon have the first woman, the next man on the moon. It's a very, very exciting time. There's so much going on. And honestly, so I did not know until I watched your inspiration video the other day, and we'll get to that here in a few minutes, of how many followers you now have on TikTok. Like, you're at 500,000. I think your next biggest platform is like 100 and something thousand. Oh, yeah, it's 100,000. That's 5 times that, and it's less than a year old. And it's you debunk stuff, you share all this cool stuff that's going on in space. It absolutely blew up. So tell us a little bit about sharing your love of space and science, especially Mars, and how it's kind of taken over on this new platform, newish platform.
Yeah, so it all started because of the pandemic, and all of my jobs got canceled. And I was like, well, I have some time on my hands. And so I started making TikToks, usually just doing little experiments here and there. Honestly, I was doing them like late at night after my daughter went to sleep. My husband was like playing video games in the living room, and I would literally shut myself in my bathroom and like do these little experiments in my bathroom. And so it started off as just sort of like, let's see where this goes. But it's such a fun platform. It's so fast paced and high energy. And the people on TikTok are just so incredibly creative. I don't know. I love it so much. And I have found an audience that really loves science there.
And there are quite a few people. I think, Aaron, you've been doing for Black History Month. You've been doing all the Black astronauts, correct?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And it's so, like Emily said, it's such a fast-paced platform. But then one thing I'm realizing too is that it is just a new way to reach the next generation, which is why, again, we're all in the business of what we do. And for me, it's been a fun journey. I'm learning the new technology, learning the new way that social media has evolved, and just coming up with exciting ways to share the things that we love. It's so fascinating, and watching it reach new people just is so amazing to me.
There's a lot of, it's one of the things too that a lot of people are talking about. We're figuring out ways that we could possibly utilize it for museums. So I started doing it, and I started doing silly moves like, everybody get out to Mars, and I was like showing Mars on like, our big science on the sphere. And I was like, I can do this, and then, but there's just lots of like funny ways, because they'll have people that have like, they'll talk to each other. Like there's a lot of fun stuff that I've seen on there. I'm like, man, I could totally snag that and do that, as some sort of space way. And there's so many creative people out there that are doing great things with it. And, again, Emily, you're killing it over there. You have been, it's been a big year for you. You already were kind of a big deal to begin with. So I got to be one of the finalists on the Student Astronaut a few years ago. And I remember how nervous I got when I was a finalist. I'm like, oh, wow, people could start like looking into my history, and hopefully everything's okay back there. Like, I don't really know what's out there on the internet. And no, but it's a really exciting thing. And it's also too, you all have a really great way of picking people that end up going on to do great things. Like Lee's in the middle of, raising all this money to help bring stuff, which Aaron is part of as well with Passage, to bring STEM supplies to kids all throughout South America. Like there's just so many people when you pick this and you look back through that list of people that are doing really, truly amazing things. So you've got that, you've got the TV show, but now you've got the next, you're the next big thing. You're always, you're everywhere. You're all the time. So what's next for Emily Calandrelli now that she's got like the first pregnant host of a Netflix show? You know what I mean? Like, and like kids are crying because you're saying sweet, like they're like, oh my God, Emily said hi to me. So like, that's going to be kind of a cool feeling, like all the work that you've put in to get here.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool feeling. And Aaron mentioned he was also in the student astronaut world. That is like, I met the coolest people by doing that contest. It was the best. And so, yeah, you mentioned the inspiration for things. So just to kind of explain that in case you haven't talked about it yet, the inspiration for is going to be the first all civilian mission to space. There's this billionaire, Jared Isaacman, who had purchased a flight on a SpaceX rocket to go around the world. This isn't to the International Space Station, but to orbit the Earth they haven't determined the length of the mission, but maybe 2, 3, 4 days. And he is offering up the other 3 seats on the flight. Now, he wants to do this to raise money for St. Jude. He donated $100 million to St. Jude. He's using this contest to donate even more. I think his goal is something around $200 million for St. Jude, which is wild. So one of the seats goes to a St. Jude ambassador, which is awesome. And then the other 2 are up for grabs. And one of them is going to be chosen by someone who donates money to St. Jude. You just have to donate a minimum of $10, and then you're in the running. And then the other one, which is the one I applied for, is the one that's supposed to be for business owners, for people who are entrepreneurial. And you set up a shop on his Shift for Shop website. This is a company that he owns. It's kind of like a Shopify competitor, I think. And then you just tell your inspirational business story on Twitter. And I did that. And part of the judging criteria, oh, look at you. This is cool. So part of the judging criteria.
I'd like to go to space. I hope you'll.
Oh my gosh.
I'd like to go to space.
Part of the judging criteria is the viralability of the video. And so if anybody is out there and wants to help me get to space, please retweet and then quote tweet the video, because that counts as two. And that would really help me, because then I could go to space. And I think that would be awesome. And not just because thank you, Janet, not just because I have wanted to do something like this for a while. Clearly I like space, but I think it's because of the kids who relate to me now on the ground. It would be for them. Like all of these kids who now follow me from Emily's Wonder Lab would get to see somebody that they feel like they know, that they feel a personal connection to, go to space. And then of course, because I'm like a content monster, I would be sharing the entire experience play by play on TikTok, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube, on literally everything. And so they would feel like they are on the ride with me, and on that journey with me. So anyways, please help me share that video. That would really mean a lot to me.
You're incredible, and I know we got. I can't imagine that Janet or Beth don't have a question for you. I don't want to take all of it, and we're going to show your video before we go to the next segment. So I want to give everybody else a chance. Like I get to talk to you all the time, which I'm very fortunate. So I know that Janet loves you. I'm sure that Beth loves you too. Beth will probably want you for Casual Space podcast. So ladies, if either one of you have a question you want to ask real quick before we go to Anna's Spanish. So Anna Cristina Olvera is next. She's going to be giving a 12 to 15 minute breakdown in Spanish of the mission to all of our Spanish speaking audience. So Janet, Beth, anybody want to jump in? Janet, you're muted.
I did that because like I told you, there's a bunch of snow here, and I heard my husband up there. Apparently, he's fixing soup, so I may go get some soup in a minute. My two things are: I've got a dear friend, a dear sweetheart of a little girl named Abby in West Virginia, and you are her heroine. So if I could ever, I don't know if there's a time that we could ever connect you two, that would be huge. But thank you also for your work that you did on NASA's Mission to Mars Student Challenge. I did my best to get the word out, but thank you for all the promoting of that you did. That was extremely fun. And so I just kind of followed in your footsteps and said, hey, Emily's got some great stuff over there. I'm going to make sure I get that toolkit out there. But have you gotten a lot of response from the Mission to Mars Student Challenge?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that it went really well. I literally just helped promote it. So I don't have a hand in actually helping to run it, but I hear that it went really well. I hear from a lot of teachers and students that they're participating, and some people were sharing their like handmade helicopter. They made Martian helicopters and Martian rovers. And so I think people are having a lot of fun with it. And also, hello, Abby from West Virginia. That's the other part of this whole space thing, is that I would be the first woman from West Virginia to ever reach space. We don't have a lot of astronauts from West Virginia, and the people
we have one, right?
John McBride, and then there's another one who was born in West Virginia, but then later grew up elsewhere. But some people claim him. I mean, that's the thing in West Virginia, is like we memorize all of the people who do literally anything that are from West Virginia. It's like Don Knotts and Jennifer Garner and Brad Paisley and Steve Harvey, and like we memorize the names. There's like 7.
Emily Calandrelli.
And so, but I hope to be an additional, maybe newer name to that list. That would be really awesome.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely love it. Beth, if you got a quick question before we go over to Anna. Well, I'm sorry, before we go to Emily's awesome video that she created, and that will probably make you cry. Definitely made me cry. Just what feels. Beth, anything you wanna ask real quick?
Of course, always. I know.
And then Aaron. I'm sorry, Beth and Aaron. Sorry.
Yeah, Aaron, you go ahead with your question. Emily, you are welcome to join me on Casual Space Podcast anytime, and I am going to make sure I get over and retweet for you, so you can get to space, so that you can share and encourage all of the women and students everywhere. So I'm going to root for you. I'm so proud of you. I'm going to hand it over to Aaron so he can ask you your questions, and we'll see you on Casual Space sometime soon, real soon.
Love it.
Yeah, so actually, Emily, there's a bit of backstory to this question, because I've asked you this question before, and I don't think you realized it was me. Years ago, you did an AMA on Reddit, and you got a question from this kid who was like, hey, I really want to get into science communication. Like, what advice do you have so that way I can learn to launch a platform similar to yours? And so I want to ask that again for all of us in the audience, because what a lot of you guys may or may not know is that through the Student Astronaut Contest, through a lot of Emily's work, she's kind of brought all of us who like space, who like science, and who like inspiring and communicating together. And so she's kind of started, like, I know, Ron, I called you the Space Nick Fury, but she may be the Space Nick Fury now that I think about it, because she's assembling all of these really cool people from all
She
these
would be like
different
the Space Captain Marvel, though, wouldn't she? Like, so,
Oh,
well,
yeah,
but
yeah,
isn't
yeah.
Captain Marvel the Space Captain Marvel? So I'm not entirely sure. Emily, what do you think about a blonde mohawk? Is it something
Yeah.
that you would consider? She's like, no, Ron, whatever.
Y'all are so awesome. And the work that you guys are doing in the SciCon community, it's so inspiring and incredible. And I feed off of you all, and you guys are just, SciCom is being lifted up because of you all. And so I would say for people who are looking to build a SciCom platform, the thing that I always say is the 3 Fs: frequency, focus, and first class. And so frequency, you got to post frequency. You got to feed that content monster. It's just got to be something that you are reliably posting something new. And that number, that frequency number is different depending on the platform that you're on, but you just got to post frequently. Focus, people want to kind of know exactly what they're going to get by following you. And so figure out what makes you unique. What is your angle that you're adding to it? What are you focusing on? What are you adding to the conversation? And then first class. So whatever you do, if you are doing science communication, make sure that you're really doing a deep dive into the science and that you're fact checking it and that it's high quality science. And then if it's photos and videos, try to work to make those look better, like nice cameras if you can, good audio if you can, good lighting if you can. I mean, I think the lighting is really probably the best. I rely on my ring lights so much. And I'm still learning about that last part because I'm not in production and I don't know very much about all that stuff. And so I ask my friends, like, why does my lighting look so bad? How can I make it better? And so don't be afraid to ask those questions to people where you're like, wait, that looks good. Mine doesn't. What are you doing that I'm not? So don't be afraid to ask the questions.
That's great. And so last thing is, I know that you're going to be on another live stream later today. Is it anybody that anybody here's ever heard of? Any organization that's out there that you're streaming with later today that might be doing
NASA?
something cool? Oh, NASA. Okay.
I was like, am I doing a different one?
So NASA, that was trying to be funny. Sorry.
The NASA live stream starting soon. I'll be talking to them about some of the common questions that kids have asked me about Mars and just why generally I'm super excited for this.
Yay.
Absolutely love it. Emily, you want to let everybody know where they can find you real quick before we show your video?
Yep, I'm at the Space Gal everywhere, and my merch and everything else is at shop.thespacegal.com.
Alrighty, let's bring up the there we go. Hold on a second. Maybe. We've got so many screen sharings right now that I'm trying to find the right one. Make sure that I get just it's production. Yay.
In the meantime.
There we go, right? And then Jennifer Garner, our fellow West Virginian. So
Emily, and I'd like to go to
you
space.
don't have any volume? Why don't you have any volume?
Oh, I can hear it. I can hear it.
Okay. I can't hear it. So
Unmute on Twitter. Now it's muted.
Now it's muted?
Yeah, press the unmute on. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
From MIT.
I don't have any
Today, I'm a
volume,
science
so
communicator, and my business is making science more accessible for everyone. I do that with books, TV shows, public speaking, and of course, social media. My business strategy involves empathetic education and meeting people where they're at. Empathetic education comes from my West Virginia roots, which ranks #1 in the entire country when it comes to fewest percentage of people that believe that global warming is happening. I've learned that the people who deny climate change are often the same people who have been hit hardest by the dying coal industry. People who have lost their jobs, their livelihoods, and because coal is so interwoven into the culture of Appalachia, they may feel like they've lost part of their identity too. Empathetic education means first listening to those we'd like to convince so that we can understand where the distrust in science comes from. Without first doing that, science education can't happen. I also work to meet people where they're at, even when they don't have internet, which is the case for 1 in 6 American kids. My educational show, Exploration Outer Space, airs on Fox broadcast stations nationwide, meaning you don't need internet or even cable to see it. Listen, everybody learns a little differently, but it's easier to learn when it's in a style of media that you naturally enjoy, which is why it is critically important to meet kids where they're at and bring science education to social media. On TikTok, for example, I've grown a curious community of nearly 500,000 people, mostly Gen Z, mostly women, who are there to learn about science. And I'd love to bring that education to new heights, and talk about science, space exploration, and the benefit of protecting our planet from a powerful perspective for my online community and my fellow West Virginians. Most recently, I hosted Emily's Wonder Lab, where we brought the wonder of science to kids in 190 countries and in 38 different languages. As a woman and someone who was 9 months pregnant while filming it, it was representation in science that kids don't normally see. And because only 12% of people that have gone to space have been women, I'd like to help expand the female representation in space and become the first woman from West Virginia to reach orbit, giving kids from Appalachia and little girls around the world an astronaut they can see themselves in. So if you're looking for someone to fill that last seat, let me introduce myself.
And Emily, we're gonna need to work on your confidence level and your screen presence. I mean, I think you're almost there. I mean, you're like you've been, it's just you've been working on it. Like, come on now. Like, how does anybody follow that up, man? I mean, obviously, I'm excited to see you go. And the thing is that Emily is actually so like small. Like a second person from West Virginia could go with her. So the thing is, like, it's like I've got a picture with Emily, and Emily's like in heels and like to my shoulder, and I'm not that big. I don't know if you've ever been around me. I mean, big in other ways, but I mean, like, but I'm not very tall. And I was like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, like, listen, if Emily goes, like, I could like. And I'm getting smaller, so I can like fit in the back, like, and we can have 2 West Virginians that can go. So I could be the first guy with tattoos in space. I think. I don't know. There might be tattoos for it, but
also,
yeah, Emily, you're awesome.
It's like very obvious that I spend more time on TikTok now than I do Twitter because that video stops abruptly and it feels very confusing. But on TikTok, the videos just replay as soon as they're over. And so loops are a big thing where the last part of the video leads into the first part of the video. And I love doing those. And so I did that on TikTok, or I did that on Twitter, and Twitter does not always loop videos. And so it just turned up like, wait, what?
Wow.
Was she going to introduce herself, or?
What had happened was, Emily, it was great to have you on today. Always awesome. Congratulations on everything. Hopefully, it continues to do wonderfully for you. You seem to be one of the leads of the pack, so I'm sure you're gonna be up there. And everybody, go retweet her. It's not hard to find her. Twitter, it's pinned on her page on Twitter at the Space Gal. Go check it out. Thank you as always for joining and always bringing your uniqueness to the streams.
You're the best, Ron. Thank you guys so much. Good seeing you.
Awesome. Bye.
Bye, Emily.
And we are very excited to bring on our next guest. We're going to give her the entire floor because she's going to do an amazing thing for us. The one and only Ana Cristina Olvera, and she is going to share with us in 10-15 minutes of a breakdown of the mission in Spanish for a Spanish-speaking audience, which is partially Aaron. So I'm very, very excited, Anna. We're always glad to have you, and I'll give you the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here with all of you and join the excitement for this landing that is just about to happen. So right now we're going to shift our Spanish on, and we're gonna have
we'll say it.
and we're gonna have our preview, our overview of this mission in Spanish. So let's talk about Perseverance, perseverancia en español. Este es el robot explorador más sofisticado jamás enviado al espacio, Perseverance, perseverancia, y tiene previsto llegar a Marte hoy, este jueves, tras un viaje de cerca de 480 millones de kilómetros que inició en julio del 2020. Y es que Curiosity ya confirmó que existieron en Marte condiciones para la vida, pero Perseverance o perseverancia va a dar el paso siguiente y va a buscar responder una de las grandes preguntas de la astrobiología. ¿Hay señales concretas de vida microbiana pasada en Marte? Vamos a intentar buscar microbios en Marte, vida marciana que haya podido estar en algún momento o que esté actualmente. Perseverance también recogerá muestras de rocas que serán traídas a la Tierra en un futuro y probará tecnologías pioneras para una eventual presencia humana en el planeta rojo. Para ello, Perseverance tiene el tamaño de un automóvil y pesa cerca de 1 tonelada y cuenta con novedosos instrumentos, cerca de 20 cámaras, un helicóptero y hasta micrófonos, cosa que no habían tenido ninguna de las misiones anteriores. La nave que lleva Perseverance ingresará a la atmósfera marciana a una velocidad de 19.500 kilómetros por hora. En 7 minutos esa velocidad debe llegar a 0. Esos son los famosos 7 minutos del terror, en los que pues se juega todo durante esta misión para poder aterrizar o amortizar de manera correcta. Todo el descenso es automatizado y dado que hay un retraso de más de 11 minutos en las comunicaciones con la Tierra, Perseverance estará completamente a solas durante su amortizaje o aterrizaje y no podrá ser ayudado en forma remota si surgen problemas. La nave donde está el robot tiene una parte trasera en forma de cono que está sellada en la parte inferior por un escudo térmico. La temperatura en la superficie externa de ese escudo podrá alcanzar cerca de 1300 grados centígrados. A unos 11 kilómetros de la superficie, la nave va a desplegar un paracaídas de 21.5 metros y poco después el escudo térmico se separará y caerá, exponiendo ahora sí en toda su magnificencia a Perseverance por primera vez a la atmósfera marciana y dando inicio a una nueva tecnología de autopilotaje llamada navegación en relación al terreno. Perseverance es la primera misión que usa este tipo de navegación. Mientras el robot desciende del paracaídas, va a captar imágenes de la superficie de Marte y las va a comparar con la información en su computadora para corregir la trayectoria si es necesario. Perseverance va a aterrizar en el cráter Jezero, de unos 45 kilómetros de diámetro y que está ubicado justo al norte del ecuador de Marte. Los científicos piensan que hace unos 3.500 millones de años, Jezero era un lago que era alimentado por un río que depositó sedimentos. Y la NASA cree que este antiguo delta fluvial, delta de un río, podría haber preservado moléculas orgánicas u otras señales de vida microbiana marciana. Cámaras y micrófonos, el primer helicóptero y otras tecnologías pioneras. Bueno, la misión Marte 2020, Mars 2020 Perseverance o Marte 2020 Perseverancia lleva más cámaras que ninguna otra misión interplanetaria de la historia. Hay 19 cámaras en el cuerpo del robot y otras 4 en la nave para captar la entrada, la atmósfera, el descenso y el aterrizaje. Lleva además 2 micrófonos que permitirán por primera vez captar sonidos en Marte. Se espera que Perseverance explore el suelo y la atmósfera del planeta rojo durante al menos un año marciano, que equivale a cerca de 687 días, pero recordemos que pues Curiosity tenía esta misma meta y lleva mucho más tiempo de eso, entonces todos esperamos que Perseverance dure muchísimo más que ese año marciano que tiene previsto. Vamos a hablar un poco de los instrumentos que lleva Perseverance. Lleva SuperCam, que es una cámara láser y espectrómetros para buscar compuestos orgánicos. Lleva a la Mastcam Z, que son cámaras panorámicas con zoom para poder tomar increíbles fotografías. Lleva a Rimfax, que es un radar que penetra el suelo hasta 10 metros de la superficie. Lleva a MEDA, que es una estación meteorológica que va a medir las condiciones medioambientales en Marte. También está Sherlock, que es un espectrómetro ultravioleta. También está Watson, que es una cámara. Está Pixel, que es un espectrómetro de rayos X para determinar elementos químicos específicamente. Y MOXIE, que produce oxígeno a partir del CO2 en Marte. Así es como Pixel, por ejemplo, y Sherlock pueden escanear el terreno y determinar su composición química. Y también tendrá una estación meteorológica, como les decía, que se llama MEDA, que fue desarrollada por científicos españoles del Centro de Astrobiología de Madrid. MEDA medirá con sus sensores el viento, el polvo, la radiación ultravioleta y otros indicadores del clima en Marte. Una de las tecnologías más avanzadas de Perseverance es la que permitirá recoger y guardar muestras de rocas. El robot cuenta con un mecanismo que taladra, pulveriza la roca y luego coloca esas muestras en 43 tubitos que guardará en su interior, y en cierto momento Perseverance depositará estos tubos en la superficie de Marte para que sean recogidos y traídos a la Tierra en una futura misión que podría ser a partir probablemente del 2031. El robot además lleva el primer helicóptero que volará en otro planeta, llamado Ingenuity o Ingenuidad. Se trata de un aparato de menos de 2 kilogramos de peso, pero con un ambicioso objetivo: probar que es posible operar y elevar un helicóptero en las difíciles condiciones de Marte, que tiene una atmósfera menos densa que la de la Tierra, y hay una presión atmosférica mucho menor y hay una humedad mucho menor y hay muchísimo polvo. Y otra de las grandes tecnologías que probará la NASA es el instrumento MOXIE, como les decía, que va a tratar de producir oxígeno a partir del CO2 o dióxido de carbono que está en la atmósfera de Marte. Generar oxígeno en la propia superficie del planeta rojo sería esencial para una futura misión humana. Eso es más o menos de lo que se va a tratar la misión Perseverance, así que esténse muy atentos a estos próximos minutos en los que llegará esta misión y ojalá todo salga perfectamente para que podamos tener los resultados de este nuevo gran rover en la superficie de Marte. Thank you very much.
And whoop whoop with the hand. I got to do the hand raise a little bit there. So Beth snuck out on us there a little bit. Perfect timing. I was just like, oh, okay. So look at her sliding in the side. She's like, Ron's gonna think I'm not there, but I'm here. And she's boom, there she is again. Anna, thank you so much for coming on, joining us, sharing this with us once again. You're always so open to coming in and helping us out. So thank you. I know you came away from your lunch to hop in and speak with us. So we were very glad to see you, and we can't wait to have you on the next one. Hopefully you're doing well down there. You look as as smiling and happy as always. So we're glad to have you come in and do this with us.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone enjoyed it and that our Spanish-speaking audience is ready to get this Perseverance rover with all the information they need.
You're wonderful. Thank you, Anna. Aaron, I know that you were in a bow out too. Thank you so much for stopping in and seeing us today, talking about all the robots and stuff. And we've got a couple more guests that are going to join us as Anna and Aaron bow out. We have the CEO over at, what was that again? Was it Explore Venus, right?
Explore Venus. No, it's Mercury.
Mercury.
Yeah, actually, I don't think we should go into space at all. It's a waste of time. There are problems to solve here on Earth.
Yeah.
And then we've got our good friend Joe Cassidy is in the house with us today as well. Joe, we're going to talk to you. Joe has one of the coolest titles I've ever heard. Joe, tell everybody what your title is, because I love this. Every time I hear it, I'm just like, that's an awesome title.
It's useless now because Chris said we shouldn't go into space, but it's executive director for space. or as my friend in NASA headquarters used to say, executive director of space. So he said, you get to tell space what to do.
Hi, Joe. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. How you doing?
I like the beard.
Oh, thanks. It's my COVID. My wife was saying this morning, she said it took a mass pandemic to get you to grow a beard. So that was it.
It suits you well.
Don't go out of the house. Don't have any reason to shave. But I'm super excited about today and actually nervous. I got butterflies in my stomach.
Well, Joe, what are you most excited about for the launch today? I mean, or the landing, I should say today, not the launch. There's no launch today. I think actually there's a launch in a couple of days from somebody else, but no.
There's always a launch, right?
There's always a launch. There's always another one. The cadence in 2020 was crazy. 2021 is supposed to be even crazier. So we're glad to have you on to talk to you today. So let us know how you're feeling. How everybody at Aerojet. I know is going to be pretty excited about it.
Right. Yeah. Well, this is our big show now for us. It's kind of like if things don't go right, there's no second chance. And we hit the atmosphere, and we're kind of on there to keep everything pointed in the right direction. So we got some little thrusters that are lining us up, and as the hits atmospheric entry interface, we want to be right in the right corridor, so that things don't get too hot and all that, or we don't skip off and bounce back out into space, which is never good either. And so that's part one. And then we kind of turn it over to the aeroshell and the heat shield. And I know Lisa's on after me, so she's going to talk a lot about Lockheed Martin and heat shields, and they do a great job. And that takes out a lot of energy right there, and then we get a little further down and we pop that off and get the parachute going. And that'll slow them down even a little bit more. But then comes the really fun part, and that is the sky crane. And that's kind of like the star of the show for us, because that's our throttling engine that, has an amazing 100-to-1 throttling ratio. And JPL loved it so much. They asked us when they started looking at the Sky Crane idea, they said, "You guys built those engines for Viking back in the 70s, you know, can you do that again?" And so that's really what happened. They actually asked us to recreate the same thing that we did for Viking, and we did. And with a couple of small differences, because on Viking they actually had 18 individual small nozzles on each thruster, because the Viking went all the way down to the surface, and we didn't know that much about Mars in those days. But they really didn't want to make big craters and blast a lot of regolith around. Part of that was because Viking had an arm. It didn't have a rover. It wasn't a rover. So all it could do was reach out with its arm and scoop up the samples of Martian regolith. And one of the other things about Viking was it, just like Perseverance, was actually tasked with looking for potential signs of microbial life. And so the fact that all of that came together, they said, you got to make us an engine that will have like zero disturbance when it gets all the way down to almost on the surface. So we built this thing with 18 individual little nozzles, each engine, and there were 3 of them on Viking. If you ever go to Air and Space, hopefully we can get back in Air and Space someday soon, it's sitting there, and that's a real one. That's a real on the model that's in Air and Space. Those engines actually were built in our plant, and I always take friends there and show them. There's even a plate on the back that says Rocket Research Corporation, Redmond, Washington. That was the Viking engine design. For Sky Crane, we don't need to do that because it goes into a hover way up above the surface and lowers the rover down on a tether. So we don't have to design it with 18 individual nozzles. It's just got one big bell nozzle on it now. But it still throttles like mad, which is really handy when you're trying to react to various things like today, going into Jezero, which is a scary place to land, but a cool place for biology and for geology and finding signs of life, you know, all the stuff we want to do. And we're getting brave enough now to try it, but you got to have something that can react fast. And so obviously the AI and the terrain relative nav are going to be looking for bad things, and they have to have engines that can speed up or slow down on, you know, the spur of the moment. And that's what those MR80s will do for them.
I think Joe has taken over the role of the coolest guy in the world, from like the guy that used to be on like Dos Equis. Now that he's got the beard and he's talking about like propulsion on Mars and stuff, like, it's like I don't
Where's
know.
the pipe? Where's your pipe?
It's like real. No, you need to and you gotta make sure you click your teeth on it too, so that way everybody knows that you're a pipe guy. Chris, I believe you had a question, sir.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, welcome. I think we also, I'm not sure if you mentioned earlier, Ron, that Joe's also the executive vice president of Explore Mars and a board member.
I did.
Okay, then I wasn't paying attention if you did, but.
Well, I said that he is, and I didn't.
Okay. Well, I guess I wasn't paying attention to you.
Was that Explore Mars or Explore Venus?
Yeah, one of those. I don't care. Somewhere. But Joe,
I'll see in the clouds.
So Joe, of course you mentioned the experience with Viking, but of course, you know, as you're coming up on this landing, you have a lot of experience with, I mean, Aerojet Rocketdyne with Mars, even beyond Viking. Right. I believe you guys have done every American Mars mission.
We have, yeah. And now obviously Spirit and Opportunity, and Sojourner all used airbags to actually, you know, do the touchdown. The last part was bouncing, but we guided them in. So we were on those too. So yeah, we're pretty proud of that. If it's, you know, we used to have a slogan. I work with our comms people a lot. We used to have a slogan. We said, we put the AR in Mars.
So what kind of since Curiosity, what sort of improvements have been done? Have there been modifications to the landing system at all?
Yeah, I think the biggest modification, it isn't really in our part. You know, we're just the fire and smoke part. And like I said, we have to be able to throttle up or throttle down as required. But the real key is the terrain relative nav and the fact that they've improved the onboard software. So it's going to be watching as it's coming down. And, you know, just like it's a robotic version of Neil Armstrong back in the Apollo 11 landing. If it sees a big boulder in the way, it's going to say, nope, I don't like the looks of that. I'm going to fly over here. And it'll throttle up for a little while and move over a little further down before it settles down and lets Perseverance down slow and easy.
So incredible.
Be beautiful, Beth. Yeah, I was gonna say.
So
I know you got a
incredible.
question. No, you got one.
I sure do. Joe, for someone who has any bit of nervousness at all, you are like so calm as always. I mean, just ready to go. I love it.
I have
So
a good facade.
no, I woke up with butterflies too, and I'm not even remotely connected, but I was so honored to go down and see the facilities and see some of these engines in person. And what a sight to see. It's impressive, but your whole team, they're so knowledgeable. They've got the history. I want to ask you, this is not like the first time, obviously, NASA comes to you for so many opportunities and challenges. So when they come to you, and can you walk us through a little bit of this process where they say, okay, listen, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we need. You guys are the experts. Can you build it? Can you modify it? Can you change it in the middle? And can you walk us through how you, when you propose it and build it and you're walking it back and giving it back to NASA, just the amount of pride and the people you've got on the team and all parts of that process, that's what really impressed me when I took that tour, is that everyone knows their role, everyone knows what that means. And it was such an impressive part. You also pointed out how many of your suppliers helped to build on your success from all over the country. So in your humble moment, as you always are, Joe, and Rocketdyne as well, they're like, and everyone is helping us. So when we're talking about success today, we're talking about your success as well, your supplier successes, your team, your interns. I mean, you guys really embrace that mentality.
Wow. I don't know what to say, Beth.
You do. That's what I observed. Joe.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. Yeah, but it's true. I mean, it's a team effort on all these things. And in terms of the process, it's usually a process that it goes from a mission concept that somebody has. In the case of like the sky crane, I'll just use the sky crane. This is a great one since we're using it again today. The folks at JPL, came to us, as I said, and they said, we want you to recreate the MR80 engine that you used on Viking for this thing called the sky crane, and we don't need the 18 individual nozzles. We need, one big nozzle, but here's what we're going to do. And I remember the first meeting I was in where I heard that, and it was like, they're going to do what? They're not going to land. They're going to hover, and then they're going to have a tether to lower the rover down. It was just like, what? You got to be kidding me. Who came up with this idea? But,
what's their name?
And then it worked.
And it worked.
And then it
cool.
worked.
I mean, and it was awesome. And it's necessary. I mean, it really makes it possible to do this size, this SUV-sized, metric ton nuclear powered rover that's got all this awesome equipment and instruments on it. It's the only way to do it in this case. But the process was, they came to us, they said, okay, this is what we're thinking. We went back with a bunch of questions. Usually you get to a point and you have what's called a systems requirement review. And we looked at, what's our capability of our design. Here's how it was in the Viking days. And this is what it's capable of doing. And we match that up against, what requirements does NASA say they need, or JPL in this case, what do they want from it to do? And hopefully it matches well. Sometimes you get a little bit of a mismatch, and then you have to say, okay, a funny story on this one that I've shared also before. It turned out that you mentioned suppliers. The supplier for the valve, the throttling valve that we used on Viking, when JPL came back to us for the sky crane, was no longer in business for many years. So they weren't available to us. So what we had to do was go out and kind of coach and bring on board a new supplier to be able to get that same valve built again. That is really critical to the design of the thruster and the ability to throttle like it does. And then there's a whole lot of other stuff too, interfaces and power and thermal and all that kind of stuff. But that's basically the way it goes. And I just want to say one more time what you said. we have a group of people out in Redmond, Washington. Shout out to Redmond, suburban Seattle, that build these things. They've done it for years and years. Not only do they put their head and all their smarts and all that into it, they put their heart into it. And it's just fantastic to see the pride that people have when they do this. And a day like today, it's like the best day in the world when you see that stuff work and put something down on the surface of another planet.
Joe, absolutely love it. And you're welcome to stay on. We are going to bring in our friend Lisa May from Lockheed Martin. Lisa, we're so glad to have you today. How are you doing this morning? I know you got to be excited.
I am doing fantastic. I am really excited / nervous. I got peanuts over there for, I got to start eating some peanuts.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
and Lisa,
it's a great
Lisa,
day
let's
here
get a
in
little bit of the
Colorado.
history. Let's get a little bit of the history. You were mentioning it in the comments. Lockheed Martin also has a history from like every American
Correct.
launch. Yeah, so tell us all about that, please.
We have been a part of all 22 missions to Mars, all of the missions that the U.S. has sent to Mars, and we built 11 of the spacecraft. And we're currently operating all the ones that are still working at Mars, including Odyssey, Maven, and MRO that are going to be listening for Perseverance as it lands. Did I lose you?
We're still here, Lisa.
Oh, okay.
Ron, are you there?
I was hearing some
You
odd
just-
voice.
Yeah.
No, I was hearing a random. I'm hearing voices in my head.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
did we lose Ron though?
Oh well, y'all can just pick up. Joe
I thought you left Ron speechless, which is pretty hard to do.
Well, why don't we
Wow.
jump in? Why don't you explain to us what are the different parts that Lockheed worked on Perseverance?
Okay, it's really exciting. So where Joe was talking about the thrusters on the sky crane, we're 2 steps before that. We built the aeroshell, which consists of the heat shield and the back shell. So the heat shield that actually protects and ablates and transfers away the heat of the initial phases of entry at 12,000 miles an hour. And the back shell, which also protects the parachute and the spacecraft, and has holes for Joe's thrusters. So
yes.
your thrusters would be nothing.
They
without
work-
our
they work a
help.
lot better when they can actually fire
Oh no,
out.
no holes for Joe. Yeah. So and also the aeroshell, for the first time, the back shell is instrumented. So on Curiosity, the heat shield itself was instrumented with something called Medley. So we could get data about the entry phase. So, I don't know if someone else has already mentioned this, but there's 3 phases: entry, descent, and landing. Entry is our job. Descent is the parachute, and landing is the sky crane and thrusters job. So during the entry phase, we collected a lot of data from Medley off of the heat shield for Curiosity. And so now we have also instruments on the back shell for the first time ever. So that will be really great once we get all that data after we land successfully and see how they performed and if there are ways to optimize them for the next set of landers. And it will even inform how we make bigger and bigger landers when we're ready to send humans.
And I mean, speaking of sending humans, you all are working on something that's a little special with the Orion capsule, right?
Correct.
Orion.
Correct.
So
Yes.
what can you tell us about? So
Well,
for those
we
people
have-
that don't know, what is Orion?
Okay.
And then also when can we look forward to seeing this thing finally go to space? And it's not that long. It can be this year possibly. And Joe, I know you got to be excited too, because everything with the Aerojet. Yeah, she's like, oh yeah, there's another test coming this month.
Yeah, and
so
then some other
there was,
thing and whatever.
Yeah.
So we it's really exciting. So Orion, we actually delivered the Orion to NASA last month. And the first Orion capsule that'll be used on Artemis 1 later this year when it's launched on the SLS. It'll be an uncrewed test mission. And so that'll be very exciting. And Orion, for those who don't know what it is, it's the human capsule. It's the capsule that will take astronauts to the Gateway. And from there, they'll go to the surface of the moon. But also, Orion is really almost completely capable as is of being a transit vehicle to go to Mars. So it's part of a fundamental element of our Mars base camp concept, which is let's get some people to the moon and practice there and practice aggregating these elements, and then put a substantial propulsion system with an Orion near the gateway and send it on to Mars. So it's a multi-purpose deep space human transit capsule.
And I mean, it's deep space. That's what we're all excited about. Like it's not only going to take astronauts to the moon, but then on to Mars, which is super exciting. And one of the things I'm excited about, because you all brought it to Space Symposium a couple years ago, well, the mock-up of it anyway, was the Mars Base Camp, which I think is just the coolest thing in the world. So if people don't know what the Mars Base Camp is, what is the Mars Base Camp, and how is that going to help us with astronauts going to Mars?
So, as I was mentioning with Orion, it'll be a human deep space capsule that's derived from the Orion capsule, and we'll put propulsion and power systems on that. So the initial concept from our space camp was chemical propulsion with some big solar arrays as well. And that will go from the cislunar region. It'll be aggregated there, which means, of course, being put together with the propulsion system and the Orion, which would be launched separately. And then take humans from the gateway region onto Mars and enter orbit at Mars. And we even have a single stage to orbit landing system concept. And Joe talked a little bit about how you start with the concept and then you address reality afterwards. So we're working on those designs now. We're working on designs now to be ready when NASA's ready to send humans to Mars.
I love address reality. Beth, I want to go to you next again. You got a couple of questions. Please.
Hi,
please
Lisa. Hi, Lisa. So for Lisa and Joe, for both of you, what are some of the estimated human power, both domestically and internationally, for this mission that you expect, or that you can walk us through?
In terms of people that contribute, you mean? In terms
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that. Gosh, we have dozens of suppliers for our thrusters alone. And I know I saw a picture the other day of the team at JPL out in front of the main building there at JPL. And it was well over 100 people. And they said in the picture, this isn't even everybody.
I would
it's got to
say
be in the thousands. I mean,
it has to
I'm
be.
sure.
There are hundreds of people on each of our teams, right?
Yeah.
There's, on the heat shield. And I didn't even get around to mentioning that we built the Mars helicopter delivery system as well. We'll go back to that maybe in a minute, because that's also super cool. But we had that team. We had the aeroshell, which was the heat shield and backshell team. And then there are the rover team, and there's the cruise stage team, and there are the ops folks and the scientists who are eagerly tapping their fingernails waiting to get data. It's easily in the thousands.
Yeah,
I was just talking to one of our friends when it was an astrogeologist, and we were talking about those 7 minutes of terror, which all of us are going to experience today, right? And then there's also this 7 years of terror plan, where honestly, like you mentioned, Lisa, we're all waiting for the samples. Can you imagine having to wait several years? People are literally on the edge. Yeah.
So what may not have come up previously is while I was at NASA headquarters, I actually was the lead for Mars sample return from 2008 to 2015. And I chaired an international working group largely focused on returning sample from Mars. So I'm well aware of the science community's appetite for having those samples back, and the enthusiasm for having that land here and be able to look at pristine samples from Mars. Everything we've seen here is meteors that have come through the atmosphere and they've been altered, and looking at that actual record of Mars here in labs with sophisticated instruments beyond what we can take on the rover, which has a sophisticated set of instruments of its own. I mean, that is just, this is a Mars sample return campaign itself has been talked about for decades.
Oh yeah.
And so many of us, I mean, every time I go into a meeting and it comes up, it's like, well, my turn was this slice of it, and somebody else's turn was that slice of it. And to see the first element go, oh my gosh, this is
great.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get back. We got to back up this just a little bit because Lisa mentioned it, and I'm excited about it because there is officially in just a few hours there is going to be, honestly, we're only about 2 hours away. We're a little more than 2 hours away, which that's exciting for people that don't know. We're just a little more than 2 hours.
Oh, is something landing today?
Is something landing today? So we're only 2 hours away from that. There is going to be a helicopter, a Mars copter, as it were, that's going to be on that is on Perseverance, and Lockheed Martin had a bit to do with that. Let's hear all about it, Lisa.
Sure. So Ingenuity is the little helicopter, quadcopter that's attached to Perseverance, going to land with it, and then deploy when the science team and the operations team determine it's a good time to try it. Be the first ever helicopter on another planet, and it's specially designed to be able to fly in the very, very thin atmosphere of Mars, which is less than 1% of Earth. So that's an aerodynamic challenge. A huge aerodynamic challenge, but what we built was called the Mars Helicopter Delivery System, MHDS. And MHDS is so innovative because the helicopter is so lightweight. So we got 2 patents out of that system, one for a launch lock, but another for an electrical connector that once it was, added to the spacecraft, to the rover, and to the helicopter and the delivery system, it actually didn't increase the mass. And it's not a massless connector, but because of the way it was accommodated between the 2 pieces, and it was an extremely important requirement. Requirements meeting reality. It was very important so that helicopter could do what it needs to do in that thin atmosphere.
That's so awesome. And I want to bring in Janet
Janet.
Planet, the president of Explore Mars, back in as well. I know that she's excited, and it looks like we may actually have a change in time on the landing. Now we're going to find out what that is. We're going to give you details. Yep, exactly. Wade just shared that there may be a change in time. So I mean, it is flying through space, and who knows? So everyone's like, what? It's like, does that happen? So we're going to look and see, because it moved. Because yesterday it was like 1:30, and then I heard before that it was 1 our time. That's in in Mountain Standard Time. Then it was 1:55, so it may actually be a little bit later than that now. So we're gonna wait and we're gonna find out. Janet, welcome back in. I think that you probably want to chime in, ask Lisa a question here.
Well, I've been listening. It snowed a lot here in Nashville, Tennessee, which we normally don't get. So my husband made soup. So I took advantage of a moment and went and grabbed a cup of soup. It was very good. Lisa, though, I've been listening. And Joe, I think it's so profound what you guys are doing. But this release system, are you talking about the release system? Because when I hear about how, like, basically, Perseverance is going to be released, this kind of robotic arm, it's going to flip Ingenuity onto the surface, and then Perseverance will either back away or move forward depending on where they are, and this get to the safest distance away from Ingenuity. And then again, it's marvelous, but are you talking about the part that actually will deploy it onto the surface of Mars?
Yes. Yeah.
It's very James Bond of you. It's very James Bond,
and we strive for that. And in most of our missions, the more James Bond, the better.
Well, that one gets it, because again, as you talk about how it's like that arm is going to deploy, flip it, and again, without adding any mass, and it's like solving that physics problem of lighter than air and the 3,000 RPMs. Again, if you're out there and you're a student and you're like going, I don't have a helicopter of my own, you can make one. You can go to the Countdown to Mars toolkit, just put those words in the thing. Cool. You can even draw your own, and then you can make your own paper helicopter. So if anybody's out there listening. But Lisa, I got to tell you, when I remember hearing somebody talk about the release, the way that Ingenuity would be released, and I was like, that sounds so like Mr. Gadget and James Bond. That's the coolest thing ever.
But isn't that everybody's career aspiration?
It's not to just create something MacGyverish, but create something MacGyverish for a rover on Mars for a helicopter.
Right. Like a 1-ton nuclear rover on Mars.
A 1-ton nuclear rover.
And a Martian helicopter. Just that. That's what we do.
Right.
All in a day's work.
Yeah. And I was going to bring that nuclear part up again, too. I forgot to say earlier. That was another one, NASA comes and they say, and by the way, we want this rover to be nuclear powered. So both Curiosity and Perseverance have this MMRTG, which is powered by plutonium and puts out heat and electricity constantly. And that was something else that we got to do, which, you know, is, you can imagine everything that goes into something like that, and making it fit together and be safe and put into the system and work with all the rest of the pieces of the system. But the one thing that's been really cool about that, and it came up again recently with InSight, is the dust on Mars is pretty hairy stuff. And I don't know if anybody saw this recently online, but like InSight's arrays are getting really pretty covered up in dust now. And it happened to you know, Spirit and Opportunity all the time. They'd have to park in the winter and things like that. The cool thing about a nuclear powered rover is she goes through all the weather and the day and night, and you know, it's basically got heat and electricity all the time.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Lisa, you want to
That
final
was a
thoughts?
that was a big surprise on Spirit and Opportunity, though, was the fact that the dust storms actually cleaned off the dust.
The dust devils, yeah, right.
Yeah,
They-
so I
they
mean,
could
so
get
you know,
cleaned
Mars
off, right?
Mars is full of surprises. You know, we
Yeah.
built Phoenix, and Phoenix went to scrape the ice, and the whole Martian regolith didn't behave at all like we expected. Mars
Right.
is a confusing and difficult planet to anticipate. We're getting pretty good at it. You know, we have built 2 landed missions, Phoenix and InSight, here at Lockheed Martin, and you know, it's always a surprise when you're dealing with Mars. But to go back to your point, Ron, about samples, getting samples. Was it Ron that asked me about samples? Getting samples back and the science community being so excited. You know, we at Lockheed Martin, we've actually been part of every U.S. sample return mission as well. So building sample return capsules is part of our in our wheelhouse. And the one that's on its way back now is the OSIRIS-REx sample from Bennu that we collected last October. So you know, we're looking ahead for being part of every sample return mission.
I absolutely love it. Lisa, Joe, we were so happy to have both of you on to talk with us a little bit about the technologies that are there. Lisa, you're closer than Joe. I'll probably see you before that, but it's always great to see both of you and have you on the show today. So thank you for joining us and giving us all the details and all the cool things that both of your companies sort of now the same thing. I don't even know how that works yet. All the things that you guys are working on. So thank you so much for joining.
Thanks. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Ron, Janet, Beth,
you.
Chris.
Bye,
See you
everybody.
soon.
Absolutely. And next, we're going to bring in Scott Hubbard. Scott Hubbard, how are you doing, sir? It's so good to see you this morning. Welcome to the show.
The
and
Mars
how you
Czar.
feeling? The Mars Czar himself.
Glad to be here. Yeah, this is I'm feeling that nail-biting tension that comes with imagining sitting in a control room, and after years of effort and a cast of thousands, as Lisa was saying, you're pretty much an observer. You know, you've done everything you could reasonably do to ensure mission success. The software is in control, and you're there waiting for good news.
Well, I mean, it's got to be, you know, a wonderful time for you, like all the work that you put in, all the people that you know that are still there, that are still, you know, a piece of this. So how, you know, it. Well, let's start with the obvious. What are you most excited about today?
Well, today it has to be the culmination of about 8 years of work and a lot of people getting to the surface. But the big excitement, of course, is having the chance to answer the life question. There are some instruments on the Perseverance that have never been flown to Mars before. When I was the first Mars Czar, I got lobbied heavily by the science community to include a Raman spectrometer. And I won't get into all the details of that, but when I looked at it and evaluated it, it was not ready. It was not ready to fly as a spaceflight instrument. Now it is on Perseverance, and that unit is very sensitive, exquisitely sensitive detection of organics, which, as we all know, are the fingerprints of life. And then there's the samples coming back 10 years from now, if everything lines up, if NASA and ESA work out their arrangement that was signed a couple of years ago. So the big excitement is starting the Mars sample return campaign, looking for organics on the surface, But we have to get through the famous 7 minutes of terror first.
And Chris, we'll go to you next.
Yeah, so welcome. So I don't think your influence, your impact on the Mars program could be underestimated, noted. You know, what was it, you know, when you became Mars czar, you know, what was the environment like? And what did you do to turn that environment now around, which actually led to our current renaissance of Mars exploration?
Good question, because it was not only engineering, it was budget, and it was trust. There was a severe chasm between NASA headquarters and JPL. There were the issues of whether Lockheed Martin did all they could do to ensure success of Mars Climate Orbiter and Mars Polar Lander. And so my counterpart that we drafted at JPL, Firuz Naderi, and I spent a lot of time talking about what you might call institutional culture issues. How do you put together back something that is broken? And that included inserting systems engineering, which had fallen by the wayside in all the enthusiasm over faster, better, cheaper, and also redeveloping the contacts. I'll tell one illustrative short story. Let's see, it's difficult to hear me, it says, okay. What would you like me to do, Wade?
I just turned you up. We actually have the ability to give you some more mic oomph. It's a new setting, so I gave you a little more, a little extra, so you're good to go.
Okay, excellent.
But it does sound like your mic isn't, like, it doesn't sound like your mic's picking you up. It's sounding like it might be just coming directly out of your computer, so that may do it, but I did turn you up.
Okay, no, I'll check that again for later, but I'm using a new high-definition camera that's got a supposedly built-in high-definition microphone. I might want to check that. So, to get back to the question at hand, Firuz Naderi and I made a deal over dinner one night when I had first been named as a Mars program director, that we would never react to anything that we heard about the other person or the institution without talking to each other first. And anybody who's ever spent any time inside the Beltway or inside the politics of the space program knows that there are an awful lot of opinions expressed, people that throw random words into the punch bowl and see what happens. And this whispering campaign that sometimes emerges is something that can be very, very detrimental, even destructive. So numerous times I would hear something, you know what JPL is up to? And Firuz would hear something like, those guys at NASA headquarters, you know, they don't have a clue. And we would talk to each other and sort it out. And that really was an effective beginning to repairing the culture that was broken.
Man, the history, the stuff that you know, Beth, anything that's jumping out to the Mars czar himself?
I love Scott. Thank you for sharing that and being very transparent with your story, because as a former NASA civil servant myself as well, we all know about how the difficulty that the culture has provided, but it's the culture overall that I think we've seen evolve. I'm really glad you addressed that, because I know it's really a difficult thing to see presidents come and go, Congress support and budget come and go. And I know that's for a later discussion and a whole nother show, but I'm really glad that you talked about the culture, because I think that the culture can change and evolve based on leadership and based on watching both new ideas be presented, new challenges be overcome. And when I got to see that in my brief days at NASA, I did see that culture change. And from someone who went from watching a, Challenger disaster to then a Columbia response, it was completely different. And that is what I'm seeing. So thank you for addressing that and bringing that up. And I do recognize the challenge that you had. What are some of the challenges in now today's NASA culture, or perhaps some of the victories that you've seen with missions like this in a planetary exploration that you can look back and say, oh my gosh, we've come so far and continue to succeed, and that's what's on the horizon as well?
Yeah. Well, there's great people involved. The project manager for Mars 2020, Perseverance, John McAfee, is a terrific project manager, leader, engineer. There are an amazing number of people now in high positions who are part of that Mars Pathfinder crew. Rob Manning, Richard Cook, as well as McNamee and others. And so to watch those people develop their careers, I've been at Stanford now well over 10 years. And one of the great things about being a faculty member is you get to see people develop. And they come in as first-year graduate students, and then 3, 4, 5 years later, they're walking across the stage with their brand new PhD, and you see an enormous growth, personal growth, and that's extremely satisfying. And so not only have we now established, expecting that Mars 2020 will be successful, established mechanisms to get large payloads safely on the surface of Mars. I think we've developed a system, maybe I don't know what you would call it, a baseball analogy might be a farm team and the major leagues, that I see people coming through the system that are the future leaders. And you, in an institution that depends a lot on corporate knowledge, I don't think you can ignore that.
Beautifully stated. And I mean, hold on a second, we can bring everybody up here. Honestly, you've been around for so many of these amazing, moments in history. What is it that you're looking forward to with this one? Is there anything that jumps out that you think, oh, this is going to be a moment that we're looking for life, and then there's also the helicopter. There's a lot of pieces to this that are exciting to everybody. What do you think might end up being the most newsworthy? Obviously, this is all speculation, of course, but what do you what stands out in your mind that what are you wishful for, hopeful for?
Well, first of all, I'm hopeful for a precise and successful landing. There's new technology in here. I gave a talk to some people from DARPA and AFRL a few months ago on a question of, can you successfully incorporate artificial intelligence into high risk or high consequence systems? And there's a lot more AI in this mission in Perseverance in Mars 2020 than there ever has been before. The whole terrain relative navigation technology depends on the computers and the software being able to recognize and land with almost pinpoint precision. So that's perhaps going to be underreported, but as we move into more and more sophisticated missions, and as we see missions that join humans and robots, proving out these tools will be very valuable for the future.
Beautiful stated. And it looks like Janet's back with us again. Janet, we're glad to have you back in the game again, man. How's it going, everybody? I mean, listen, we've had such an incredible panel today. Scott, Chris, any last questions? Beth, any last questions as we wrap up with the Mars R himself today?
Yeah, I do have one more question. So
Sure.
what if life is discovered on Mars? I know this one, Perseverance, is looking for evidence of past life, but if we were to discover life on Mars, how would that impact humans to Mars?
Well, I think some people know I was on a couple of National Academy studies of planetary protection. And the current trend, as best I understand it, is to define exploration zones where humans can land, and as humans will do, there's going to be suit leaks, there could be a blowout at a habitat. I mean, any number of things that would contaminate that local area. And what needs to happen between the first human on Mars and now is sufficient research to understand if there is a suit leak, if there is a contamination, can that be localized to the landing area? When we were doing these academy studies, When NASA did their own independent review board chaired by Alan Stern, the conclusion was probably, but there needs to be research to do that so that the humans landing doesn't forever change the entire planet's biological makeup. The betting right now is that you can define a zone, the people will be there, they'll probably contaminate it, but that will not bother the ability to go and look for a life elsewhere.
Wonderful stuff. I mean, well, Scott, we cannot thank you enough for coming on and joining us today and sharing your expertise and everything that you bring, obviously, to the table. It's been wonderful to speak with you once again.
And one of the things I want to make sure that everybody out here knows about the Mars Czar, he is not just scientist extraordinaire, he is musician extraordinaire. And to that point, as we talk about and we share with students all the time, scientists are not one-dimensional standing around in their lab coats. They are indeed, they have multiple talents, and music is sometimes, one of the biggest ones, or art or photography. You see all of these things. So if you think he's impressive as far as his Mars knowledge, wait till you hear him, do a little riff there.
Terrific. Yeah, and I created a new website, scotthubbard.com. You go to that website and you can get the whole backstory of how I went up through NASA and then over to Stanford. But there's a YouTube channel that's hooked to it that has not only some of my space talks, but it's got recordings from my current group, the Space Rangers, as well as remastered tapes from groups I had almost 50 years ago. So you can see my musical development as well. So check it out if you want to.
Beautiful. Thank you.
You're awesome, Scott. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us today. And I'm sure we'll be hearing from you too once we hear the news of the landing.
Glad to be here. It's always fun to talk to you guys. Let's keep doing it.
We appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
So everybody, I mean, we've got a little bit of time here. There was a fine gentleman who was supposed to be on now. I think there may have been a little bit of confusion with possibly. I think I said confusement there. I think that's a new word I just made up.
That's a good word.
Confusement. Confusement, I think, might be a word. I don't know. We're going to have to go Google that. But if not, just made a new one. Beth's like, whatever. So I just wanted to sit and talk to everybody a little bit about the mission today. I mean, we are an hour and 47-ish minutes from the landing when we'll hopefully get that wonderful good news from NASA and JPL. So Beth, I'll go to you first. Let's talk a little bit about it and where we're at, maybe some details about it that maybe people don't know. What's Moxie's been a big one. We had a brand new webinar earlier. Moxie's been a big thing. The helicopter everybody's excited about. So let's talk a little bit.
Oh my gosh, so many things. What direction do I get to pick? Well, I want to tell you a little bit about something that is near and dear to my heart that does relate to this mission. And those are analog missions. And I want to, we talked about the sounds of Mars. Can you hear me? You good?
No, I just said I love it. Yeah. No. No.
So when we talk about the sounds of Mars, I recently spent several weeks on an analog mission with a musician/scientist, as Janet so well pointed out, that scientists are multidimensional. We've got a lot of talents, right? And this person who was my teammate came and she was investigating what sounds lava tubes might make. What are some of the sounds of Mars? And this is exactly what the rover will be able to capture. And how exciting to hear what Mars will sound like. And so we'll be able to have some of that data. I know that's going to be coming a little bit more sooner than the samples, the actual hard, tangible samples that we'll be returning. But, as we observe these planets, we are sensory beings. We are humans that need to hear and smell and see and envision so that we can understand it better. And so every time we do these, we are able to take this kind of data. So data, just like us, it exists in many different ways. It can be the things that we see, hear, touch, and feel and smell. It can be, data on a graph or a chart. And so for a lot of students and people and kids at heart like me, there are these opportunities that when we get to hear about them, we embrace them, and we are really eager to hear, the sounds of Mars. And I can't wait to know what Mars does smell like. Hopefully it does not smell like the habitat that I lived in while I'm a live astronaut.
You know what, Beth? I am looking forward to it. Maybe our Mars czar here will do this. Scott Hubbard, I have a challenge for you. I'm looking towards the composers that once we have those recordings of, say, a Martian dust storm, or, what does that, even the sounds, even if it's recording, Perseverance, starting an experiment, or, rolling over the surface of Mars. I am looking to have some amazing music and compositions and composers think about adding those kinds of very, very Mars sensory things into a beautiful orchestral work or song. So I think it's going to give us some profound opportunities for multiple ways of sharing Mars in ways we haven't done before.
Well, interestingly, we haven't announced this yet, but Explore Mars is going to be starting a composer in residence program soon also to start investigating. Oops, I just lost it.
What had happened was, let's hope the Sky Crane doesn't do anything like that.
Just the
Nothing
cat
like that
pulled
with the
my
Sky
earbuds off.
So I just want to do a quick shout out to, for Janet, what you're mentioning, what you're talking about. Yes. So Dr. Brandy Nunez, my crewmate, actually so she's practicing, right? So that when we go to Mars, we know exactly how to do this right. But it's interesting. We talked to Scott Hubbard just now in his group, the Space Rangers. Dr. Brandy Nunez, she is known as an electronic musician, and her name is Space Racer. And she takes electronic sounds. I know, isn't this crazy? So she takes the electronic sounds that she captured while we were on the mountain and in the lava tubes, and she puts them together into beats and backgrounds and even launch music and things like that we experience here on Earth. And so when we do these analogs, we can practice our music and our art and our science and our growing and our agriculture and our data. Like, that is what analog missions are for, and so that they do it. And we know that when we go, how to do it. What are the hiccups? What are the places we have problems with? How do we transfer this data? How do we share the data? And how do people embrace and take that data to the next level, like Scott Hubbard and like Space Racer and Space Ranger? So I'm so excited that we're both excited about this, because there are people right now doing this exact thing. We had an artist on the team. We had several communicators and poets. We had so many wonderfully talented women. And like you said earlier, we're all multidimensional. So some of us came in with the hard science and the research that we had set out to do. But also on the side, we are looking to take full advantage of our sensory perception when we go and explore. So as we go explore these planets and these places, right, we have to be able to translate. And so that's why I think a job, as I have a little bit of a bias as a former NASA communicator, but we want to be able to translate with effectiveness how we're telling the rest of the world what we're seeing and hearing and smelling. And that's so important. And that is, in a way, what the rover will be doing for us today.
And as I was saying before my cat pulled off my earbuds,
Chris recently got a new cat, and that new cat is just not respecting his authority.
I know it. I tell him, No, we will be starting a composer in residence with Explore Mars. So we will be having that composer produce orchestral works for us. But I'm glad, Beth, you also brought up the sounds of Mars, because it's a really fascinating topic. I talked to Chris Hadfield recently about it, the whole physics of music in space. So the physics of, whether, in different atmospheric pressures, different gravities, how does that affect sound? And we know with, if it's less atmospheric pressure or even lower atmospheric pressure, he'd mentioned going down into a deep ocean habitat where there's positive pressure. So it's really interesting looking at these and how this will impact music moving forward. Will there be whole new sounds, whole new musical cultures? But I also wanted to mention something that we really haven't brought up today, is that in addition to today's mission, Perseverance is not alone. 2 other missions just recently arrived at Mars, the UAE Hope mission, the orbiter. And then China just has a mission that just arrived in orbit also, but we'll also have a lander that's landing sometime no earlier than May as well. So there's a lot of interest around the world on this. And I think this is just great because it's just building over time. And there are a bunch of other international missions coming up over the next few years.
Well, that was actually what I was going to ask, because they were supposed to, ESA was supposed to go this year too. They were having some issues, I believe it was with their parachute. They wanted to make absolutely sure, hey man, listen, we lost one a couple of years ago.
It was COVID, Ron. It was COVID.
It was, I mean, and who could say it wasn't COVID? I mean, how many people, I mean, and I know obviously you're jesting also sort of, but how many of us have seen the world completely change because of COVID? It's just in every single way, shape, or form. It was amazing that the space industry got as much done as it did last year with everything that was going on. Like, nobody can come, but we're sending astronauts back to space for the very first time from American soil, and everybody showed up. And then, of course, Florida went through the roof. But that's it's still, we have so much that's happening. But ESA does have one on the way. If anybody wants to talk about that one real quick, because that's another one we have look forward to in 2 years now, I think.
2 years, yep.
2 years. Chris, you want to talk a little bit about it?
If somebody else wants to jump in,
Chris doesn't know anything about it, Janet.
I do, but
whenever we're talking about these missions, and it's like Emily Calandrelli mentioned, it's like there are questions of like, why do we spend so much money, or if it didn't work, why not deploy that money elsewhere? But we are called to action, and so what ESA will do, and ESA's mission, again, once we send the Mars 2026 rover, it's a NASA and ESA partnership at that point. And this is super cool how this mechanism is going to work. Basically, it's like ESA's machine rides along with the 2026 rover, kind of like Ingenuity is doing with Perseverance. And then the ESA little kind of like, I don't know for better word, it's like cache sample collector. We'll go get those. And then again, it will rejoin ESA's orbiter, and then a spacecraft will bring that back to Earth. So, I don't know a large amount of what, the mission or the delays with. It's like in a moment, I'll share a great video from a planetary scientist working at JPL, and she can go into a little bit more detail about, it's like they're clean suits and there's all this prep. And, when we think about that in the middle of a pandemic, we had 3 missions launched to Mars last summer, UAE, China, and, the US, along with all of its international partners. It's really quite extraordinary how we can adapt and move things forward. So I have no doubt we've got great friends at the European Space Agency. Again, it's like, I always think about it. It's like, I think it's like we're quick to jump. Oh, is that a failure? Or is that, no. That's good, smart engineers deciding that there are ways that we can improve. And when we get there, we will get there. And that is when we will deploy this mission. So again, whatever we learn along the way, always improves some other thing. I just realized that it's like in one NASA failure that involved an antenna, basically antennas on mobile phones improved. So I just want to remind everybody that while we are constantly, hoping to expand and go further and farther and land humans on Mars, for everything that we do as we go to the International Space Station and when we go back to the moon and onto Mars, everything that we discover will come back to Earth 10,000 fold. And so that's, it's just that part to me, Beth, is super exciting. And you worked at NASA yourself, so some of those innovations that NASA was doing and then returned it to the general public.
Yes, so well said, Janet. And I want to tell you that yesterday I watched the entire Mars press conference, of course. And I want to tell you that one of the engineers had explained it this way: even if we don't find life, that's important too, because it will show us that habitability alone is not sufficient enough. There needs to be something else that exists in order to harbor life. So when, we can call them a failure, but that is not at all what they are. So we can, and when we succeed as one agency or one country, humankind succeeds completely. So we'll be looking, and I know we've got, maybe I think we have some other folks like Dr. Graham Lau who will be coming on later to talk about this, and the fact that when we look for this, what are the biosignatures that we're looking for to identify life? Let's just break this. Let's just stop for a moment and say, okay, if we enter successfully, and if we land successfully, and then if we search successfully and we're able to move about and of all the parts that work, let's just stop for a moment and take a breath and recognize what we've done as humankind, right? And then when we start looking for those biosignatures, right, they're called stratomites or oh my gosh, Dr. Graham Lau is going to totally slap me. I think it's called stromatolites. There
you go. There you
we
go.
go. When we study those rocks microscopically that the rover can do, and we're going to be able to detect the ability that it could have had in the past, this former organic matter, because we are at this shallow part of the Jezero Crater that could have had water and harbored life at some time ago, 3.5 billion years ago. Even if we don't find life, now we are able to know that habitability alone is not the answer. And so how is this a failure, right? We can still find life perhaps elsewhere and with other missions, with other countries and other agencies, right?
Always.
Go
ahead, Chris.
Okay. And sorry to punt earlier. I was trying to get to a press text. And so I've been trying to duck away for a second. But yeah, I brought up a lot of great questions, but and with the ExoMars one coming in a couple of years, as you can imagine with ExoMars, it'll also be looking for life, as will be China's mission as well. So really exciting. But I think, Beth, you brought up a great, not Artemis, Janet, you brought up a great, hi, Artemis. You brought up a great point about innovation and how the failures and the successes can have a dramatic impact. With all the different technologies, innovations required for sustainable humanity on Mars coming up, as well as the robotics.
Yeah.
These are things that could transform Earth. And I just kind of want to plug some of our upcoming programs, because this is going to be one of the big focuses of Explore Mars over the next couple of years with innovation programs. We're going to have the Mars Innovation Forum in May, the week that Humans to Mars Summit usually takes place, to take a look at those things that aren't the rockets, the things that are required for sustainability on Mars, like making food, communications, power, artificial intelligence, environmental systems. It's just a whole range of things that not only will benefit humans on Mars, but could have direct benefits to people here on Earth. As we're looking at problems through the Mars lens, we can sometimes make those giant leaps that are going to benefit us here on Earth.
Well stated. And Shannon, I think you wanted to share a quick video with us, probably of some adorable kid that's going to inspire us to follow our dreams and everything. You are muted, Miss Janet.
This is my sweet friend, Evie. She's just a talent, but this goes directly into what we're all talking about, that search for life. Hear what Evie wants to do when she gets to be a scientist on Mars.
I'm excited for Perseverance's land on Mars because it will carry new information, and once we go there, we'll be able to take that information and process it so we know a lot more about Mars. And my favorite instrument, I think it would probably be the arm that grabs the rocks and puts it in its containment center to pass it on to the next rover. And Perseverance paves the way for me because it studies more about rocks, and I hope to have a career on Mars to learn more about rocks and minerals on Mars.
Oh, my heart. She wants to be, it's like it brings tears to my eyes, but this is what this mission does. It inspires, and we potentially have a future geologist because of missions like today. So, Evie, I can't wait to see you on Mars analyzing those rocks, but always a joy to share the kids from my Janet's Planet Astronaut Academy.
Oh, and it's always wonderful stuff to see them. I don't know how you can be inspired by these kids who are way brighter than I remember being at that age. So it's a really lovely thing. So what I want to do real quick is I just want to I want to pop over to the live stream from NASA. They have officially started, which means we're getting even closer. We're only about an hour and a half away from the best news you're going to hear all week. So let's bring this in for just a few minutes and kind of see what's going on over there. They've got some wonderful people that are sharing the future of what we are going to all be celebrating on Mars, from the helicopter, the missions to collect samples, possibly finding the signs for life. I'm stoked. I can't wait. So as Daniel just said, countdown. Like, yes, we're on the countdown. So let's share in with a little bit of what they are sharing with us today.
Who else is in the room with you right now?
The operations team is split into two different areas.
Maybe.
Here in the cruise mission support area, we have primarily the team that has been flying Perseverance from Earth to Mars. You'll see the placards with the roles of each of the people by their stations. Some of the people you may hear talking today are the flight director, who is the conductor of our operations orchestra here, the entry, descent, and landing activity lead, who is a member of the landing team tasked with understanding the execution of entry, descent, and landing. And then also the telecommunications and entry, descent, and landing communications engineers, who will be monitoring the signal from Perseverance through the different paths that we have. Upstairs, in what we call the war room, we have almost the entire entry, descent, and landing operations team. And then across the hall from them, we have the surface mission control room, where the surface operations team is ready and waiting to take over as soon as Perseverance's wheels touch the ground.
And you have been part of this mission for years now. Can you tell us what have you been working on?
I've been working on Perseverance for almost 8 years now as a guidance, navigation, and control engineer, working primarily on entry, descent, and landing. One of my big tasks was to help with terrain relative navigation. Perseverance will be the first mission to fly terrain relative navigation. So while she's descending on the parachute, she'll actually be looking at the ground with a camera, seeing where she is with respect to the Martian surface, and choosing a safe spot to land that she can get to. After so many years of working on the mission, it's an honor to be here today as the mission commentator.
We're happy to have you here. Thanks, Swati. We'll be checking back in with you in just a few minutes as Perseverance approaches its next milestone. But for now, let's learn more about the rover's mission once it lands on Mars.
You know, Mars is the closest place that we can reach with robotic exploration that we think had a really good chance of having ancient life.
The Perseverance rover will land at a location called Jezero Crater. Jezero Crater is a very interesting place. It's a crater that once held a lake.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have once hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. That means it was filled. The crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
This is a wonderful place to live for microorganisms, and it is also a wonderful place for those microorganisms to be preserved so that we can find them now so many billions of years later.
There is no other place on Mars that has the unique combination of a lake setting, a beautifully preserved delta, and the diverse mineralogy that we have in Jezero Crater. So it's truly a special landing site.
The major goal of the Perseverance mission is to investigate astrobiology on Mars, and in particular, to address the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity. We've added to it a whole new set of science instruments, and these science instruments were purposefully selected to help us in the search for biosignatures.
We're going to be taking microphones with us. For the first time, we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter, the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
Perseverance is a very, very profound first step in both our understanding of our place in the universe and a stepping stone towards human exploration on Mars.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary, and Perseverance is about to reach another important milestone. Swati, can you tell us what is happening?
We are at a milestone where the operations team determines whether they're ready to turn off the transmitter to Perseverance. Turning off the transmitter is like taking your hands off of the wheel. At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen in. Taking your hands off of the wheel. At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen in.
Go. Propulsion. Go. Art lead. Go. Team chief. Go. Ace. Go. Launch cruise phase lead. Go. Deputy mission. Go. EDL phase lead. Go. Mission assurance. Mission assurance is go. Chief engineer. Chief is go. Project manager. Projects go. Mission manager. All stations are go for transmitter off. Copy flight. Go for transmitter off.
There you have it, Raquel. We have deemed Perseverance ready to execute entry, descent, and landing on her own.
Thank you, Swati. As we just heard, Perseverance is now operating on its own as it cruises closer to Mars. To help explain what this mission means for the agency is NASA's Associate Administrator, Thomas Zurbuchen. Thomas, this is our fifth rover sent to Mars since 1997. Can you tell us how Perseverance is going to kickstart a new era?
Wow, this is such an important day today, and it really is the beginning of a new era in a sense that we're going from exploration, kind of with experiments on rovers, looking around, doing analysis, to the sample return phase, in which we're not only looking around, looking at the geology, but really turning our rover into a robotic geologist and astrobiologist, collecting samples that we will bring back to Earth. And for us, of course, those are where the best laboratories are of all of humanity. Some of them still remain to be explored by some that are not yet in the science community yet. And that's what we're looking forward to. It's that new phase. The other element that I want to talk about is the amazing technologies that are there. And of course, one of my favorites is the Ingenuity helicopter, this in search of this extraterrestrial Wright brothers moment, controlled flight for the first time elsewhere, Raquel.
Great. And we have a student question on video for you from Macy.
Hi, my name is Macy Ragsdale. My question is anything alive on Mars? Thank you.
Well, Macy, I'm so glad for your question. That's a question I ask myself. Is anything alive there? And frankly, at the surface where we're going right now with Perseverance, we do not believe there's anything alive right there because of the radiation that's there. It's chilling, cold, and there's really no water there. But guess what? We think that 3 billion years ago, this looked like a stream that you may see on Earth. And frankly, a lot more similar than Earth, with water with a magnetic field, just like the Earth with an atmosphere. And the question is, at that time, 3 billion years ago, were there single-cell organisms, just of the type that developed on Earth? So is there life on Mars overall? We don't know. But where we're going right now, we're really looking for ancient life. And that's what we're so excited about.
Thank you for your time today, Thomas. And thanks to everyone who has been using the hashtag Countdown to Mars. Here are some of the photos that you've sent in so far. Let's take a look. Now, please keep sharing with us how you are watching this moment today. For now, let's go back to Swati for an important update to what's going on in mission control as we get closer to another milestone.
Hi, Raquel. This next milestone is a communications poll. So during landing, not only will Perseverance talk directly to Earth, but we'll also be talking to 2 spacecraft that are currently orbiting Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and the MAVEN spacecraft. This poll is to confirm with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft and the MAVEN spacecraft teams that they are ready and on track to support the relay from Perseverance. Let's listen in.
EDL flight. Go flight. Have you performed the comm check and readiness of the orbiters?
We have performed the voice check and the readiness poll and can confirm that MRO, MAVEN, EDA, Radio Science 1 and 2, UHF, DTE, CSN, and EDL GDS are all ready to support.
Copy, EDL comm.
All right, everybody, we are going to take a break from the stream from NASA here for a minute, and we're going to welcome in the man, the myth, the legend, the one, the only, Dr. Graham Lau, the astrobiologist, also known as Astro Beef now. That's his newest one. So, Graham, we wanted to bring you in today for a variety of reasons. You're always such an excellent science communicator, but we're talking about the first mission that's going to Mars. It's seriously going to look at what the possibilities of life were, and that's got to be an exciting thing for you. And I know that Janet's probably going to have some questions for you because I know Janet's interviewed you almost as many times as I have. I think so. But we'll start with the biggest one right there. How excited are you to see a mission that's going to go look for life? That's looking for life on the red planet.
Yeah, I mean, like super excited, right? It's so groovy. I can feel my heart rate already starting to go up rather quickly here, just getting ready for the landing, which is coming so soon. We're almost down to landing time, and those 7 minutes of terror will be terrifying. I'm going to try to meditate and breathe and really be focused. One thing you said though, I don't quite agree with. So yes, Percy is a robot astrobiologist. It's not the first. So remember, with Viking 1 and Viking 2, we actually had 4 instruments on board both of those landers to do biology experiments on Mars. And it was a much different time in our thinking about what life on Mars might have been like or is like, if there is current life there right now. And so the instruments we took along for Viking 1 and 2 were a little different than how we're now thinking about looking for life. And so the one really cool thing, though, here with Perseverance is that if we're going to find life on Mars, Perseverance is a really, really good spacecraft to do it with. There's so many spectrometers on this rover. There's so many awesome instruments. We're not just flying, this test case of a helicopter, which I absolutely love. We're not just testing in situ resource utilization with MOXIE, which I love, but we're also using all of these instruments like Raman spectroscopy, infrared spectroscopy, X-ray fluorescence now on Mars with this rover, and it's going to be just really, really cool.
And you know what, Graham, expound on that, because the super cam is an extension of the chem cam, and what it's going to do is it's going to like kind of pulverize that rock and then be able to kind of like analyze those chemicals. But also that RIMFAX, you're talking about getting that kind of like ultrasound of Mars. Tell everybody a little bit more about why that's so exciting to an astrobiologist.
Yeah, absolutely. When we think about what we're doing with our instruments, think about what a microscope is or what a telescope is. These things that we design, these instruments, they allow us to extend our senses, to see things that we wouldn't normally see in the cases of microscopes and telescopes, to understand the chemistry, to basically smell what other molecules are like inside of rocks and minerals on other planets. We're going to have microphones now to listen to the sounds of Mars. All of the instruments on board this rover are basically the way that the rover then is sensing the environment and feeling the environment around it. And so it's something like RIMFAX, which I really love that it comes from Norse mythology, the name RIMFAXi. This instrument will be a ground penetrating radar, basically allowing the rover to look into the ground without having to drill down into it. So basically sending waves of radar down and back and seeing how they interact with the ground below. It can let us learn a bit about the structure of the ground below the robot, which is really awesome. And then SuperCam, oh my gosh, like this is an incredible instrument. If you had told me back in the 90s when I was really starting to get involved in wanting to pursue astrobiology as an education, that we would have this kind of instrument on board this rover, basically this giant eyeball that can shoot this really high-powered laser out, this red laser, and do what's called LIBS, or laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy. It's breaking down the rock and reading the chemistry inside of the rock from a distance, from far away. And so it doesn't have to hold the rock or touch it or put it inside the robot. It can shoot this laser out and learn about the rock from a distance. And then this will also have some other instruments on board too. There's also a Raman spectrometer on SuperCam. So Sherlock isn't the only Raman on board on board this rover. There's actually a couple. And this will be just a really cool use of doing spectroscopy from a distance from the rover with rocks that are hard to get to, or just to help us determine before going over and using some of the more sensitive instruments on these rocks up close, what we want to find. And so SuperCam, super exciting. And RIMFAX was made in Norway. There's another instrument on board from another country, MEDA, which is this environmental analyzer. Basically, it's going to be studying the dust and studying things like the weather around the rover, which is really cool. I mean, there's so many things on board this rover. It's incredible.
And, it's got 23 cameras, but when you talk about MEDA, and this is what's exciting, because the Hope probe, you could, again, this is oversimplifying things, but it's kind of be sort of the first weather satellite for Mars, because Hope probe, the UAE's Mars mission, is going to get a really great kind of like geographical weather in all regions of Mars. But the MEDA is kind of like the little kind of like local weather guy on the Perseverance rover. What about this mission do you think has gotten everybody so excited? Do you think it's just the time that it's landing in, or is it because it really is, with everything we'll find out about these chemicals, it does tell us how that will affect a human if we go there? So talk a little bit about that, like about what you think as an astrobiologist might be the coolest. What do you think would be the coolest thing we could find out, Graham?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the coolest thing we could find would be like definitive signs of life.
Right.
And I also tell people that that's not exactly what we're looking for, unfortunately. I mean, it'd be great if we find it. If we see some Martian turtle or Marvin the Martian walk in front of one of the cameras, that's a pretty good sign of life. If we see, some hieroglyphics written by a Martian civilization from long ago, that'd be an interesting thing too. We probably aren't going to see those things. And so instead, we're using all of these really awesome, advanced, super sensitive instruments on board this rover to understand the environment of Jezero Crater from the ancient past, maybe when it had a large lake inside of it and there was water flowing in and water flowing back out, to understand the delta deposits at the edge of this crater where a river flowed into what was most likely a lake and deposited a bunch of material. Maybe some ancient pond scum was deposited in this pond along the way, or maybe some materials of living things from up this river came down and got stuck in those deposits. The instruments will let us understand the rock, the minerals, and maybe also understand a bit of the organic complement, organic molecules. And so there's a very good chance we could find some things. I see this comment here from Raul Guzman, microbe fossils will be cool. Yes, microbe fossils would be very, very cool. Those are something that we would call a morphological biosignature. It's a sign of life that comes in the form of a shape or size or how something has interacted with the rock layers. And it'd be a really good biosignature. If we find something that looks like a bunch of cells of ancient Martians, that'd be a pretty cool biosignature, but it's not definitive because we can form things without life in nature here on Earth, in the laboratory, that have cell-like structures. And so we need a bit more than just something that looks like a cell, which is why we now have all these instruments on board to understand the chemistry, the mineralogy, the history, the environment around these materials. And then also, I mean, sample return is a holy grail in space exploration. For those of us who want to understand planetary science, who want to understand astrobiology, who want to know more, getting those samples back to our laboratories here on Earth, where we have some of the greatest instruments, and we really have a chance to really dissect the samples, to really understand them chemically, geologically, biologically, potentially. That's huge. And so this sample return part of the mission, even though everyone's going to have to wait. So we have to get through this very exciting next hour with the landing, and then we have to find the right samples and cache them. And then we have to wait for the next missions to come along that's going to pick up the samples, launch it back up into orbit of Mars, launch that back to Earth, and then we have to bring it down to our laboratories. And so there's going to be a large test of our patience before we have a chance to really get those really nice return samples back.
But
so just real quick, we have one of our friends, Jared Heads, coming in from the Tomorrow Show. He was going to be our guest a little bit ago, but he was running late. So Jared might end up being our very own, like, Lindsey Buckingham, like from that SNL skit where we don't get to him, but we're going to show him and let him smile at you real quick. But ooh, nice. What's up with that? What's up with that? But Jane, I'll let you get a question, and then Jared, we'll see if you want to throw one at Graham real quick.
No, just welcome, Jared, and welcome to everybody out there.
Hey, Jared.
We're getting great comments, and lots of you guys are just, again, we're about, I would say, what, T-minus?
An hour and 7?
Just a little over an hour.
Yeah.
Well, actually, technically,
technically,
it's an hour from the 7 minutes of terror right now.
Right.
And then it will, no, I'm sorry. I'm actually off by a few minutes. So we're close.
11 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, so, well, it would be 11 minutes. So it's 4 minutes away from the beginning of the 7 minutes of terror, and then the landing. So there we go. I had to do the math.
What's a couple minutes at 5 kilometers per second?
Who's counting?
Well stated. I'm sorry, Janet, go ahead.
No. It's like, Graham, it is true. Somebody posted that you can make pond scum sound exciting as an astrobiologist. And that's what I love about interviewing you or having you talk to students, is because you have this way of making this like looking for life and these kinds of like biosignatures. And really tell everybody a little bit more about what we mean by agnostic life. I've heard, our good friend, Jim Garver talk about that, but it's like, really, we're talking about this biosignatures of agnostic life. Tell everybody what we mean by that.
I'm agnostic life.
So there's this idea, right, of an agnostic biosignature. So a biosignature is a sign of life. It's something that we're looking for that tells us that life or a biological process might have been involved in a phenomena, in the formation of a molecule, in the isotopes that we see in the rock record, in the minerals that are present. These can be signs of life. But we've been doing a lot of thinking in the realm of astrobiology and the philosophy of this science, and how we look for other life and what we might actually find out there. And, right after Percival Lowell published his book Mars in 1895, and H.G. Wells then took that idea and wrote War of the Worlds, and we started this whole era of kind of alien science fiction, a lot of our aliens that we have in science fiction were always humanoid. They had 2 arms and 2 legs, and it was usually, you know, a human wearing a monkey suit on Mars or something like that. But in the last several decades, we've been thinking a lot more about whether or not we should expect other life out there to be like us, to be like life as we know it. It could be drastically different.
Sure.
And so an agnostic biosignature is one that doesn't necessarily rely on life being exactly what we know. And so these are very basic, fundamental chemical and physical features of the universe that we can look for that would imply biology without necessarily implying terrestrial biology. And so a lot of these things will come in the forms of things like looking for the chirality of molecules, the handedness of molecules, looking for isotopes. There's a lot of work going on right now within the realm of agnostic biosignatures to figure out if there was life on Mars or is life on Mars that's not like life as we know it. We need to be ready to find that as well.
You know, this is just, again, exciting. And I love how you describe that, because we do need to be thinking about it. It could be life as we have never known it. But just as a reminder, remember that from the, you know, calcium in your teeth to the carbon in your DNA to the iron in your blood, all of these elements exist in other places, and to find that we're not only, you know, biologically related, but we're chemically related to things in the universe and everything. Oops. People can't get enough of this Mars stuff today. Stop it, folks. But thank you so much, Graham, for being here. I'm going to let Ron take over for a second. It looks like I've got a press thing I need to attend to. But again, guys, it's a great day for Mars. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Janet, we'll see you in just a minute. And Graham, I was going to say, if you want to stick around too, we're going to bring in Ashley. We're going to start talking to her from over at Aerojet. You are more than welcome to stick around for as long as you want to. We're bringing people in and out. If you got to take a break, you know how I do it on my shows, man.
Yeah,
we can have 5 or 6 people, so you're more than welcome to stick around as we bring in Ashley Reiser from Aerojet Rocketdyne. And of course, Boss Man himself, as he gets up and walks away again. And right as I bring Chris in, he literally walked off screen. But Ashley, it's great to see you this morning. And now he's back again. Quite literally, as I'm bringing in.
Sorry about that. Let me plug in here so there's no echo.
No worries. And I'll meet you as we go to Ashley first. Ashley, how are you doing? Welcome back to the show. You were with us last time. So tell us everything that's been going on at Aerojet, what you guys have been so excited about with this mission today. So we're glad to have you back again one more time with us. Ashley may hear us. She might hear us. Ashley, can you hear us? Oh, Ashley can't hear us. Okay. She's going to go out and be right back. So this is perfect. Chris, you are muted. This gives me a perfect chance. So we didn't get a chance to give a full introduction. Jared Head, he does multiple things, host on Tomorrow's Show, has his own YouTube channel as well. An excellent science communicator. Jared, you've been talking about all the missions that have been out there recently. So I just want to throw it to you for a minute, man. Tell us a little bit about what you're excited about today with this incredible mission. We're only an hour away.
Oh my gosh. What am I not excited about in terms of today and this entire weekend? I literally put out to all of my friends on Facebook. I was like, you are not going to hear from me this weekend because I'm just going to be focusing on everything coming out of JPL this weekend. So sorry, if you can't get in touch with me, you can't get in touch with me. And I'm not sorry about that. So I'm obviously super excited for entry, descent, and landing as an aerospace engineer. The system that JPL has made for Curiosity and now for Perseverance as well is probably one of the most ridiculous. I think Adam Stelzner, the lead engineer on the mission, kind of described it correctly when he called it the right kind of crazy. So those are the kinds of things that as an engineer, you love to see. And in addition to that, the things that I'm most excited about with landing today is the engineering cameras that are going to be taking that footage today throughout the entry, descent, and landing process. Those cameras looking up at parachute deployment, those cameras looking down from Perseverance as it's landing, the camera on the deck of Perseverance looking up at the descent stage as it gets lowered on the sky crane, and then a camera on the descent stage that's going to watch Perseverance get lowered on the sky crane as well. I know we're not going to get that footage until this weekend or next week, but I'm very excited about that. One thing, though, that I have been waiting forever on is that microphone. I remember a small little 11-year-old Jared watching on the NASA Select TV channel back in 1999 with a press conference in December with a whole bunch of JPL engineers, and Bill Nye was there, and they're talking about Mars Polar Lander, and it's going to have this microphone, and we're so excited to hear the sound from it. And it ended up being like a 5-hour-long awkward press conference of, well, we'll get the signal pretty soon. We're pretty confident of that. And of course, we know how Mars Polar Lander ended, which was you know, in a small crater of feet and meters at the same time. So this is sort of like, for me, the microphone has been like 2 decades of waiting, and that like, I'm so excited. Like, the kid in me is finally getting what he was promised 20 years ago. And that entry, descent, landing camera sequence, I just can't wait for that, because like landing on Mars, seeing that in motion has been something that's like been the realm of science fiction for so long, and now we're about to get a chance, assuming everything goes correctly, to actually see what it's going to look like, and no more guessing as to what it looks like. This is what it'll actually look like, and not so much just, wow, these views are cool, but also like, wow, look at how all of this is working, and what can we do to work on to further improve the system and make it even better? So that's the stuff that just makes me so excited today.
And one of the reasons that I invited you on is because you're a wealth of knowledge. I had no clue whatsoever that they were going to be taking pictures of the landing of the parachute, of the crane and stuff. I had not heard that once. And I thought that, I mean, I try to read as much as I can. You know, I work and, you know, sleep sometimes. That's a rumor. Yeah, but so I had no clue. And so we also, obviously, the big part of this today is landing on Mars, and we have somebody that's going to talk to us a little bit about how their technology is going to land us on Mars. And I think that she now has sound. Ashley, can you hear us?
Hello, loud and clear.
Hooray! We got Ashley. Awesome. Ashley from Aerojet Rocketdyne. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and bring him in early just because he's so awesome, and he's going to be on after this, and he's going to give us a breakdown of all the stuff. But Rod Pyle, I just want to say hi to Rod because Rod's got just the coolest voice ever, and and he does stuff like that. Ooh, and he reminds me, his voice reminds me a lot of one of my all-time favorite people, Kevin Smith. So I always like to hear him talk. Like whenever I hear him do podcasts, him and some other people do, he just talk, Rod, and tell me I'm wrong, Jared. Jared, I know for sure knows who Kevin Smith is.
Oh yeah, and I also know who Rod is as well. We both have that kinship of Griffith Observatory, and stories to be told of working at Griffith Observatory.
I was there at Griffith 1.0, and he's been there at Griffith 2.0, so very different times. Yes, I feel like Kevin Smith mostly when I try to button my shirts now.
Perfect. See, there we go.
Yeah.
So, but Ashley, I do want to go to you, talk about a little bit about all the cool stuff that's going on today. How are you feeling about it? You got the big smile on your face. I know that you're excited. So share with us a little bit of what you're feeling.
Well, I'm extremely excited, and you know, it's funny. I'm sorry again for my technical difficulties. We can somehow launch a spacecraft and have it land on Mars, yet I can't figure out how to use the microphone on my iPhone. So apologies for that. I think that today, the most exciting thing is that, you know, this is the culmination of literally years of work. My company provides propulsion for everything from the launch vehicle to the spacecraft as it's entering Mars's atmosphere, to the awesome throttling descent thrusters, also to the power generator on the rover. So many people have touched this mission across our company from sites literally across the country. And so I know that it's going to be a really big milestone for everyone who touched it, you know, from Florida to Redmond, Washington. So we're really excited.
Is this your first Mars mission? Have you been there long enough, like, for any of the previous missions? Because you know, Joe Cassidy was on earlier. He mentioned that, you know, they've had a piece in all of them over the U.S. missions, all the U.S. Mars missions. So is this your first one, or you know, is this old hat for you now?
Oh, you know, it's not necessarily an old hat. Haven't been around quite as long as Mars Joe. But, you know, being with the company for the launch last year and then their InSight landing back in 2018 was absolutely fantastic. And it's just really exciting being part of the company and being able to learn more and more about our rich history with Mars. As you mentioned, we have been on every single NASA mission to Mars dating back to the 1970s. So we were the ones who provided those thrusters that really enabled the Viking landers to land on the surface of Mars, which, as you know, was a huge deal. We've also been on every single orbiter, lander, rover that's gone to the planet that NASA has spearheaded. And if today's landing is successful, this will be the 9th landing that is successful for NASA and that Aerojet Rocketdyne has played a role on.
Chris, I see that you got a question, sir.
Yeah, no, welcome, Ashley.
Hello, hi, Chris.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm well.
Great. So were you aware of the storied Mars history with Aerojet before you started working there? And now that you're there, what sort of role, how embedded is it in the Aerojet culture, this Mars culture, since certainly has played a significant role in your history?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will say I've been part of the aerospace industry for close to 10 years now. So space has always had a very close place in my heart. But joining Aerojet Rocketdyne and realizing how many of these missions that we've been on and how absolutely critical to the success of these missions our propulsion and power elements are was actually kind of a surprise. It's interesting because, you can kind of link it to talking about a car. You see the Hondas and the Hyundais and the Toyotas in the news, but you're not really hearing about the people that make the engines and the guts of those that really enable those cars to work. And that's us. We're kind of behind the scenes, but on days like today, when you're actually going to be, hearing them talk over the live stream from JPL in Pasadena and saying, the thrusters are firing, they're altering, they're stabilizing the spacecraft as it enters Mars atmosphere. It's really cool to be a part of that because it's kind of our engine's time to shine.
Rod, I'm going to go to you next. I know you got a question there. Editor-in-Chief of Ad Astra Magazine. Also part of the National Space Society. Good to see you, sir.
Yes, good to see you guys. So, Ashley, my question is, I was talking to Rob Manning, who you probably know, years ago for a book on Curiosity. And my understanding from talking to him was when they first started working on Skycrane and knew that they were going to need to come back to you for those descent motors, that an awful lot of the knowledge trust, they thought at the time anyway, had been lost. So were those re-engineered, or did you essentially resuscitate what you had from the 70s?
So I guess thank you for that question. And kind of going back just to give viewers some background, the MR80 engines, which are the ones that throttle up and down and kind of adjust their thrust level to gently lower the Skycrane towards the ground so that it can let the rover go down on the nylon cords. Those are powered by our descent stage thrusters. And those thrusters, they can vary in thrust levels from about 10 pounds to 800 pounds. So a really wide level depending on how, fast or slow it's going or what it's kind of hitting in the atmosphere. And so since we made those thrusters back in the 70s for the Viking landers, it was the first time we landed on Mars. People weren't really sure, what kind of an impact having a thruster come that close to the surface would do. And so instead of having just one central nozzle kind of, blowing all that downward thrust on the surface, they created what folks like to say they were like the cow udder engine. And so it had 13 different nozzles to dissipate the thrust so that it wouldn't really make a big dissipation of the surface when it landed. And so when JPL came back to us and said, you know what, we need those engines again. We don't necessarily need to do, the 13 different nozzles. We'll be doing a Skycrane. People were like, okay, well, let's get this together. Let's get this for Curiosity. And, you hear from engineers who worked on this program that they were literally going back and finding, handwritten notes and little sketches about the engines and kind of taking that from the 70s and making it a more modern program. So definitely made some improvements on it. But it is really cool looking back and seeing the success of that mission and the longevity of the design of some of our engines that have kind of, evolved, but kept the same, purpose over the decades.
I think I think we might have an out of left field question from Graham. Ashley, are you prepared? And just in case you're not,
yeah,
you can be ready to tell Graham to go cut his beard off. Like,
all right, Graham, you got your scissors ready?
You got your scissors.
I don't know about all that, Ron.
we almost, one night we came close to raising like a bunch of money for a thing that we both do together.
Close.
And it was very, very close, and that was a lot of money before he was going to do it.
Yeah, it was a lot of money, but it got pretty close to me shaving my beard off for it.
Oh gosh! All
After
right,
all
I'll
of
try
these
to
years
be
of growth. So actually, I love.
Yep.
First off, I really loved hearing you talk about how many people are involved in building these engines. How many people have touched something that's landing on Mars today? That's really cool. But I actually want to change gears just a little bit and ask you about your perception of engines. And maybe even like the RTG and things like that in science fiction and in like our media. When you see like video games and comic books and movies and television shows for science fiction, and they're using these engines, are they getting it right, or is there something you feel that like we really need to show people in science fiction and in television and such about what your company is doing?
All right, Graham, I'm not going to need to cut your beard off because I'm going to admit I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. And it's really cool because after joining Aerojet Rocketdyne, and I feel like I talk about thrust levels and specific impulse all day long, it's really cool to be able to read these books that I grew up on and be like, I know what they're talking about. And that might not be right, but I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to call them out. So I can't speak to the intricacies that the engineers would have a little bit more information on, but I will say it is really cool to see, TV shows and novels kind of pulling in these aspects, and it's showing that, writers and producers are really reaching out to the industries to make sure that what they are, showing their audience isn't just something that, they're pulling out of left field. And I think that it's really important to, kind of have these accuracies, because one of the most important things for the space industry is to have the general public's buy-in. It's easy for us in the industry to say space is awesome. We need to go. We need to make sure that we can have a sustainable presence on the moon. We want to eventually have people on Mars, but we're not going to be able to do that if the general public and our stakeholders aren't really invested. And so I think it's really cool that they're actually talking about the technologies that companies in the industry are working on today.
Love it. Janet, I'll go to you next for a final question with Ashley before we go to Rod's breakdown. And he's going to be talking to us today about all the cool missions that have been going on in the city. But Janet, one final question for Ashley.
So Ashley, thank you so much for being here. But I would wonder if you have something specific to say to any of my female students out there about being a woman in STEM or a woman in science, a woman in rocket propulsion. You mind giving them a good message as to why it's such an exciting proposition?
I absolutely do. And I really appreciate the opportunity to address this, because I think it is something that's close to my heart. Even though, I feel like I've been a self-professed, science nerd for years, I think that it takes a lot of different kinds of people to make this industry work. We definitely need our scientists to do the research. We need our engineers to go ahead and construct these amazing, spacecraft and launch vehicles that is getting us to the planets. We need, more engineers and scientists to help us prepare for in situ resource utilization. But I think that the thing that's often lost is that you don't have to be a scientist. You don't have to be an engineer. You don't need to be able to multiply to the nth degree to be in this industry. I'm in the communications field, so I've been working in public relations. And one of the coolest things is how wonderful this industry is at really recognizing that everybody plays a role. Joe Cassidy was on earlier, and Beth mentioned, your company is really big on the teamwork aspect. And when I say that, there are hundreds of people across the country that made this possible, I think it's really important to recognize that not all those people are on the floor bending metal. Not all those people are, on their computers doing CAD designs. A lot of them are in support roles. And I think it's, just as important to let younger women know that if you want to go into this field and you've given a really good, college effort towards being the best at math or the best at science, and you're not, that's okay. Still come into the industry. We need people like you. We need people who are going to be passionate and help us to, make space. I think it's already cool, but make it even cooler and make it mainstream for folks to want to kind of embrace this and join us on our next step to continue, exploring deep space and making it possible for us to, eventually colonize off of Earth.
Thank you for that. And that works for any student out there listening. Space needs all of us.
It does.
Is a perfect segue to Rod Pyle, because you've got lots to share with us, my friend.
Thank you very much. And it's a good segue to me because I was one of those people that wanted to be like Ashley and be smart and get an engineering degree, but differential calculus and I had a disagreement along the way, and here I am writing instead. Ron, do I hit share here? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
You sure can. You'll share your screen and I'll put it up there for you so that way you can do it. Now, would you like to?
Right.
Would you still like to be on the screen while you're sharing, or do you want it to take up the whole screen?
Oh, let's take up the whole screen. People don't need to look at me.
Okay.
All right. StreamYard's asking me to allow, but the button is grayed out, so maybe we're not going to do this after all.
Let me do that. Let me take mine out because I still have one in the back. I still had JPL in the background in case we wanted to jump to it. Try it again now.
Okay.
That should do it.
Okay, hold on.
Sure.
Sorry, everyone.
That was on me. My bad.
Come on now. Screen. Yes. Your browser has blocked your screen. Well, maybe we'll have a conversation.
So we're going to talk.
Well, I guess I should have come in on Chrome, huh?
Well, if you want to switch over to Chrome real quick, we can talk amongst ourselves for like 2 minutes and then come back to you.
Okay, I just don't want to foul up your schedule, but I'll give it a try.
Oh, we can figure that out. We
okay.
got this. Yeah, we got all the time in the world.
That's what they always say. All right. I'll see you in a few seconds.
We'll see you in just a few seconds, Rod. So while Rod's doing that, I mean, we're in the hour. We're in the witching hour. We have like 40 minutes away from the 7 minutes of terror. Yes, something like that. So I'm pretty good at doing that math. So how's everybody feeling? Graham had said in our private chat that he was feeling the heart race a little bit. So it's an exciting time, right?
Wait, what? Graham's the one that was supposed to lead us on a breathing exercise so we could relax a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, breathing heavy and quick.
He was going to do a meditative experiment.
Where's my paper bag? Yeah.
All right. I think, that was very, very quick. It looks like Rod's back already. Rod, are you back?
Hey.
What do you think?
I'm back. Well, let's find out. I'll try it again. All right. Share screen. Yes. Warnings. Thank you. Nope. My browser has blocked you. So I guess we're going to have a chat.
Okay.
That's much more fun anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I had my breathless 15-minute presentation on how we got to where we are today. And I had rehearsed it down to about 14 minutes. And I was so excited to give it to everybody. But, well, phooey.
Well, tell me what question I can ask, and then you can go in like 6-minute intervals. Like, so you know what? I know that we have been obviously a lot's been happening recently. We had the Hope mission that just happened. So, is there anything?
Oh, I want to go back further than that.
Oh, you were going back further than that. Okay, then I don't know where you were going.
Now have a dissertation from Rod Pyle.
From Rod Pyle, sir. Thank you. No, we haven't been up since 2:00 in the morning. We're not loopy at all. Go ahead, Rod.
I can tell. No punchiness there. So years ago, I was given a talk at JPL with a couple of other authors. It was great fun. And so it's my turn to get up, and I got up to the microphone. I looked at everybody, and I said, I just have one thing to say before I start. And they leaned forward, as much as people like that ever lean forward for people like me. And I said, you guys ruined my childhood. Okay. And of course, most of them, weren't born until 30 years after I was, but I was still going for effect there, because when I was a kid in the early 1960s, the solar system was a really friendly place. We saw Mars through telescopes. We had just barely gotten and flown past Venus. And when I was even littler, when I was a tiny kid in the late 50s, there was still science was getting a better idea of what these planets were like, but there was this idea that Venus might be somewhat temperate and that Mars might have a denser atmosphere. And von Braun's plan of having his big winged landers go gliding down to the surface and then righting themselves and taking off was still something we considered. And we weren't even absolutely certain of the atmospheric content yet. And Mars looked like kind of a sister planet, and it had this sense of place. It's the only other planet in the solar system that we thought, okay, that might be a place where we could go for vacations and relocate, and certainly go for missions with an oxygen bottle under one arm and a flight suit on, like the guys in the 1950s and early 60s matinee movies did. And then in 1965, Mariner flew by the planet, Mariner 4, which is what I was picking on the JPLers about because that was their mission. And it returned back images of this dead, sterile place that looked like the moon. And for an awful long time, the doors were sort of shut on that Martian empire, which was kind of crushed in that 1 second. And I was a bit heartbroken there. So that's the beginning of it. But moving forward, as I think you've already talked about a little bit, we did many more flyby missions to varying degrees of success. Orbited in 1971 with Mariner 9, which was an incredibly exciting moment because there were still planetary geology people arguing about it, but you look down at the surface of Mars in 71 from Mariner 9, and it's really clear that there are channels there carved by water. There were still people saying, nah, we think it's aeolian erosion, it's the wind, but that would have had to have been some pretty powerful wind. So that's when you start seeing this idea of Mars emerging as a planet that's actually evolved and has changed, is continuing to change and grow. And I could talk about this all day. You probably have other things you want to talk about. But the one more thing I would add leading up to today is this is the first astrobiology mission since Viking. The Viking landers went down in 1976. They are the first missions to land on Mars successfully and operate for more than a few moments, like the earlier Soviet lander did. And they were an astrobiology experiment. They had a life science experiment tub in them about the size of a small dishwasher. And, it was very naive. It was what we knew at the time. It was designed in the late 50s, early 60s. And the idea was, and I hope you haven't already talked about this, stop me if you have.
It was barely touched on, but not really in detail for people. I mean, Graham definitely touched on it for a little bit because I said this was the first astrobiology mission. He was like, no, in fact, it wasn't, sir. So, yeah, he did. We have touched on it a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Please keep me honest. That's the best way to do it. I'm far from perfect.
Well, join the club, my friend. I've been far from perfect for probably twice as long as you have. But the idea was, look, we're going to take soil samples with this robotic arm. It was really cool design for an arm, by the way. It was like 2 tape measures put together with convex steel, spring steel, and it unwound from a spindle to make this 6-foot arm. It was really cool. It had some problems, but it was really cool. Anyways, they get these samples, they bring the lander, and they're either baking the soil to see what the results are, or they're injecting some nutrient broth in there and then burning it to see if, basically, they're trying to see if there's any metabolism taking place. 4 experiments, 3 said, nope, nothing here, nothing to see here, move along. And the 4th one said, wait a minute. So we got some weird spiked readings that weren't repeatable. And as I recall, that was Viking 1. I think Viking 2, we didn't get those readings. When I say we, I mean the people at JPL. I wasn't there. And so it probably was just reacting to soil chemistry, but there's still a lot of arguing about that, which is kind of the fun part. So this is the first astrobiology mission since then. It's a quantum leap in sophistication above what was had then. And part of that is because science knows so much more about extremophiles than they did at that time. Now we know that life can take a lot of different forms, that bacteria can live below the surface of rocks in the Antarctic, that bacteria can live down at these hot vents on the bottom of the ocean. So I really have high hopes that at the very least we'll find stromatolites, which are these fossilized, almost like an algae mat on Mars, But if not that, at least a heavy dose of organic molecules. And that's what's, to me, is so exciting about Perseverance, along with its navigation and landing system.
Well, I mean, beautifully stated, right? Right. Do you have time to stick around with us? So, we lost a few minutes there. You're more than welcome to stick through. Honestly, you can stick through it with us as long as you want to until we get to the wonderful moment that we hear the announcement from JPL. You're more than welcome. Stay with us. Let's bring in Janet Ivey. So, Janet Ivey, again, our president of Explore Mars, CEO of Janet's Planet. She wants to share a couple videos from some of the awesome kids that she works with before we go to the one of my personal heroes. I don't know if John knows that or not. John's one of my personal heroes. I said I wanted to be like, I'm into astronomy, but I also want to go to space. John happened to do both and even saved Hubble. So hero of mine. Can't wait to bring him in. But no, there's no pressure, John. I'm just kidding. Like he cares. But Janet, let's go to you, and then we'll bring in John Grunsfeld.
Well, it's like astronaut John Grunsfeld. I've got some people that I believe will follow in your grand footsteps. So if you see that video that I shared there, can you see Maggie there?
Hi, I'm Maggie, and I'm excited for Perseverance to land on Mars because I'm excited to see if there's any life on Mars, so that way we can better understand how adaptable the conditions on Mars are to live in. I'm most interested in the 3D picturing that Perseverance is going up to Mars and the images it brings back.
So there's my dear friend Maggie, and then you guys have got to hear from Lucas. And I just wanted to make sure that I gave them their due because they are my students and they are super excited. Well, that video is showing a bit of a problem, so let me see if I can go to Lucas over here. Come back to me in just a second. Let me get Lucas's movie working better. But I just want to say to any students out there, it's so very important that you guys think about it because space is your next destination, and we're excited for you to do just that.
We love it. And let's welcome in John Grunsfeld. John, we're so glad to have you today. John's just finished up a snack real quick just before he comes in and says hi. It's good to see you. And so people may be wondering, why are we bringing in an astronaut? What is your tie to Perseverance? I didn't know this. Chris told me about it, and I think it's fascinating. So let's start there, sir. And you are muted.
Muted, John.
John, you're muted.
My tie to, I don't have a tie. I guess I should. But in 2012, I became the Associate Administrator for Science at NASA and discovered that the Mars program in the projected budget was gone. It was basically that Curiosity, which was still on its way to Mars, was going to be our last Mars experiment for at least a decade. And I thought that was wrong. And so I worked with folks at JPL and then the folks in the administration, the Obama administration. And we determined, based on scientific input from the community and what was going on at NASA, that really the next step was a caching rover. The National Academy Decadal Survey had endorsed that. And that if we didn't do something as ambitious as Perseverance, the United States would lose leadership in Mars exploration. And so I, in some ways, take credit as being one of the fathers of Perseverance. So I'm very excited. I feel like a proud papa, but also a very nervous one.
So what are you most excited about today? We're less than 40 minutes away from the 7 minutes of terror beginning. Anything that you're looking for today?
Well, in the end, it's not really about the robot, about the rover. That's the hardware. It's about all the hard work of, thousands of people who have all led up to this point. And, I'm just excited for them and the folks at JPL and the folks that are, working the control center vicariously because of COVID-19, that if all goes well in about 40 minutes, actually in about 30 minutes for the rover, and then we have to wait, that we'll have another successful landing on Mars. But that's far from assured. This is still an incredibly risky entry, descent, and landing with lots of points that could go wrong. I think, the folks who engineered the systems and with the new entry, descent, and landing capabilities for a targeted landing and offsets and train relative navigation, looking where you're going. This is a little less nail biting than the Curiosity landing, but still very nail biting. And you talked about my snack. This is a superstition. I've got my peanuts.
The roasted peanuts.
That's right.
Beth, we'll go to you.
Yeah, John, thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor to have you today. I have always wanted to ask an astronaut this question. I'm really going to put you on the spot, but I hope it's something that I hope it's something that if I can help pitch it up, that it's not directly putting you on the spot. But when we have this pie of finances and resources and availability that Congress can only approve so much, NASA can only direct so much, I have always wanted to ask what an astronaut feels like if we could blur the lines of that pie or share it a little bit more, because it's not just human exploration. It's not just planetary exploration. It's not just robotics. It's all together, right? And unfortunately, that's just not how we can cut a pie sometimes, unless we can figure out how to better cut a pie. So from your perspective, when we have these victories and we are able to showcase these resources that are going to robotics, and then help aid, therefore, human exploration down the road. Can you talk about how all those resources can and maybe perhaps should be shared, but yet the challenges that NASA often has with the limited resources?
Perseverance is a really good example of that, where, the policy that was put forth by NASA, before I came on board, but the decisions that were made really to cut the robotic program for Mars exploration, was something that came out of deliberations with the White House and NASA leadership. Once we decided to go forward with Mars 2020, now Perseverance, going over to Congress, both on the House and the Senate, to convince them that it was a reasonable thing to do was absolutely the easiest part. And I think the Congress, which has the power of the purse, is really very visionary when it comes to NASA. They recognize that the United States benefits greatly when we do audacious things in space. And it doesn't matter whether it's human space flight or robotics. As many of you know, I'm known as the Hubble hugger. And, the Congress has been very supportive of things like the Hubble Space Telescope, especially when we have people going up and upgrading it and repairing it. For the Mars exploration program, if we could send people to Mars today, if we had that capability, and I think we're very close, but if we could, then we would be sending, people to Mars. But right now, all we can send, the biggest thing we can send to the surface is the Perseverance rover. And so we think of it as a robotic program, but in the end, all space exploration, even with our robot companions, is human exploration. So for me, I don't see any lines at all. It's all about, people's curiosity, not the rover, but our curiosity, our desire to know. And for me, one of the greatest questions is, are we alone in the universe? And so with the Perseverance robot and the Ingenuity helicopter to observe, we're going to get a little bit closer to answering that question, at least for Mars. So, I think it's really about the power of audacious investigations, about people wondering, about inspiring a nation in the world. And so, to me, the lines are very blurred already. And we don't have a hard time getting support for really interesting endeavors.
Beautifully stated. Chris, we'll go to you next, sir.
Yeah, 2 questions. First one's Mars. One, I'm going to actually address another topic. But first, since you had mentioned the search for life, do you think there's life on Mars, or in the past or in the present, personally?
Well, as a scientist, I really appreciate that we are going to look. And, that was one of the prime drivers that allowed us to go forward with Perseverance, based on the incredible and interesting results from Curiosity that showed that there are organics preserved on the surface of Mars, organic molecules. Now, that doesn't mean life. It just means that, the organic molecules that are all throughout the universe, that we see with telescopes, in molecular clouds, that we see on asteroids from meteorites and from going out to asteroids, that we see all over, that were part of our early solar system, that Mars also has those organics, which means if there was life on Mars, some of that evidence might be preserved. But as far as probabilities, we really have no way of knowing. I do think it's interesting that life started on Earth about 3.9 billion years ago, and that we are investigating rocks on Mars, both with Curiosity and soon with Perseverance, that are about 3.9 billion years old. So if we do find evidence of past life on Mars, or maybe extant life someday, it's entirely possible that we're Martians.
Yeah. The other question I had was, which is a little bit different, but another major mission launching later this year, James Webb Space Telescope. What are your expectations for that and your hopes? What do you think we'll find with that?
Well, another very audacious mission, the James Webb Space Telescope, is in some ways a super Hubble in that it is a great observatory, but it observes in the infrared. And one of the interesting parts about the spectrum in the infrared, which is light that we can't see, it's more red, but the universe is filled with organic molecules that emit radiation and absorb radiation in the infrared. So we'll be able to vicariously explore parts of the solar system and other solar systems to look for evidence of organic molecules. Now, we know that James Webb will allow us to explore the very early universe. That's one of the reasons it was built. So we're going to see the first stars and galaxies that emerged after the Big Bang, looking back 13.5 billion years in the universe's history. And so it'll make many discoveries there. It's going to allow us to look into the center of galaxies that we can't see now because they're obscured by gas and dust. But I'm really excited about its ability to look into other solar systems and see if we see organic molecules there that might help us target future missions to see if there's any sign of life in those solar systems.
Rod Pyle, let's go to you, sir. And you're muted, sir.
Ahoy, Rod.
And it looks like you might be asleep. There we go.
Yes, it's boat life. How are you? I want to drag you back to Mars for a moment and just ask about the status of the European NASA collaboration to bring the samples back, because I know that that's been something that's been funding challenged for a couple of years, but last I heard there was development money there. I was just wondering how far along that is.
Well, there's been a lot of planning going on since we started Perseverance in architectures for Mars sample return. And NASA's just done a great job in putting together international collaboration with the European Space Agency and others on an architecture that has elements that are very much like our experience base so far with the InSight lander, Phoenix lander types of architectures, the rover architectures. And so I think we're at a point where the architecture has been reviewed by a number of technical committees for looking at reasonableness. I think it's still a very challenging program. As an aside, when I went to the Office of Management and Budget to sell the Perseverance rover, they were very insistent that we go forward with the rover as I requested, but that we don't start planning for actual Mars sample return until we got a little further down the road. They didn't want to make the camel under the nose effect. And so NASA's really doing a very deliberative job of planning how to actually do that Mars sample return. And there's two things that are, to me, very exciting about Mars sample return. One of which, of course, is getting samples back of sedimentary materials from Mars that might contain evidence, of the existence of life on Mars. The other exciting thing is it will, effectively be the first round trip to Mars that humans have made. And to me, that's a very important first step before we send people. I think people are going to want to make a round trip to Mars, not a one-way trip.
And so we just got one more question. Obviously, we've all heard about the helicopter, the Marscopter, as it were, and being one of the fathers of the program. Was that something that you were involved in? Were you excited when you heard that was going to be a piece of this? What are your thoughts on that?
I would say I'm kind of the benefactorial uncle of the Ingenuity helicopter, in the sense that JPL brought that idea to NASA headquarters and shopped it around. And when the team presented it to me, I pointed out that actually I had about half a dozen radio-controlled helicopters. And so, I was already on board with that. And in fact, in my office, I had a small helicopter that looks, quite a bit like Ingenuity that I would fly around just for recreation. And it's a brilliant idea, absolutely brilliant. And so as associate administrator, I have very little discretionary funding. Most of it's directed towards programs and scientific research and education outreach. But I did have a little bit of discretionary funding, and I applied virtually all of that to the Ingenuity helicopter team. And what I said was, if you can prove that you can fly a helicopter in a Mars atmosphere, then somehow I'll find the funding so that you can go forward with the project, and we'll include it. And so they went off to JPL and did a demonstration of a small helicopter flying in a Mars chamber. And it was really quite unstable, but also remarkable that it was successful. And so we went forward and continued to push it. And there were lots of obstacles. For some reason, folks just couldn't believe that a helicopter would work. But also they didn't want to add the complexity to the mission and add risk to the mission. So I'm just thrilled that, tucked under the rover is the Ingenuity helicopter. And I can't wait to see, the first panoramic vision, of the helicopter flying above Mars. I think, it's also an essential tool for the future. Human explorers will definitely have, helicopters like this. I was backcountry skiing in Colorado where I live last weekend. And a really crazy looking fellow, he was sort of dressed up as a wizard, came snowboarding down out of a tree, being followed by a quadcopter. And I immediately thought of Ingenuity flying above the Perseverance rover. It's going to be pretty exciting to see that. And I hope it lasts a long time.
Love it. And I believe Janet's going to have one of our last questions. And before I forget, actually, John Dicker and Cheryl, who I work with at Space Foundation off and on, wanted me to tell you hello next time we had you on a live stream. So just want to say hi. Yeah. Janet, I know
tell them I say hello.
We'll do. Absolutely. I'll see him. We're doing another audience with an astronaut here soon. So hopefully I get to see him there. So Janet, I know you got our last question for John today.
I'm still recovering from the wizard and the drone and the ski. John, any suggestions out there to kids? It's like you're obviously such a hero to so many of us and all of the amazing things you've done, not only as an astronaut, but how you have moved so many of these missions forward. What's your message to students watching today?
Well, first of all, I want to give a shout out to Maggie and Lucas. I hope they are glued to their computers watching the entry, descent, and landing activities. But, for all students, I think, I would say, follow your curiosity. We live on such an amazing planet. It's a very delicate planet, and we need to take care of it. And in an incredible universe that's just filled with wonders and awe. And, science helps, us understand how things work, how nature works. But it also allows, with the scientific perspective, for you to see great beauty in nature. And so, especially in this time of COVID-19 where we're stuck in front of our computers a lot, I encourage kids to go out and explore nature and use science to try and understand it.
Beautiful. That is a perfect segue. We're going to go to Lucas right now, who probably will take us into NASA's live stream. So, Ron, if you can, let me see if I can assist with giving you the play. Are you ready for that big screen?
I'm good to go.
I am so excited about the landing of the Perseverance rover. Once the rover lands on Mars this week, it will begin to explore the surface of Mars and will take all sorts of data. This data will go to scientists at NASA and will help us learn so much about Mars. Some things that the rover may be able to tell us is whether there was ancient life of any kind on Mars, what is on the surface, and even what is below the surface of Mars. Can't wait to see if they discover anything that is or was alive on Mars. How awesome would that be? Another exciting thing about Perseverance is that the rover will have 23 cameras.
Boom.
So it will take a lot of pictures and video. That will be so interesting to see. I love seeing photos from space, and up-close pictures of Mars will be super cool.
My man. Like a boss. Like a boss.
You guys, he's 7 and he's
7? Is he really?
He's 7. Yeah, he turned 7 last year. We got everything started online, and yeah, he turned 7 last May, so he'll soon be 8. He reminds me often that he's a genius, which I agree with him.
Yeah, yeah. I thought he was like at least 10 or 11 from just like what he was saying. I was like, all right, fair
No,
enough.
it's as John can tell you as a proponent of education, the future is bright. It's like they will be standing on the shoulders of giants as we go forward, but the students of today are going to do great and amazing things.
Can I say that Walter Cronkite and Eric Severide are applauding from above at the delivery that young person just did? That was spectacular. And for those members of the audience who don't know who Walter Cronkite or Eric Severide are, Google it. That literally,
Walter Cronkite.
You know, that is literally, again, the voices that captured and told the story. And it's nice to know that we've got energy like what that young man just displayed. That kid rocked.
100%. Can't agree more. John, thank you so much for joining us today. We can't thank you enough. Always great to have you. One of the fathers, grandfathers, fathers. I don't remember which one it was. Uncles. I know that you mentioned uncle too. Perseverance. We're glad to have you on, sir.
Thanks.
Thanks,
John.
Thank you.
Go Perseverance.
Yeah, baby. Everyone, obviously, we're getting ready to come up on our on the Perseverance landing here in just a few. But first, we got one of our awesome folks from Space Foundation joining us today. We did not mean to match, but let's be honest, there was no chance that the neon red Space Foundation shirts we had that we weren't going to wear them today. So it just fits perfectly. Rich Cooper, the boss man, how are you doing? I know you got to be pretty thrilled. You know, it's the next landing on Mars.
This is if, again, we can't do the Times Square New Year's Eve thing because of COVID. We get that, but this is the next best thing when you get a bunch of us together, all get together in a room. The only thing we don't have are, you know, the confetti. Maybe somebody does have confetti. I don't know. Or, you know, the horns or the secondary containers of, so we can imbibe, you know, but again, we may be doing that later here. This is the countdown. This is what's going on. But I have to say this, and listening to John Brumsfeld, he's not just a national treasure. He's not just an international treasure. That man is a galactic treasure. For what he has done for science and aeronautics and astronomy and so many other things, that man is truly a galactic treasure. And what he has been able to do, and a lot of his work, I think we can all agree, has rewritten all the textbooks that we all grew up with. He was part of literally the rewriting of all of that. And when you heard the story of Ingenuity, his fingerprints, again, are on the rewriting of science textbooks around the world. And again, how cool is it that we get to spend some time with him? What a fabulous guy he is. So.
And that is, I mean, honestly, it's true. Like it's huge. I mentioned this to Chris not long after we had started working on some stuff together, and I was like, "Oh, John's going to be at this event. Like, I'm super stoked about this. John's, you know, high on my list. Honestly, he's still one of my top 10. So that's like, even though I got a couple questions in, like, I still would love to do that whole interview that one day and just talk about all the cool things that he's done. He's incredible. So, Rich, we've actually, John is of a quality that's very similar to what we've been seeing at Space Symposium 365 recently. We had Dr. Warner on yesterday morning talking about a lot of great stuff. So just want to throw out a little bit about what we've been up to with that. As you know, like Wade was with us. Wade's backstage, one of the awesome people at Explore Mars that I get to work with all the time.
Ron,
fantastic, brilliant. Yes,
Ron, we need to go to the NASA feed. I will happily talk about 365. But we need to talk about what the priority is.
Agreed.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, I knew that we were 15 minutes away, so that was going to be my last question, but I am happy to go ahead and go over to it.
Janet's going to come out of the screen. Let's go, NASA.
Fair enough. Here we go.
Here we go.
65 later, let's go to NASA.
With the entry thrusters. These pulses ensure that the spacecraft gets the thrust that it wants during entry interface. We're about 9 minutes from entry interface.
You can do it. It gets funky sometime.
Okay, so now
Oh, there we are.
9 minutes of terror. I thought we only had 7 minutes of terror. Now we have 9.
And we'll
Oh, there's
eventually,
Rob Manning in
hitting the
his
top of the
custom
atmosphere.
mask.
We're not far away. This is going to go very quickly from here on out.
Buckle up, kids.
12,000 miles an hour.
That's confirmation that we got shadowed by the cruise stage as it passed through our beam to the Earth.
Telecom indicated actually that we could see a signal that the cruise stage went between the Perseverance entry capsule and Earth. So we saw a little blip, the data stream indicating the cruise stage separation. We have confirmation that the vehicle has started warming up those entry thrusters. Warm-up pulses have begun. At this point, the spacecraft is trying to stop its spin from the cruise 2 revolutions per minute down to 0, and then will turn to its desired orientation from entry. It will separate the 2 balance masses that has kept it balanced during all of cruise. This will allow the entry capsule to have lift when it enters the atmosphere. We have confirmation that the spacecraft has turned to the desired entry attitude. We're about 7.5 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, the vehicle is pointed in the right direction. Thrusters are warmed up and doing their job. And now we've spun down from 2 revolutions per minute that the vehicle had the whole way to Mars as a spin stabilized spacecraft. And then from here on out, it's going to just be a bullet, and it's going to control its orientation and attitude via rockets on the back of that back shell.
Points carrier lock. Sorry, the DTE from Radio Science.
Love the little shout out to Green Bank there. Woot woot.
You see the carrier on the downlink. Flight level 1.
We are continuing to wait for entry interface. We're about 6 minutes and 45 seconds from entry interface. We have confirmation from Greenback that they are receiving direct to Earth telemetry via that path. The spacecraft Perseverance is currently transmitting heartbeat tones. These tones indicate that Perseverance is operating normally and has nothing significant to report. This is as expected. We're currently just over 6 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, and now we wait. As soon as we get to the top of the atmosphere, it will be very quickly, which is the entry point. It won't be very long before the atmosphere will start getting thicker and thicker. It's going very quickly at a fairly steep angle of 15 degrees into the atmosphere. And as it starts to slow down.
Just under, we're about 5.5 minutes from entry interface. We're still receiving heartbeat tones. We expect to continue receiving heartbeat tones until about 5 minutes after entry. At that time, Perseverance will be no longer in view of our antennas here on Earth. About 90 seconds prior to entry, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should begin receiving telemetry from Perseverance and streaming it to Earth in near real time. There are a few expected short outages, such as when we have a plasma blackout or when we enter the peak heating phase. Aside from these outages caused by the plasma blackout, antenna switching, or high dynamic events, spacecraft events, we should have telemetry until about 90 seconds after landing. A plasma blackout is when the signal from Perseverance isn't strong enough to make it through the superheated, super fast air flowing around the spacecraft all the way down to Earth. Once the temperature drops below that peak heating, we do reacquire the signal from Perseverance. We are currently about 4.5 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance continues to report heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
Okay, what we're looking for now is Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should be in view soon of our vehicle and be able to listen to ones and zeros coming from a separate radio that's really designed to talk between spacecraft.
MRO reports the electro radio is powered on, ready to receive signals from the lander.
Okay. MRO is ready and able and waiting for to hear from our rover.
Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has reported that it's ready to receive the signals from Perseverance. It should be in a few minutes here. We're just
Flight Local 1
from entry interface.
We don't need these 1 to 0s, as Swati said, but to land safely. But we really need it for our own health and well-being today, to keep our nerves under control. But
around this time, a second spacecraft, MAVEN, should begin picking up telemetry from Perseverance and will continue to record that telemetry until several minutes post-landing. We won't get that data for several hours after landing, as it's being recorded and then will be forwarded to Earth later. We are continuing to receive heartbeat tones, indicating that everything is nominal. We're currently at about 3 minutes until entry interface.
Okay. Very soon we'll be getting 1s and 0s, I hope, from our radio on the rover. The entry interface is nothing more than just an arbitrary place in the sky that we've defined to be above the atmosphere. But from that point on, there's definitely atmosphere, and above it there isn't.
We are 2 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance is to transmit heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
So the tones can tell us whether something is bad or not is happening. So far the heartbeat is doing well. So the vehicle thinks it's in good shape to land, which is a great sign.
We're just under 2 minutes from entry interface. As it gets closer to Mars, Perseverance is actually being pulled in by gravity and accelerating. By the time Perseverance reaches entry interface point, she should be going just under 5.4 kilometers per second. We're at about 90 seconds from entry interface and standing by for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to pick up the telemetry. We are 1 minute from entry interface.
MROs are in receive mode.
We have confirmation that the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is now relaying data from Perseverance. We're about 30 seconds from entry interface. Perseverance is going about 5.2 kilometers per second and is about 190 kilometers altitude above the surface of Mars. Confirm your jet data flow. About seconds from entry interface. 5.3 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 150 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Just a real quick look at everybody's face. That's not 7 minutes of terror for a reason. Just wanted to say.
They have confirmation of entry interface. Perseverance is currently going 5.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of about.
That's one of our awesome volunteers at the Space Foundation Discovery Center. Quinn, thanks for watching in, brother.
The ship is now waiting until it begins feeling the atmosphere of Mars pull it down. Once there is enough atmosphere, it will start controlling its path to the landing target. Navigation is also confirming that we can see a little bit of that slowdown of the atmosphere on the Perseverance entry capsule. Our current velocity is about 5.36 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 67 kilometers from the surface.
We are probably seeing MRO plasma blackout at this point.
The vehicle should be doing its turns right now.
MRO has lost lock.
Perseverance. We have indications that Perseverance is now performing bank reversals in the atmosphere. These are the steps in order to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance has just passed through the point of maximum deceleration and has indicated that it felt approximately 10 Earth Gs of deceleration.
MRO has lock again.
We saw a small outage of the UHF telemetry from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter during that peak heating phase, likely caused by the plasma blackout. Perseverance is still continuing to perform bank reversals in the atmosphere to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance is going about 1 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 16 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have entered heading alignment, which means Perseverance is no longer trying to control the distance to Mars, but to the target on Mars, but instead is flying straight to the target.
And you thought your Tesla's auto park was impressive.
Our current velocity is about 550 meters per second at an altitude of about 15 kilometers from the surface.
MRO is reporting good telemetry lock.
We are coming upon the straighten up. We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground. The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars. Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Yes.
Perseverance now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers of the surface. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers. We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation. We have timing of the landing engines. Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about 1 kilometer off the surface of Mars.
Here in Safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our
Anybody have any nails left?
accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
We've lost direct to Earth tones.
As expected. As expected.
Sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
Yes. All right. Ah, the peanuts.
That is good.
Wow.
I got the credit. Yes.
I think it's time for a drink.
Pass the bottle.
That's like for real. Can you virtually do that?
But look at that crew. Look at how calm. I mean, it was 80%.
They were calm, but they really weren't. Like you see it every time when they start talking. Yeah.
You can see it in their faces. You know, look at the worry in their eyes. But you know, every milestone that happened, though, they got wider and wider, and you know, you can see the tension lifting.
Oh yeah.
It is so weird seeing that far apart.
But again, you know,
fantastic.
Grace under pressure, cool with cucumbers, and then yes, they get that relief. That is outstanding.
Back on Mars, baby. By the way, to the nearly 200 concurrent viewers that we have right now across all the different channels, we're so happy to have you joining us today for the live stream of the landing on Mars. Everybody's saying they can finally breathe again. Jack, great job from Bill Smith. Great work. Congratulations from Jose Pera. Hopefully I said your name right. Amila says, wow, she's thrilled. One of our fellow team members at Space Foundation, Gary Talbot. How's it going, sir? Congratulations, for real. Thank you, everyone that spent years on this landing. Lawrence Hall. Kelly, you just started now. That's pretty funny. And Artemis, we are on Mars again. Yes, we are. A little
Again.
from Graham Lau, one of our guests earlier today.
I see. Woo. Yes.
Yeah. Woo.
Congratulations to the mission. We've just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface.
Lee's asking, wasn't there supposed to be video at some point? So pictures and video were taken on the rover, but I mean, who knows when we're going to get all that information back of the landing.
First image.
Here, take a
Oh.
look at the first image.
On the map when you are ready. We are ready, OL3. Go for it. I have the target point on the map when you are ready. We are ready, OL3.
So quick.
Go for it.
Whoa!
Oh wow! Oh wow!
That's cool.
cool guy.
I'll be moving in, showing you the safe zone that we've landed in.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
I'll be moving in, showing you the safe zone that we've landed in. Just put the first image for Perseverance on the surface of Mars. Now, it comes from the engineering cameras, known as the hazard camera. This camera is mainly used to help the rover drive safely around Mars, and we will get higher resolution photos later in the day.
This camera is mainly used to help the rover drive safely around Mars, and we will get higher resolution photos later in the day.
God bless Bill Ingalls, fabulous NASA photographer. Captured. He's there for all of these. Again, you always look at the tall guy with the camera. There you got Bill Ingalls, but again, who does masterful work. But again, that's a room full of Hall of Fame champions in there that continue to, again, do it time and time again, pushing themselves. And again, the best part about this, that room looks like America. That is a cross section of the best of us that are in that room, men and women, black and white. I hope that as kids are watching this, that they see people that look like them, and that they recognize that they can take those seats in the coming years, because that's exactly what a moment like this enables. Fabulous.
I couldn't agree more, Rich. And, it's like the best possible name that Alex Mather could have given or written his essay about was Perseverance. And certainly for, imagine all of this success happened during a pandemic.
Exactly.
So we have, again, I think that's that moving part to me. It's like it's the celebration of years worth of work, but it's also NASA collaborated with many international partners around the globe. So this isn't just a NASA victory. This is a global victory. And every scientific instrument and every scientific experiment that Perseverance is going to perform, is going to serve as inspiration for all those future engineers, scientists, and astronauts, and hopefully for every citizen here on Spaceship Earth today. Just remember, everybody, amazing things are possible. All we got to do is persevere.
Yeah, I agree with you, Janet. I think this is a wonderful point. We've gone through such a dark period over the last year. And I think this is perfect timing as we start, more and more people get vaccinated for COVID. We see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now we have this spectacular, positive achievement. But as Rich had mentioned, it's open to everybody. And that control room, as you said, it was just incredibly diverse room. It shows what the whole world can participate in these sorts of projects. So great news.
Again, when you think of the team that put this all together, again, it would be, if you're a baseball fan, it's like walking into Cooperstown and seeing Babe Ruth and Ted Williams and all of those names. But when you have JPL,
whose town was that?
You've got JPL, you've got Lockheed Martin, you've got Sierra Nevada, you've got Aerojet Rocketdyne, ULA, L3 Harris, and then all of the other universities that have contributed research and students that worked on this. I got to tell you, this is the true space renaissance that is unfolding for us. But it is a cross-section of people that come together and make this stuff happen. And we all sit here and we can take a big sigh and catch our breath. But it is, what can we do next? Talent.
Well, no, and just think of this. This is just the beginning of 2021. This is a really impressive year. I mean, this is a terrific start. And there have been other things that happened before now as well. But, this is going to be a jam-packed year of exciting space activity. As I mentioned earlier, of course, later in the year, the James Webb Space Telescope, Artemis 1's supposed to fly, Boeing's supposed to try its crew vehicle again, and on and on.
That's in a few weeks. That's like a month from now, yeah.
Yeah, it just goes every month. There are exciting things going on with all the activity and commercial crew activity as well. I mean, commercial space activities as well. Everybody is just ramping up. I mean, this year looks to be probably the most exciting year that I can think of in space exploration, certainly since we landed on the moon. So
Beth, I'll go to you next, then Rod. And you're muted.
Well, I just had the most incredible moment with my family. My kids got home from school. We all watched it together. We're so excited. I hope families can enjoy this moment as well as the scientists and engineers and artists and everyone. I think, like everyone said, this has been inspirational to next generations, future generations of Mars explorers. And I can see it in my kids' eyes. You know, they're asking questions, great questions. And I mean, it's hard for them a little bit to understand. Like I was telling them, this already happened. Now we are just waiting to hear and confirm that it happened. And they looked at me like, wait a minute. This already happened on Mars. And now we're going to listen to it happening. And this is just the start of opportunities for us adults and parents and teachers and communicators and science advocates to take what happened today. And I challenge you, next month, inspirational women and women who are choosing to challenge, and that's the hashtag for International Women's Day, for us to share this message as moms, as scientists, as teachers, and for all those teachers like Janet and everyone who are science communicators out there doing this. I thank you. And I thank you. I think for us, I just want to take a moment to also recognize that we were able to see this. It wasn't that long ago that we didn't have cameras inside JPL. We didn't have cameras inside Mission Control. And I'm not aging myself too much, but it really is a privilege. And it's part of our NASA agency mission is to share and to explore together and to be together and share these moments. And I'm so honored. Thank you so much, Mars Explore Mars organization and Ron and Chris and Janet for having me, and Rod, and letting me join your party today. But I just want to tell you that for us as a family, this was everything. And we're going to continue to have these moments throughout this year, throughout the next 5 years. And I'm going to get to witness that through their eyes, just like Janet gets to share and show us with those students and those kids and for the next generation. So while we're witnessing today, wow, the foundations that we have just put literally on the surface of Mars that will continue to grow. It's just the beginning, folks. And I love that we get to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Beautifully stated. Rod, I'll go to you next and get your thoughts, good sir.
So, being Father Time in the room, I think I just wanted to harken back for a moment to that first landing on Mars, Viking 1. I wasn't able to get into JPL at the time, even though I lived close nearby, but I did manage to remember enough of the non-legitimate entrances into the main auditorium at Caltech that I could get in and see it there. So I didn't have a press badge, and I got a lot of funny looks, but I was able to see that first image of the footpad come back. And this was every bit as exciting as that it is every time. The difference is that was the wind down of the space race. That was a very nationalistic time. That was us against them. In this case, us against the Soviet Union. This year, it feels like truly there's been a sea change here. We have a huge shift in internationalism. We've got China in orbit getting ready to send down their own rover, which has extremely good capabilities. We've got the United Arab Emirates just having reached orbit successfully, partnered with Japan and somewhat partnered with India and the US for their orbiter. We have India that reached orbit a couple of years ago. We have Europe that reached orbit a few years ago. And of course, we have the latest in a long succession of successful American ventures, in this case, the Perseverance rover. And it's exciting beyond description for me. The thing I always look forward to with the JPL in particular projects is to see, it's like I want to set up a betting pool to see how many exponents past their warranty they operate. For Pathfinder, it was supposed to be 1 month, ended up being 3. For the MER rovers, I think it was supposed to be either 6 months or a year. It ended up being 15 for Opportunity. And I suspect we've got Curiosity going for 8 years, and I suspect Perseverance will do the same because these things have nuclear power supplies. They can run for a couple of decades because they only draw 100 watts. 100 watts. That's a light bulb in the old days.
And if I could jump in, Rod, that is exactly what everyone's been asking all day. And everyone asked me every day of my life at NASA, what is the ROI? Why do we do these things? And so for us to be able to point to the successes that go beyond intended results, that's exactly what John Grunsfeld was talking about as well, right? Be curious and build things that can outlast the mission purpose. And I'm so glad you pointed that out, because when you think about things, or the shuttle, the space station, and all these things that had time lapse or a timeline, and we're going beyond that, it makes me smile, and it makes us show that human ingenuity is so great, and so we're so accomplished. And I don't want to get too comfortable in that, because we do have to evolve, and we've got to move beyond, obviously, the orbiter system that we needed to grow from. But my goodness, thank you for pointing that out, Rod, because years from now, I think we'll still be back here with Ron talking about the next crew that's going, and there will be Perseverance roaming along.
Beautifully said. And I kind of want to jump to Rich for this one real quick, because it's something that is a big part of the Space Foundation is space awareness, with what Carrie does and all the different technologies that are out there. Not only is it what we're putting out there, but how these technologies, touch us on Earth every single day. It's actually part of the Discovery Center. We have a whole new exhibit on it, Better Living Through Space, where it's in sports, where it's in medicine, and all the amazing things that come from this. And everybody always asks, why space? And so, Rich, that's something that we try to answer as often as possible.
I had a conversation with a young man today from Latin America who's trying to help his fellow citizens better understand why space is something that they also should pursue. And the comment that I made to him was, it is hard for we as regular people take for granted the things that we have access to, and the things that turn on when we want them to. And as I said to him, if you take space out of the equation, none of that stuff happens. It is literally the connective tissue between so many things. It is the critical infrastructure of critical infrastructure today. And again, whether that be agriculture, whether that be public safety, whether that be national security, whether that be supply chain, whether that be finance. And again, what we are having happen here. And again, we talked about the power bit that's going on here right now as to how much power is on Perseverance. The lessons learned out of being able to take an object and put it on another planet, hundreds of millions of miles away, and have that thing continue to run. The lessons learned that come out of that are the same things that can help us provide power to a lot of different places and for a lot of different needs. We can't possibly imagine the return on investment that are going to come out of this. But I think as we have seen the tire knowledge, and let alone the traction knowledge that we learned literally from Mars Sojourner, and how that has been spun off into the automotive industry and literally autonomous vehicles and everything. There is an entire cascade of influence that each of these missions offer. And so today there are literally, and I hope and pray that there are hundreds of millions of kids out there that are looking at this thinking, what can I build? What can I put together? How can I support something like that? How can I go do that? Because again, I mentioned earlier the team members that were in there and the team members that came a part of this. This isn't just about one team. This has to be a sustainable team. This has to be a team that we are constantly feeding and generating and empowering to take those next big steps. And this is where, again, a date like, February 18th is another one of those days we can circle and as to when a whole bunch of people had the spark light in their heart and mind to want to do the next bold thing. Because the men and women that are in that room, and when you look at them, yeah, there were some gray hairs that were in there, but there were a lot of young people. And those are people that were probably middle school or high school or maybe even younger when Sojourner landed. And again, you're starting to see that next generation of talent go into that room. And when Ingenuity flies, which will not be a Wright brothers moment, it will be a Wright sister moment, because the woman who is leading that team is going to inspire a slew of aviation and aeronautics people by what she does. She's going to lead our Kitty Hawk moment on Mars. And so February 18th is that new day, and the fact that we have so many parents and kids that are home right now because of COVID, a lot of them are probably gathered around TVs or computers and watching this. And again, that spark is lit. And that is the thing that makes today so special. On top of the science and engineering, sparks are going right now across the world in minds and hearts.
Beautifully stated.
Rich,
Janet.
We are kindred spirits. You are my spirit animal. I need to know you more.
I'm a bear.
Well, so if you, by the way, I don't think that I mentioned earlier, communications is part of Rich's title at Space Foundation. So just so we were aware of that.
But I have a big mouth.
No. I love you. What shines through for me is your heart and your love and the way that you just passionately are speaking to all of us. Another reminder that Pluto was discovered on February 18th, 1930. So maybe February 18th has some really good space exploration mojo. So a little shout out to Clyde Tombaugh and his discovery of Pluto. Golly, that was 1930. So somebody help me do the math. Yeah. Nearly 91 years ago today. So always exploration is just amazing. It's the grandest adventure we can all do. And so I just want to say personally, thank you to everyone who has joined us. I know there's a bit of an after party. So Beth and Rod, thank you guys. Stick around. I've got kids to go and talk to here. So yeah, we're going to go debrief in my Janet's Planet Astronaut Academy about the Mars landing. But what a day. Thank you, Ron, for being a brilliant host of all of this. Thank you to all the people who've been watching and keep on watching. I'm just going to go have some fun with my students and sort of say, hey, what'd you think of that? So again, a great day for exploration and a great word for us all. Let's just all keep on persevering. So go Percy.
Janet, we are always so glad to have you on here. We'll see you back. And if you get a chance to come back before we wrap up, we'd love to see you one more time. But we know that you got the kids to go teach, so we appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Bye, Janet.
Rich. Bye-bye.
So again, Janet just mentioned it. We actually have quite a bit left to go. We got a heck of an after party because so many of our friends. The cool thing is the numbers are ticking back up again. So as other people apparently are ending their streams, they're realizing that we're still going. That's in fact what we're going to do for about another hour and 45 minutes. We have more wonderful voices coming in. Dr. Tanya Harrison, Raquel Nuno. We're going to talk more with Rob. We're going to talk more with Rich later. Rich, I think you have some other things you have to do, but you were going to come back later. Is that right? Or you want to hang out with us for a little longer?
That is the plan. I will say the weather here is not near as bad as what the poor folks in Texas are dealing with, and it's warmer than Mars, but I got to see what's going on out there here. But I will say, Ron, you are the host with the most who can make the most of any occasions like this. We are thrilled to have you as part of the Space Foundation family. And in case those of you on this watching this don't know, Ron was recently recognized by the Colorado Springs Business Journal as one of the rising stars. He is part of the class of 2021. And of the rising stars, we are thrilled. He is our fourth star at Space Foundation.
That's right.
So we have a constellation of talent that we have that we're really, really proud of. And again, Ron, we couldn't be prouder of you. We're thrilled you're with our team. We're thrilled that you have this constellation of people that you know that we can have these conversations. Because again, the more people we bring into this conversation, the better off we're going to be because there really is space for everybody. Thanks,
Agreed.
Ron.
Beautifully said. And Rich, we'll see you whenever you get back. And now we're going to bring in Dr. Cyan Proctor. So Dr. Cyan Proctor, very much like Beth Mund, got to do some analog astronauting or analogging astronauting. I don't know exactly how you say that. I'm just making stuff up as I go along now. But you've done some amazing things. I know that you've got it on your board behind you, which probably from your coffee show. I'm sorry, your tea show. It's a tea or is it coffee that you drink every morning and talk to people?
Tea. I am a tea
She's like,
drinker.
I'm now a tea drinker too. It actually happened while I was sick. Some people were like, you should really try and drink, the tea has actually been really helpful for people because I thought that I had COVID, may have had it. I'm not entirely sure. But the point is now I'm a tea drinker. I did not mean to do this. Now I drink tea every day and I was never a tea guy, but you've been doing awesome stuff with Instagram conversations and drinking tea and talking with people. But let's talk a little bit first. So you are, you're a geologist. So you've got to be a little bit excited about the science that Perseverance is going to talk about or going to discover on this mission. So let's start there.
Yeah, as a geologist, it's all about digging in the dirt and looking at rock. And so I'm super excited about all of the instruments that are on Perseverance and what we will discover as a result of digging around and using these. The number of cameras is just like what, and being able to see in different electromagnetic spectrums and to really analyze what's happening. I mean, the level of detail is something that we just haven't been able to achieve. And now that the 7 minutes of terror are over and we know that the rover is on the ground, it's landing, it's sending information back, now it's just all about like roaming around and digging in the dirt and finding cool stuff.
I am muted. I love it. So, Beth, you and Cyan both did analog astronaut missions. I know it's something that is near and dear to your heart. And actually, you were on the very first high seas mission, right, Dr. Proctor?
Yes. So I was on the very first high seas mission back in 2013. And so I was really fortunate in 2012 when the call went out that NASA was funding, people to go live in this habitat. Actually, I have a 3D printed version of the hab that I got while I was on that mission. But basically to go live on the Big Island of Hawaii in a geodesic dome with 5 other individuals for 4 months to investigate food strategies for long duration spaceflight. So we were the first to live in the high seas habitat as if we were living on Mars. And again, that was a 4-month journey. And even though it was about investigating food strategies for long duration spaceflight, it was also about that site as an analog for Mars because of its terrain and that dark reddish basaltic lava tubes, all kinds of good geology. And so I feel very fortunate to have been part of that mission.
Wow. Beth, I know that you probably want to jump in there. I know that you've had that experience a little bit as well.
Well, I'm just so fortunate that Dr. Cyan was our mission control. So talk about someone who's got your back. It was Dr. Cyan. So we all felt like we could sleep at night, we could relax a little bit, and she kept us informed with the news and the weather and all of it. And that is a great example, as Dr. Cyan always brings us the great examples of how it really takes, the people back on Earth to do the things we want to do remote. So, wherever we're going to explore, look at the team we witnessed today. It's not just always necessarily the people you see in that mission control. It's the people behind them that are supporting them and all the way to their families at home. Think about the hours and the years and the months that they have put into this mission alone. And, then you learn from the great ones. When you say that you stand on the shoulders of giants, I was honored to go to the HAB and serve as an analog astronaut because of Dr. Cyan Proctor, because she was able to showcase for us and show us, she worked through the hardships. She kind of laid the groundwork for us so that we can kind of waltz on in and have a little bit of fun, a little bit of science, mostly science, a lot of fun. But, it takes those first explorers, it takes those first robotics, those first, and then you keep adding to the first. Now I love that we're adding the nuclear propulsion and the ability to sample and all the things that we just kind of, once we get like landing, ascent, well, we never really get it down, right? We never perfect it. It's always 7 minutes of terror, but you get these things and you keep adding on to them, and it showcases how you continue to evolve when it comes to these dangerous, very hard, very difficult space challenges. And so we're celebrating today, but there's a lot more coming to celebrate. And Dr. Cyan certainly knows about it. And she and I also know a lot about isolation and being challenged and missing home. And so there were things on our analog mission that we discovered. It's not something obviously that a robot will experience today on the surface, but it is something that even though we just sent this robot, I have to say it's just kind of heartwarming to know that, as Rod mentioned, UAE is going to be there, China is going to be there. We're all explorers at heart, right? And nobody wants to do this alone. So it's great to be able to celebrate it all together and share the data, right? Share what we learn.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, it's a wonderful time. There's so much going on right now. The first picture is already out. Just put it out on social media. Like while I was talking to you all, I love that it's happened that quickly. That is it going to land? It's land. It's got a picture. All of us have the access to the picture. Now it's already out on social media. It's being retweeted by the world. That's incredible. Like it's just that kind of idea. Imagine, let's see, we're in 2021. Imagine thinking back to going back to 1921 and saying that you're going to have something in your pocket that will allow you to talk to anyone in the world at any time that you want to. And then on that thing, you're going to receive a picture of something that's still relatively new to you as a technology anyway. And that thing is going to be in color. Oh, you can make movies too. You don't even know basically really what those are yet. And there's going to be a picture coming from basically a car, like a mini SUV on Mars. And it's going to send you a picture back that you can share with your friends, and you're going to talk about it. And some people are going to say that the billions of dollars that were spent should have been spent and it's fake. But we won't even go there. But I mean, it's an incredible time. We have so much going on. Cyan, I want to go to you one more time on just what it is that you're most excited about. And I'm sure that Rod has a question for you too before we go to our next guest. So what are you are you excited about more about life? Are you more excited about the geology part of the mission, or Moxie and looking at the resources on Mars? What you looking at?
Well, Ron, I got to tell you, if I'm going to Mars, I want to come back. So Moxie is a good thing. But of course, I'm always going to be excited about the geology. And, part of being a geology, and when you get into geologist and paleontology, is that ancient life. And so it fits right into my wheelhouse. It reminds me of this 2 summers ago. I was on the JOIDES Resolution in the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. And so I was on the JOIDES for 2 months, and all of the scientists and researchers there, basically the JOIDES is a floating research vessel that travels all around the world, and it sends drill strings down into the earth and pulls up core samples. And the thing about it is that these are core samples that contain ancient life. And so what we're doing on Mars and what we do on Earth, they're analogous to each other in a lot of ways. And so I found myself out in the South Pacific Ocean in the Antarctic Circumpolar Current with these amazing scientists and researchers. And we were so far away from anybody on land that when the International Space Station flew over, we were actually closer to the astronauts in space than people on land. That's how remote we were on Earth. And we were bringing up this ancient life, this microscopic life. And we had all these paleontologists on their electron scanning microscope and all of that. And you got to imagine what we could do as humans looking and using these instruments, and then what we can do on Mars with the instruments that we've sent and the information that's going to come back. And so it's like you said, it's amazing, it's astounding, and it's really a fun, interesting time to be a part of this next phase of exploration. And robots lead the way to human exploration. And so they're making it so that it will be safer, not only for us to go there, but getting through all the kinks of how do you land and how do you do this successfully, and all the systems that go into that.
I mean, beautifully stated. Like, Rod, I'm sure that you got something you want to chime in, just personal thoughts, anything you want to ask, Dr. Proctor while we got her. And let me do this just real quick. I do want to say, I want to give the same offer to Cyan that we did with Beth and Rod today. So, Cyan, you were more than welcome to stay with us as long as you want to. You're a fellow host. If you want to ask questions of the next group, you can stay if you want to. I know that you're busy, but you're more than welcome to, stay and hang out with us for a little bit if you want to.
I would love to hang out for a little bit. I've got a meeting coming up in a little bit, but I can stay for about a half hour, and that'd be nice.
Awesome. Okay, Rod, I'll go to you.
Okay, I just want to observe. I'm checking everybody's wardrobe, and I just want to observe that if this were the classic Star Trek, I'd be the last person leaving the room. You'd all be dead.
Yep, the red shirt
in this room. So this isn't a question just for Cyan, but for everybody. I think it'd be interesting to reflect for a moment. But Cyan first, I guess. What do we think the implications are if we find fossilized microbial life? I mean, it would be lovely to find something living now, but let's say we find fossilized microbial life or stromatolite matter or something. And I don't think we can identify it with this mission. But so the first part of it would be we find something that was clearly living at one time, and it's pretty definable. It's not arguable. And the second step is when we discover that the DNA is a unique structure from Earth. What are your thoughts?
Deep question.
Ooh, there is so much there. Well,
Go
first
for
of all, one of the things is that that's one of the fun things about being human and the search for life beyond Earth. And I think part of that is, again, getting into the question of where did life originate? Did it originate here on Earth? Did it originate somewhere else, even beyond our solar system? And what implications does that have for, you know, our place in the universe? I mean, we kind of came up with this more kind of religious and just having this idea that humans' place in the universe is somehow sacred to some extent. And that can come into question once we get into this idea of life beyond Earth. But I think that's a good thing. As a scientist, more information we have, the better we can understand you know, those grand questions that are hard to answer, why we are here and what does that mean in the grand scheme of things. And to me, it's exciting. I hope we find something, and I hope we find something that really pushes us to want to put the money and in the investment into doing more and exploring more. I will say, though, I'm not sure I want to find the proto-molecule, if you all are Expanse fans.
Yeah.
But
I think
the dye being neon, being that bright neon teal, yes, I might be okay with that. Like if I was going to have to die by alien things, I don't know if I want to be blind for it or anything, but
well, one of the things that I think is really cool is that if we find evidence there, what about elsewhere in our solar system, right?
If it's right there, it's got to be everywhere, right?
Right. Well, that's we don't know, and that's what's exciting. And when we're talking about inspiring the next generation and what questions that they want to ask or answer or figure out, you know, what's going on with Venus, what's going on with Europa. I mean, there's just so many things that I just hope that I get to see all of it happen in my lifetime.
And I think sociologically, this could be really huge, metaphysically, I suppose, too. But I was heartened and kind of pleasantly surprised years ago. I was watching an interview with the Vatican astronomer, who was a very cool guy. And when they asked him, okay, what happens when we detect extraterrestrial life? He said, I have no problem with that. They're God's creatures, too. I don't happen to agree with his theology completely, but I loved the answer because it's so open-minded and welcoming.
You know, and that's really interesting that you said that. I've actually been to the Vatican Observatory, and it's just such a great place for science and some of the things. And again, thinking beyond the box, you know, we always kind of have this idea of what history has, you know, laid out for us, but science is constantly rewriting our understanding. And that's what's great about it. A lot of times we think of science as being facts and, you know, the discoveries are few and far between and all of that stuff, but that's not the case. It's these new discoveries, these new advancements that allow us to basically go and rewrite our understanding and our place in the universe.
Beautiful.
Well, we got to be open to that rewriting of that.
Yeah.
Beth, anything on that? Any thoughts? I know it's one of my favorite things to talk about as we start talking about life and life that's out there. And second Genesis, we get, okay, everything else might possibly be something like us. I'm sorry, there's no way that we go swimming in the lakes of, you know, Titan and find anything like us.
Well, John Grunfeld said it earlier, and Dr. Cyan joined us, and I'm so grateful that he said that the 3.5 billion years ago, when we had life on Earth, we have this Jezero Crater that is also 3.5 billion years old. It's just really incredible to be able to connect dots and explore and do the science. My question for everyone is what they're going to be taking from this mission. We're all, in a way, very much science communicators and advocates. So I've already seen, Ron, you said that there's some exhibits that are going to be at the Discovery Center. I know that I'm going to continue to, the mission doesn't end today. What happens next week when we get continued images? What happens when things start to unfold and literally roll along? So I just wanted to ask you, out of curiosity, how does this change maybe the work that you do or the books you have to rewrite, Rod? Put some dates in there, some new dates, I hope. And anything else you guys might be surprised. I love that Rod always says he's pleasantly surprised.
Rod?
Well, I don't know that I got to go back and rewrite all those Mars books because you always try and leave it open-ended at the end with some kind of, starry-eyed, upward-looking statement, what the future will hold for future generations or something, hopefully written better than that. Yeah, it's actually, this is a complete aside from the Mars conversation, but while I'd love to write another Mars book, Space 2.0, which is a new space book, is the one that's really got a knife to my throat because that stuff changes about every 2 months, as you all know. And that thing was starting to feel dated by the time it hit the press. So yeah, that's something I'm going to have to deal with. I just, it's going to take me a while to absorb this. It's funny. I remember when Curiosity landed, I was at JPL, not at Mission Control, because only the special people get to go there, but I was down near Von Karman where the press was. And it was kind of an underwhelming moment, and I still have no idea why. I was just not as struck in the same way that I have been with this one. Maybe it's because I wasn't as worried because this is a proven system. Because the first time I saw a sky crane on paper, I thought, "What? Are you serious? You got to lower it from a hovering rocket stage by strings? Okay." And but after talking to Rob Manning, who was commentating for us there on the landing, first time I've seen him do that, by the way, he's never had time before. He pointed out it was the simplest system that could get the job done with the fewest points of failure. That includes having a lander stage with ramps. Couldn't use the beach ball thing that they use with MER and with Pathfinder because of the delicacy of electronics and the size of this thing. So at least in their estimation, that's the simplest way to do it. It did strike me today, in a completely unrelated aside, I think 2 of the engineers that worked on the sky crane system went off to Apple afterwards, which is no surprise because they're brilliant people. Must be having a little bit of a wistful moment right now because I'm sure a part of them wishes they were back with their family at JPL.
Sorry, checking in on one of our guests who I think had the wrong link, so I'm hoping that they'll be able to hop on here in a minute. But I mean, there's so many pieces. By the way, that picture is everywhere now. If you haven't been on Twitter, if you haven't been on Twitter yet, if you haven't been on Instagram yet, there's a whole lot of black and white Mars right now, and it's so awesome to see that it's just like everybody. Space.com didn't even wait until they got the full picture. They took screenshots of the NASA feed and posted it to be first because they're space.com. They're awesome like that. So,
it reminds me of looking at out of the high seas habitat window, Beth.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. When I do my presentations now and I tell people about, analog missions, it's this, it's funny because I think when you see, there it is. I put this slide up where it says Mars surface and then the high seas analog Hawaii volcanic surface, and no one knows which one is which. And I love that because it's like, when we do the analogs, we practice on Earth. There's a reason that this location was perfectly positioned to serve as an opportunity for us to do EVAs and robotics and go explore. It is like incredibly unbelievable how remotely similar that it is. And everyone, it's funny because you know who always gets it right? The kids always know. They're like, that one's Mars, and you're like, you've never even been to Hawaii or Mars. So which one? How do you know? Kids just know.
I'm dying to get up to Devon Island sometime. I was supposed to go last summer, but obviously that didn't happen. But it's it's not, obviously it's not the same environment as where you guys were because it's an impact crater, but what a fantastic place from everything I've seen.
Love it.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Jake is here. Jake is here. What's going on, my friend?
Jake is here.
Guys, how's it going?
He's wrapped up his own live stream. Tell us, well, let's get started with that, Jake. Tell us a little bit about the live stream that you did today. You had awesome guests. There's been a lot of them that have been jumping. I'm sure that were on ours that are going to be on later on because they were doing your awesome stream today. Tell us what you did and a little bit about We Martians for those that don't know.
Yeah, so We Martians is a podcast that I have been running for the last 5 years or so. We cover all sorts of Mars exploration, robotic. We do planetary science, we do the spacecraft, we do engineering, we do operations, and then we try and dip a little bit into human spaceflight as much as there could be for Mars. But it's lots of fun. And so today's the Super Bowl of a Mars journalist like me. That's what I like to say. This has been a crazy month, and this was the sort of the headline event. So we had an awesome time on our YouTube stream. We had some great guests. I had Tanya Harrison, who was a co-host with me, a good friend of mine. I think she's been in and out of this stream a couple of times. And then we had Deborah Das, who was a planetary scientist from McGill. We had Dave Bucher from Lockheed Martin. He's like an aeroshell engineer for Mars 2020. And then
nice.
One of my good friends, Mike Siebert, who you might recognize him because he's been driving rovers for a long time. He drove the Opportunity rover and other rovers at JPL for a very long time while he was still at JPL. And so we had just a really fun time, just kind of filling up that hour before EDL because our nerves were just so high. We just needed to talk to some people and really kind of stretch out those nerve muscles and get kind of loose and then watch the big moment. What a event, man. It was just so much fun. The EDL sequence, it never gets old.
It was, and it really was. It was exciting to watch, and for all of the people that have never watched one before. Honestly, to tell you the truth, it's really pretty new to me. I mean, I guess I saw it really with Insight, and I saw it a little bit, but I wasn't on a live stream. I wasn't really focused on it. I hadn't put, weeks of work into the stream that led up to the 15 whole minutes that where everything was happening. And, we were just talking about the fact that we've already got that first picture. We had that first picture before we even got out of the stream. Like it
was really fast. Yeah.
It was so fast. Like I did not think of it. And we've already got the first picture. We've already got the what's like, it barely people were still clapping. There's still like a guy in the corner woo, and it was like, here we go. We've already got it.
We were talking because I, in preparation for the stream, I really wanted to understand what the order of events would be. And so what I did as part of my research was to go back and really understand the Curiosity landing sequence, because it's a lot of the same hardware. So the timing of the events would be pretty similar. And so I had budgeted 10 minutes of time after touchdown to sort of stay with the stream and wait for the telemetry to come down and eventually get that first picture. And yeah, like you said, it was like right away. And I was like, well, I guess we can end the stream a little early because we've got all the information we need. We know where it is. We've got the picture. We're golden here. So it was an exciting event. It really went just so smooth. I mean, I'm just so impressed with the JPL teams and the NASA teams and all the people who supported them, because this is already a hard thing to do. And then they had to do the most critical parts with this whole pandemic going on. And it was just they're heroes. And I'm just kind of inspired by all the hard work they did. I prepared for weeks for this. They prepared for years. And it's just impressive to see what a show it was today.
It's interesting that you mentioned that too, because earlier we had Lisa May on from Lockheed Martin, and at one point she was in charge of the mission, the Mars sample return mission from 2007 to 2015. It's like she's been gone for 6 years, and that's at Lockheed and doing other things. But at one point that was part of what she did, and she's like, you talk about some of these things take decades before people sometimes even take them seriously. It sounds like a great idea, but now we see this technology there, and look at how long it's going to take to get it back. As we had John Grunsfeld on earlier, and he was mentioning, this is going to be the first round trip from Mars eventually with that sample return, but it's still going to be on a future mission. It's not happening now. So, Cyan, I know you got to be excited about whatever we get it back. Who are you going to what friends are you going to make between now and then to bribe them to be in that room, so that way you can just be like, I just want to smell it.
I got a couple of friends already. Been working on that for a while now. Of course, Arizona State University where I went to my school that I got my master's and PhD is Arizona State University. And of course, they've got one of the big instruments on there. And so it's really exciting. One of my good friends who runs the School of Earth and Space Exploration, Dr. Mina Wadwa, she is a meteorite specialist, but she does a lot with JPL. And I'm always like, oh, okay. Well, you know, what do you got coming down the pipeline? So it's always good to have those types of friends.
You know that they're up to some stuff if I can stop from, throwing myself out there. So what I'm going to do is, like, Jake, you came in a little late. I just want to make you the offer. If you'd like to stay with us, hang out with us for a little while, you're more than welcome to do that. Just did the same with Cyan. I know you just got off yours. If you need a break, you need to go eat or anything like that. But pretty much everybody for the next little bit are all people that are, hosts or moderators or commentators like that. So I've been adding people in and out all day. I think it's more fun to have like a group conversation. So you are more than welcome to stay with us if you'd like.
Yeah, I can stay for a little bit longer for sure.
Yeah, you just let me know whenever you got to go, and I'll gladly bow you out. But next up, we got the man, the myth, the legend, Will Young, Deep Sky Dude. And you might be asking yourself, why did I invite somebody that's, really known so much for doing, deep sky astronomy, mooncasts. I think, I don't know that we've ever shown Mars on anything that you and I have ever done together when we've collaborated. We've done Jupiter. We've done Saturn, but we've never done this. But you were not that far away from Boca Chica, where they're building Starship, which is going to be the thing that's going to take us, to Mars. Like it's going to take possibly, we hope, well, this is the plan, regular people to Mars, not necessarily just astronauts, not the Johnny Cams, not the Anne McClains, not the, oh my God, you're amazing at everything. It's not the Cyan Proctor. Cyan getting this close to being an astronaut. She doesn't like to talk about it. She's like, no. But she's like, oh, yes, actually, I did come that close. She's like, wait a minute. Yes, I did. He's not lying. He's not making anything up. But you have been doing some incredible work down there. You are one of there's a small group of people that have been down there that have been live streaming, and you just did your first one. I can't wait to come down and hopefully do one with you soon. But you did SN10. And I know that had to be, I did not mean to bring in, not Chris Carberry. I know that you, you just had that one. You tried to catch one of the other ones and had to end up going home. There's a lot to this. These things take a long time. We, almost everybody here is friends with Tim Dodd. Tim got stuck for like 2 weeks waiting for one of these to go in a hotel, and just like, he does well in his live stream, so it gave him the ability to stay, but not everybody can do that. Not everybody's Tim Dodd. He is the everyday astronaut. Everyday astronaut. Go check him out. YouTube. But let's talk about the cool stuff you've been doing, the live streams you've been doing, what the atmosphere is like down there. I can't wait to get there, man. I really can't.
Yeah, man. And hey, thanks for having me, Ron. We just got off another live stream because we did with landing with the Astro Joe and my buddy Bram Wiseman.
Love it.
Just a second ago. It's great. And we talked a little bit about the Boca Chica thing that's going on, but really not in any great detail and stuff. And eventually I'm going to have all this on my website. I'm going to try to help people do this. Because, everybody wants to go see a launch, and everyone should see a launch. And
so I can back this up. I was wrong. You did get SN9.
SN9, yes.
So you got SN9. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Oops,
yeah. And
sorry.
SN9 is the SN9 was the one before 10, obviously, and then 8 was the first one that they flew in the full configuration with the nose cone and everything. And of course, it landed vertically, but at like 50, 60 miles an hour, which is not zero. So it then, rapidly unplanned disassembled everywhere, or what they call a RUD, which I think is funny. It's also called an explosion for us lay people. Yeah, you can see the video right there. And it was just the one thing that you brought up, Ron, is the atmosphere that's down there. I don't know if many of y'all have ever been to a rocket launch live. I had been to 2 previously before this, and they were life-changing events. When you stand 5 miles from a rocket, just driving itself into space, it's a powerful experience, metaphorically and, somewhat literally too.
To really understand just how powerful a force that is, not just what that is, but how powerful a force gravity is. That's how much it takes to get you off of this planet.
That's right. And these starships that they're launching out of Boca Chica, which again, it's a test program, so they're going to blow up and they're going to spray parts of this thing all across the South Texas protected lands. And yeah, it's a thing, but it's still it's a notable thing that's happening there. And it's rockets, so I'm on board, right? Well, not physically, but I'm there.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, maybe we'll see what happens. But this is a really cool, special thing, you guys. And I don't know if I can really convey the electricity that's in the air. I mean, I was down there for, like you said, like Tim, for 2 weeks. I came home for like a day and a half and then went back. It's about 7 or so hours for me to drive there. Stayed in a hotel the whole time, which, by the way, the Holiday Inn is where I would recommend to stay because it's right next to the park where you're going to need to go to watch this thing. So what I'll show here, so I can give y'all an illustration, is I think I had the Google Earth thing here. There we go. I mean, this is Texas, obviously. I think am I displaying it here? Is everything up?
Yep, it's good. We got you.
So you'll want to go all the way down here to Texas, to where you just can't go no more until you get stopped by people asking for passports. That's basically where this is. This is South Padre Island, which is a cool place to just go and party on the beach. Have a few beers, have a good time on the beach. And there's hotels, there's food. The seafood here is amazing, guys. It's all caught right out here. But this is where it's all going down right here. So if I can put South Padre Island at the top here, and then you've got this area right here is called Boca Chica Beach. And if I zoom in a little further, this little peninsula right here, and the other day I was kind of noting, it looks like a goose. Like, here's the back end of the goose.
It actually, it really does.
The head of the goose. And
it looks like a goose that's gonna like put its head up and it's yelling at you.
Yeah, it's like, nah. Yeah, so it's a goose.
But like
I don't know.
in like the Inception universe, because it's on a wall, but for some, there we go.
Yeah, now it's even got little feet and stuff. And the wings are there, represented by the sediment layers. It's a goose. So this is actually where SpaceX is building their assembly facility, the high bay and all this fun stuff. This little town, can actually zoom in. This is formerly Boca Chica Village. It still kind of is. There was about, I think, 30 or 50 residents that lived out there. Most of them have been bought out by Elon and his company, but there's a few holdouts, which I love these people that are holdouts because they know every second when SpaceX is going to launch, because they all have to leave their homes. You can actually see the two communication arrays here. These two dishes are how they communicate with Starship while it's doing its flights, and they're getting telemetry and sending signals to it through those things. You can already see the groundwork that's happening here at the head of the goose, which is the building facility. And then this road here is Highway 4. It goes down here to Boca Chica Beach, and this is where they roll all the Starships. Everything rolls down the road down here to 1.5 miles down the road until you get to this area, which is very crude, but this is an older picture. This is the launching area, and this is the landing pad here. And then this is all public beach right here, guys. You can park right here. You can literally sit across the street from these rockets, and actually have some videos I can show later if you want me to, Ron. But basically, where you're going to want to be is right here on South Padre Island. I've done a lot of digging, and this is, as far as I can tell, the closest, besides some private locations to view the launch. This is the closest public location, and this is South Padre Island down here in Texas. And this park, so basically this whole end of the peninsula, or the island, I guess it is Isla Blanca Park. Okay. So if you need to get on line and look for Isla Blanca Park, that's where you'll go. They have RV spots. I don't think they have tent camping, but they have beachfront stuff you can do. It's a beautiful thing. There's this area out here where you can go on the jetty and things like this. There's an amphitheater off to the left over here. And this is where I was for the launch for SN9. And I was there basically every day at dawn for 2 weeks. It was rough. There were days where we knew they weren't launching, so I didn't go out and set up gear. Because with SpaceX, they can be saying they're going to scrub, and you could be hearing rumors of scrub, and the weather may be bad, and then everything clears up, and they go that day. So you really can't put too much credibility in the rumors. You really kind of have to have...
you can hear it for days, and then, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I have sat personally at my computer. I mean, Jake, you probably done this. Same thing. I have sat for a day or two waiting for them to do it, so that way I could stream it and talk about it and put it out on our platforms, saying, "Oh, hey, it's Tuesday, boss. I want to be talking about this. Oh, hey, boss, it's this. Oh, hey, boss, it's this." But for good reason. So let's show the video. One of the videos that Will captured while he was down there. I love the sound of Starship. It doesn't sound like any other rocket. There's just this. When I hear it, I'm just like, is that really it? It's just so different, and that's one of the things that I love about it. So let's watch a little bit of this. It's a longer video, so we won't watch the whole thing, but at least a bit of it. And just, it's such a cool capture that this is from Will's camera. Like, Will gets great setups. I know he's taking it even more seriously than he already has for years, but just I love this thing. So let's check it out. Whoop.
Well, thank you, Ron.
There we go.
And this is, anybody can do this, y'all. I'm not special in any regard. That I got up at dawn that day and I went and set up a camera on Isla Blanca. But there it goes. No warning, no big countdown thing. They would we're like 10, 9, 8, woohoo. No, it was like, oh, there they go. And up they went. And I don't know, is the sound coming through, Ron? But when the sound finally does reach us, it's quite spectacular.
Is it being weird? Hold on a second. Let me back out. I will stop it and I will share it again.
Yeah, because there's that little button you have to. It always tricks me too. It's just
I've got okay, well, that's the thing is that I haven't been able to hear the audio and stuff now. They took away audio for the producer on StreamYard now. So I've just been going on what everybody says. Like, oh, I can hear it. So let's bring it back up here. Okay, there we go. And
it's on mute, I think.
Nope, it's still not. It's not. Well, okay, let's check the actual video itself here.
Yeah, the video's on mute.
There we go. That's the issue. It's the other mute button.
Yeah, and there's that sound that Ron's talking about, that guttural. The way I describe it is it just sounds like the sky is being ripped in half.
Yeah, but it's going to sound crazy while you're there.
Yeah, and that's the thing is these little microphones on top of DSLRs can never, ever even get close to the actual sound of that thing. So a little background, I'll tell you, there was thousands of people there. We were all socially distant. We were, everybody, I made sure everybody stayed away from me because, obviously. And I talked to people.
You're fine.
Yeah, I talked to people, but I kept them back, and everybody was respectful. It was really nice, but there were thousands of people there on Isla Blanca.
Real quick, I need to put a note in. I don't care if you've had it or not. Stay 6 feet away and keep your mask on. I do not want people to think I'm serious.
Yeah, well, no, of course.
I just want a disclaimer.
Yeah, and I don't want to get nobody sick if I'm still whatever, but I've already had it, and it was the worst thing. I know, probably Ron had it. We're all going to get it maybe, but hopefully we don't. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. When this thing launched, all those people were having conversations and, oh, when is it going to launch? Oh, everybody's talking. When this thing started rumbling, everyone shut up. It was complete silence, and we were all just doing this. And I can tell you that having a conversation like we're doing now in a normal conversation voice would have been difficult because imagine the loudest thunderclap you've ever heard, but it's continuous. It doesn't taper off. It doesn't rumble to a stop. It just continues to do that that popping sound of the 1,000 little pops every millisecond.
I actually so I heard when I my first launch, I had the exact same experience. It's like, what is this sound, right? And when you only come hearing it from like an audio recording like this, your first thought is like, oh, it's clipping the microphone, and that's why it sounds like that. But it's not actually the case. It's literally clipping the atmosphere. It's the same effect as a clipping microphone, but it's doing it in the air because there's so much pressure that like the molecules are hitting each other. It's a bizarre experience that you feel in your chest. Like I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and
even I was gonna say I wanted to.
I was just gonna say, but that's the thing is that you don't just hear it, you feel the feeling of it in your body is amazing because there's nothing like that. I've only seen a shuttle launch, but I was really close, and it was just that amazing experience. And so I can't wait to go down there and experience this. I actually have to drop off in a minute, but I wanted just to say thank you again for having me, and you all have just a fantastic day.
Yeah, you too. Nice to see you again.
We love to have you, Cyan. You are amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. You are thebomb.com. We love you.
Follow Dr. Cyan, y'all.
Yeah, for real, right? Actually, let me bring that back up and see if okay. But no, I mean, honestly, Will, it was amazing to kind of just check that out, how cool this thing was. And Jake, I know that you've got to head out as well soon too. So we were so happy to have you. Incredible, absolutely incredible. What's going on down there? We've been seeing so many technologies. So many incredible technologies out there throughout the last few weeks, and what we're going to see in the future with JWST. We've had so much with like I said, thank you, Will, for showing the awesome the Starship video. We saw so much today. We saw the Aerojets. We didn't get to actually see it, but a part of getting to Mars today was Aerojet Rocketdyne's amazing propulsion system, landing that baby down there. Lockheed Martin's going to help get us out onto Mars and flying. Absolutely awesome. Like, I can't wait to see that. So we actually got a quick little video we're going to play from Aerojet Rocketdyne talking about some of the cool stuff that they're doing over there. Then we're going to unpack the conversation. Jake, I know you got to go. Will, you are welcome to stay with us if you'd like to and keep the conversation going, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so let's hop over to this real quick and we'll be right back. Aerojet's always up to such cool stuff, man. Like, it's just like, I love it. I absolutely love it. So next up, we're going to bring in the one and only Dr. Tanya Harrison. Tanya, how's it going? And I didn't mean to take you out, but I am mad at you that I don't have one of those shirts that you're wearing.
This is from Jake. You got to bug him.
So it's Jake's shirt. So Jake comes on, doesn't even tell me there's a shirt. I knew there was a patch. Doesn't tell me anything about it, man. So
he didn't even promote this shirt on his own live stream. I had to promote it for him. I was like, dude, you talked about your patches. You also got cool shirts.
This shirt is great. Be right back on to Mars is just absolutely perfect. And for all people, Tanya, exactly. Thank you for showing love. So what's right underneath it? What's the skyline or whatever? Is it just is it any particular skyline, or is that like Jezero Crater from Curiosity? What is it?
Oh, it's actually a rocket launching. So this
it's a rocket launching? Okay, I can't see. It's fair enough. Awesome. Absolutely fantastic. So Tanya, I want to talk. So a few years ago, 2 years ago, we all cried ourselves to sleep because of an awesome thing. We saw the end of its time, and it's something that was very, very close to your heart. So I want to talk about that first before we get to Percy, because now a couple years later we've got the next big thing there. So how did it feel to be a part of OPI, and then also get to see it for the moment? Be away until we can go and just, take care of it and fix it and get it back to work.
It was extremely emotional. I've never worked on a mission until it ended, until I worked on Opportunity. And it held a lot of sentimental significance, I guess, because I remember watching Opportunity and Spirit land on Mars when I was in like high school or early college, and thinking that these rovers were so incredible. And I knew I wanted to work on rovers at that point, but I had no idea that I would be working on one of those same rovers, post PhD during a postdoc. Like it blew my mind that it would still last that long. And then being able to be there with it until the end. I mean, I wasn't even on the mission very long compared to some people that spent their entire careers on it. And so it almost makes you feel like a bit of an imposter because you've only stuck around for a few years or only been around for a few years. But it was very very sad. There were a lot of tears, a lot of hugging. I was in the dark room at JPL like the night that we sent the final commands. And I'm really glad that I was able to be there with other people and share in that moment. I don't think it would have been the same if I had just experienced it remotely from my living room.
And didn't some TV show capture it?
They did, yeah. If anybody subscribes to Curiosity Stream, there's a series called Secrets of the... Wait, I think it's that one. Oh, shoot.
You're in wait, hold on. She's in so many TV shows now that she can't remember which one she was in.
Yeah, I think it's the one on Curiosity Stream called Secrets of the Solar System. There's an episode about Mars, and the very end of it, throughout we talk about opportunity, but the very end of it talks about the actual end of the mission. And if you want to cry, like all the rest of us cried, I can't even rewatch that bit without tearing up. Like to this day, it's still really sad to think about.
So no tear. Well, good tears today. Obviously, another successful. We're back on landing. Somebody said it earlier. Artemis said it. We're back on Mars again. We love hearing that. That means that we've made it through the trials and tribulations. Congratulations once again to the team, the Perseverance team, everybody that's put in all the blood, sweat, and tears, the sleepless nights. That's something I actually kind of want to talk about a little bit that I didn't even think about is, can you tell us a little bit about the experience being a part of what it is to finally get something to and on Mars?
It takes so long to develop and build and test all of these missions that you're wrapping up 10 years worth of anxiety in the 7 minutes of terror as this thing is landing. And you're just hoping that everything is going to be successful and everything goes as planned. Mars doesn't throw any curveballs at you in terms of the atmosphere. There's no errors in your code. And there's not much you can do if there is. Mars is so far away, we can't control anything in real time. But I know for me, like I worked on the mass cameras on Curiosity at the level of like, I babysat them in thermal vacuum testing. So I got to actually see them before they were ever even integrated on the rover. And now to think that they're on Mars, like something that I've touched is on Mars, taking pictures is so cool.
I mean, you did a TED Talk about it, if I remember correctly, right?
Oh yeah.
just real quick. But okay, so let's dive in. Perseverance today. What are you most excited about? You've actually been able to be the person and be like, I took a picture of Mars from a rover. So what? If you were the person and went, I want to take a picture, what would you want to take of Jezero Crater?
Ooh. I mean, anything of the Delta, I think, is going to look really exciting. I couldn't really see the maps very well in the live stream when they were saying that they knew where they had landed. But when we actually get to see how close we are to the Delta and get some shots like the ones that we've gotten from Curiosity, where we could see like the layers in the lower portions of Mount Sharp, I'm hoping that we get some really cool images like that, kind of reminiscent of the stuff that we see in places like Utah and northern Arizona, but it'll be totally different because it's Mars.
And yeah, it's going to be just absolutely gorgeous. I can't wait to see it. We've already seen the first picture. We talked about it just a little bit ago that it happened that fast. Like I really couldn't believe it's just.
That was crazy. I did not expect that.
No, and I mean that means that they were keeping that from everybody. Like they knew that they were going to be able to get a picture that quick. They knew that it was coming, and it makes you wonder, honestly. Did they give it an extra 10 minutes? Did it actually land somewhere around like maybe 1:30? And then it's like, oh, we'll slowly bring the stuff in. Then we'll be like, oh my God, we got a picture already. I'm like, I don't know.
For like the internet generation, they're not going to wait around for 10 minutes on this live stream. Like, let's just push everything back.
Let's just push everything back and get it all together and see. And we've already got the first picture out and it's all over social media and it's awesome. So obviously there's some big pieces to this, the search for life on Mars, the first mission since Viking, and now it's there. So what is it you're most excited for? What is it that it's looking for? What's that next first big thing that you expect to see from this mission?
It's going to do so many different things that it's hard to pick just one. I'm really excited about the helicopter. I think we all are. So I think the thing I think the most excited I am is to like see video or images of the helicopter like from the rover as it's flying off in the distance. But from a science standpoint, I think I'm actually really excited for Moxie. I'm really interested to see if that technology works well on Mars, because it is such an important step for us to be able to send humans in the future, to know that we can generate breathable oxygen and oxygen to generate that rocket fuel that we're going to need to get back. And so this is like the first step in actually proving we can send humans to Mars. We have the technology to be able to utilize the resources that are there for us to be able to survive.
Yeah, and we actually had a great video earlier from of Moxie, where one of the folks on that team talked to us, and that was Janet did that interview. So if you go back beginning of the stream, we've actually had a couple of them today. You go back to the very first, possibly second one. It was right before we went live at 10 o'clock in the morning, my time, with the fantastic Michael Heck. And Mike talked to Janet for 45 minutes about this mission. It's awesome because it was supposed to be a 10-minute spot, and they got so into the conversation, it ended up almost being a whole new webinar. It
awesome.
really did. It ended up becoming a whole new webinar. Yeah. Well, which is exciting because Wade, one of the amazing folks that's behind the scenes doing awesome stuff, he actually had to edit it. It was at an hour. So I love that. Absolutely love it. And it's so wonderful to see these conversations, and that's what I love about this. And I know that it's something that's got to be a cool atmosphere with the places that you've worked and the folks that you've worked with, because I see it where I live, where I work, the organizations I work with, is that everybody that does this loves this. You very rarely find somebody that is in the space industry that isn't here because they're not stoked about it. Like there's nobody in that room that faked their excitement that you just saw. Now, I'm not saying maybe somebody's not trying to recreate the Bobak moment a little bit. That was very natural, and one of the best people in the world. I miss his mustache, but his mustache was great. I loved it. But there's a little bit to that of just like that became like that sincere moment of how excited he was really kind of set the standard of what people didn't realize was happening in those rooms when, after all these years, this amazing technology is now on Mars. It's going to do amazing things. And Curiosity changed the game. It's just like Curiosity has its own Twitter, and it does quite well. Curiosity actually has its own parody Twitters that do quite well, and that just makes it absolutely hysterical. And so, I mean, speaking of which, Tanya, if you've never been on Tanya's Twitter, Tanya shares all the cool things going on Mars, as well as a lot of her personal story, which is one of the things that makes her so well loved in the industry. Always doing great things. So, Tanya, definitely want to talk about a little bit about that and how you are one of the voices, you, Bobak, and others. When it comes to Mars, though, you all are kind of the voices of the people that have been there, that have been a part of it, that really got to share it. And that's what's made you, like I said, so well loved. So I definitely want to talk about how you utilize that platform. And was that the plan? Now it's something that I know that I guarantee that you put some thought into every time that you post, and now it's, you got to do the content monster. But was it the plan when you started? Because a lot of us now start a platform to do it on purpose. But yeah, so.
When I started on Twitter, I didn't even understand what Twitter was for. I thought it was where celebrities post selfies or something like that. But I signed up to be a microblogger for the Lunar and Planetary Science Conference. And through that, I realized how valuable of a tool it was to communicate science, not only to other scientists, but to just the general interested public. And then slowly over time, I realized this was a way to actually showcase that scientists are humans. And I don't think we get to see a lot of that. There's so many stereotypes of what is a scientist or what is an engineer. And being able to have a platform where you can show that scientists are people, you can share your own story, which might make it easier for people to relate to you and also see themselves in you in a way that says, oh, hey, maybe I can be a scientist. And then also creates a relatively easy way for people to be able to have a dialogue with scientists. Kind of breaks down, I hope, that perception of the ivory tower and thinking of scientists as these like super geniuses that are completely unapproachable and like nobody can talk to them. And I don't want that to be the case at all. A lot of us do this, like you said, not just space, but science in general. We do it because we're passionate about it and we're excited about it. And we're doing research to try to improve human knowledge. And so we're excited to share that with people if they ask about it. And so for me, Twitter has just become a platform where I'm really excited to share my enthusiasm with the universe and just kind of effuse it and hope that it, I shouldn't say infects during a global pandemic. I hope that it influences enough people that a lot of other folks want to come and nerd out about space and Mars. And maybe at least some subset of those people will decide to study space in school or pick it as their career.
I mean, that is something that I think that is really fascinating, that as we look back over the last year, you want to talk about the moments that have been cheered really across at least our nation. Has all been space stuff. It was Comet Neo wise. It was the first launch again from U.S. soil of U.S. astronauts. We see this later this year. I'm sure maybe we'll be back to normal, but I still feel like a ton of people will watch James Webb Space Telescope go.
Yeah,
like I know I will. I would love to be there because isn't it going from like French Guiana?
Yeah, that would be really cool to see.
Yeah, that'd be super cool to go to. So we're gonna have to knock on Astro Athens' door because she works with Ariane. So see if maybe she can get us in on that one. But it's a wonderful thing that we have happening right now. Mars is going to be the big one. There's so much, and you obviously are one of those voices. So we always love having you come on and talk with us. So Will, you got a question before we let go the aber famous Dr. Tanya Harrison, the movies and books and stuff?
I just want to say I love scientists and I love JPL and I love NASA and I love what happened today. And I'm just honored to be chilling right where I'm at. So thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Ron. And yeah, I mean, that's all I got for, I will have to jump off in a bit though, but I did want to say before I go,
sure.
Ron, that maybe I could throw this up real quick. Guys, tonight, Mars and the moon will be
in
hanging out
conjunction
together. Yeah.
Yep.
And at 10 p.m.
This is our third conjunction in like 2 months, 3 months, 2.5 months.
Yeah,
2 months.
They happen a lot.
Difference. Yeah. That's one of the things. It's like whenever that happened, a lot of people are like, oh my God, you can see two planets at the same time in the same thing. And that's a little more frequent than what most people think.
Absolutely. Yeah. Not as close as Saturn and Jupiter got, but then tonight won't be anywhere near that. But if you've ever wondered where Mars is in the sky and your kids are out, maybe it's clear tonight where you're going to be at. This will only happen tonight. Tomorrow night, the moon will be way off to the left. But tonight, right here is what you'll see. You'll see the moon, which we're almost at first quarter. You'll see Mars right above it. And then, of course, everyone's favorite open star cluster, the Pleiades, or Messier 45, just over there chilling. Everybody's in a winter sky tonight, up there chilling together. Literally chilling. Yeah, it's colder.
Frozen.
It's
We're
colder.
Frozen, yo.
It's colder in Texas than it is on Mars, I think, right now. Tanya, is that correct? I don't know what the average temperature is on Mars, but it's like 35 here in Texas, and we are not built for this down here. So,
oh gosh,
if you guys are in Texas, hopefully you guys have power or will get power. But yeah, if you don't have power and stuff tonight, you don't really need anything other than maybe some warm clothes, a cup of hot cocoa, and some eyeballs to go outside and check out Mars and the moon just hanging together. It's ridiculously cool that tonight they're that close, so people can kind of go out and find it. You may not know where Mars is, but this should help you.
Awesome. Like Joan, Joan, our next guest, is joining us right now. Joan, I think I just saw a book in your hands. What is that there? It looks like the same one that's right behind Tanya. Tanya, do you know what that book is? Joan, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted.
I
was just like the entire time, I'm like, okay, we have Dr. Harrison on, so I need to plug the book. If it's just going to be sitting in the back, I'm going to plug it for her. This is amazing. And she also gave me a cool sticker and signed it for me. So like, this is a super keepsake that I have in my bookshelf. So please, everyone, go get it. It's amazing. So yes, I will plug it for you.
I was sick. I almost died, and I still don't have an autographed book, Tanya.
Send me your address.
I was about to say, I have an actual question now for Tanya.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Can I get one of those books? No, I'm just kidding.
Everybody just
awesome.
message Tanya. Tanya is very well. I mean, not everybody message Tanya because Tanya gets all the questions. And Wade, who is part of the production team, as always, he's the man. He has already sent his address and put it in the private chat that we have.
Well, anybody that can't message me in the private chat, it's available on Amazon, or if you go to forallhumankind.space, it will redirect you to the Amazon page. Or if you want to support your local bookseller, it's available in a lot of local bookstores as well. And you can also request that they buy it if you'd rather buy from your local store.
And do you do autographed versions from it if you get it from your website? You can do that, or you can't do that because it goes to Amazon?
I should set it up so you can order them from me directly. If you send me a DM like on Twitter or something, you can also just PayPal me and I can send you an autograph copy with some stickers like Joan got.
Stickers.
Yeah, I slid it to her DMs and I asked for a book with the autograph and the sticker. So, you know, it's possible.
$10 says is one of the best DMs she's ever got. So awesome stuff, Tanya. You were amazing. Thank you so much for coming on and joining us today. Always a wonderful guest to have. Go have a snack and do all the things.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish eating these peanuts that I did.
The peanuts. Peanuts.
All right. Have a good night.
So, Joan, NASA engineer, and today NASA did some engineering, landed some stuff on another planet. How are you feeling about that today? Like,
I mean, it's just like any other day, right? So I don't understand what the big deal is. I'm just kidding. No, it was freaking amazing. I mean, just seeing the sheer excitement on everybody's face, whether it is, you know, watching it on NASA TV, seeing the internet almost break down. Cause I was working while the feed was going. So while I was in meetings, our internet, you know, on different meetings was like cutting out. And then when I looked at how many people were on NASA TV watching, you know, just people geek out in the mission control room was just outstanding. And so that's what we look for here at NASA. And, you know, doing live streams like this, we want to make sure that we're reaching a lot of people. We want to make sure that people are excited about space exploration, about going to Mars. So, you know, it was really exciting as not just a NASA engineer, but just a human being on this planet, being able to say that we have something on another planet, you know, and it's the fifth one that we've been able to send. So it's really exciting.
And so was this your first official like mission event at NASA? Because weren't you somewhere else recently?
I was, you know, in another little known rocket company, Blue Origin. And so yeah, this was actually my second. The first one that I was able to be a part of was the Sentinel-6, which is currently orbiting planet Earth right now, collecting weather data for us. I was able to go to I was in the mission control room, and it launched on my birthday. So that was a really exciting one because it was on my birthday. But no, this was the second one. I'm also on the Mars sample return team, which is another cool mission because we're going to hopefully being able to grab the samples from Mars and, you know, analyzing it here on Earth. So I'm really excited about that. And then another huge one coming out this year. And, you know, for anybody who's excited about asteroids, I'm also part of the double asteroid redirection test. That one launches sometime this year. And what that is we're sending a spacecraft to an asteroid, and we're going to collide the spacecraft against that asteroid. So, you know, long story short, we're trying to save planet Earth if you know, Bruce Willis is not available. Bruce Willis is plan B. He's plan B. I mean, you know, he's always going to be there, but, you know, we're going to make sure that we have defense if there's an asteroid that's headed our way. So that's a really
never assume Bruce Willis is always going to be there. Sorry. I mean, well, let's talk about it a little bit. This is your new job, and you've got to do some cool things. What are you doing now? I do love this, by the way. You had a recent TikTok where apparently a guy came in the room and then asked you to take notes for the meeting, and it was in fact your meeting.
I was the lead engineer on that project. Yes, that was extremely awkward. You know, on social media, I tried to, like Dr. Harrison was saying, we're trying to humanize the STEM profession. So, you know, I talk about all of the struggles that I go through as a woman in STEM or STEAM, as, you know, a woman in this industry, and just in general engineer trying to navigate it. And this was, you know, when I worked in aviation, again, I walked into a room and it was like a whole bunch of gentlemen in there. Usually there's not a lot of females. And so I was the first one to walk in, and I was the first woman to walk in, and someone just came up to me. It was an introduction meeting because we were going to start working on the project. And they just came up to me, just not even know who I was, and was like, hey, can you take notes for this meeting? And I was just like, you know, I was flabbergasted. So I kind of like took a step back. I wasn't angry. I was just more, it was an awkward situation. So the only thing I said was, I'm going to be a little busy. And so I walked to the front of the room and I introduced myself and I was like, hey, my name is Joan. I'm the lead engineer for this project, and did not make eye contact with the gentleman because I can pretty much see his face turning red. So it was just one of those things that I deal with. And, again, on social media, I try to talk about that stuff because anyone who wants to get into this field, we want to talk about our failures. We want to talk about our struggles. Like Dr. Harrison was saying, it's not just rosy. Like, I'm a NASA engineer, I'm 4.0 GPA because I'm not. I failed several classes and I still made it at NASA. So anybody who wants to work at NASA can.
No, and it's wonderful that you state that. And we've worked together on some live streams before for Passage, which is this amazing thing that a friend of ours has created. Those live streams will be back now that I'm healthy, by the way. And we talk about some of the struggles that so many different people have had, and it's always great to hear that. And she makes it funny, but you can also kind of see a little bit in the dance of kind of like, like that the look on the face kind of tells you the whole story. But it's also something like you worked hard for this dream to be able to do what you do. So is there anything in particular you want to work on? Do you want to work on the next Mars mission? Do you want to work on, getting us to like Europa? Like, is it anything that's something that's more close to home, like the weather satellites and so on?
Yeah. So I want to work at all. Like, I feel very selfish, but I'm only one person, but I just want to like say yes to every single mission because every mission is super cool. I thought the asteroid one is really neat. And, part of my job as an engineer with the Launch Services Program. So what we do is we work with the launch service provider, which is either SpaceX, ULA, Future, Blue Origin, and then the spacecraft. So JPL, APL, all of those people who are geniuses that make these spacecraft to go to space. So what we do is we ensure that spacecraft, so in this case, the Mars rover, is encapsulated into the rocket. So we're the integrator. We want to make sure that, the launch trajectory is going to be correct. And when we will launch it into space, and once that fairing opens, the payload adapter ejects the spacecraft to the correct location. So all of that we have to do calculations. It takes several years for a mission to successfully launch. So, I didn't work on this Mars 2020 mission because I came in towards the tail end, which is when it was launching. But in actuality, it takes like 3 to 4 years for all of this to pre-plan, to test. You have to do shock testing, environmental testing. You have to do a whole bunch of stuff. As an integration engineer, you're lucky to be able to, not only do the programmatic side and, do like the meetings and stuff, but you actually get to be involved with the testing and be on site. And, the pictures of the people in the clean room with their full set of gear, that's integration engineers. And that's also the mechanical engineers, everything. So you get to be involved with all of that stuff. You mentioned Europa, and I think it's really exciting because that's one of the missions that I am on. It's not launching for a few years, I know, and I'm really excited about that because Jupiter is like one of my favorites. So Europa.
Well, I love that too because one of my friends began working on it when it was still like a newish thing, Kevin DeBruin.
Yes.
And then so Kevin's left, and now I've got another friend working on it. So that's why I was like, Europa, like, just toss it out there. Toss it out there, let it go.
Yeah, no, it's Kevin, Kevin, I know Kat, who's also a JPL engineer. She's an electrical engineer. She's working on it. So,
Nice.
People that I've met on social media that I've never actually met in real life. And then, we've become friends through social media. We work at NASA, or if we're contractors for NASA or whatever, we work together on same missions. So it's just really exciting to see that, she's working on the JPL side, and then I'm going to be working on actually helping it launch to Europa. And so I'm really excited. But like I said, Europa is one of the ones I'm really looking forward to. The asteroid one is pretty cool just because I get to say that, we're doing like a real life Armageddon movie. So that's another one that I like to toss out there. But, I'm just really excited to be able to work in space, and to say that I work and help launch rockets is a dream come true.
What about Dragonfly? Dragonfly is going to be awesome.
All right, yeah, that was pretty cool. And Lucy's coming up this year too. That
Yeah,
one's
Lucy's
pretty awesome. I've been sitting in a couple of meetings of that, and I'm just like, dang, man, that one would have been a pretty cool one to sit in. But
honestly, that has not had enough fanfare.
It really hasn't.
And I don't know why.
I don't know either. Like, it's super cool. It's a super cool mission. And so, I think there's like someone on Instagram posted about it, and I just like geeked out and messaged them. And now we're like really good friends because I'm like, oh my gosh, you're the only person talking about Lucy. So, just in general, just being able to work with NASA is just exciting to me.
Well, I'll do this as the last question. Can you tell folks that don't know what it's about, what Lucy is about? So that way we can maybe get some more people excited. Whoa. And she's gone. That was weird. Something happened on her end that was not on purpose, I'm sure. She'll probably be back here in just a moment. So, my job, she's like, haha, boom, I'm out. But we'll talk to you again just for a second because we were talking about Mars. Mars is out tonight. We were supposed to, and just for folks that don't know, if you're watching right now, you're watching on our Space Foundation Discovery Center pages. We do want to let you know that our event for tonight has been canceled. We were going to do a virtual, we were going to do a family star party in person, but we had to cancel it because of everything that is going on with all the snows and stuff. So we're going to be posting on that about that in social media here in just a few minutes. But we'll want to talk a little bit more about Mars. Then we're going to throw a video up just real quick after that and share with you a little bit about what's going on. Oh, Joan is back for our question with Will, and then we'll go to Joan one more time, get some information, get some of her information where you can follow her, and then we're going to play a little video from Explore Mars. So Will, let's talk a little bit more about tonight, how people can see it. What are they looking for? They're looking for the moon. The moon is out, right? What phase of the moon are we in? So people know, what to look, where to look, the angle from there, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you can throw my screen up, Ron, I don't know if it's still out there, but there's what you'll see tonight. This is it. Now, this is Central Time that you see up in the upper left-hand corner. But anytime after the sun goes down tonight, the moon will be up. Because we're in first quarter phase. You can see the moon down here, and I'll go ahead and zoom in there. I like to call it taco moon because I like tacos, and when it gets to first quarter, it looks like a taco.
It's kind of taco.
It's kind of a taco in the sky, and I like tacos.
Now I want a taco.
Yeah, exactly. I've ruined myself. But the cool thing is we just landed on Mars thanks to awesome scientists like we have here with Joan, doing real incredible work. And that's the planet we just landed on. So tonight, if you want to take the kids, the uncle, the grandma, the grandpa, whoever is out there, that bundle them up because it's cold out there, right? But you can go outside, and I mean, most people can find the moon. It's only the brightest thing in the entire sky, pretty much, besides the sun. And you'll just need to look a little bit north of the moon, and you'll see Mars. And then of beautiful note, the ever famous open cluster known as Messier 45 M45, or the Pleiades. The Japanese call it the Subaru galaxy. I don't know why they call it the galaxy, but it's the Subaru star cluster, if you will. If you've seen the logo for Subaru, that's supposed to be it right there.
It is indeed the Pleiades. Like, it was funny because somebody said something about it, and I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was there, but I got out of my car and I looked at it. I'm like, that's the Pleiades. I knew it as soon as I saw it. I'm like, oh my God, how have I never seen that?
I had that realization a few years ago too, man. I'm like, wait, the Subaru, why do they call it? And then I was like, oh man, this is too crazy. It all lines up. But that's how it is. People
didn't even catch it. Yep.
People that have an interest in space name cars after it. So there's the Taurus, the Ford Taurus. There's there's a bunch of the Astro van, which is hilarious. But yeah, tonight is going to be the night that you'll want to check out Mars because it will literally be only about 3.5 to 4 degrees away from the moon tonight in what we call a conjunction. It's just when two astronomical bodies appear to get close to each other from our perspective. In reality, the moon and Mars are way far away, but from our perspective, they just sort of pass each other in the sky. And that's something you'll want to look for tonight. Even with a pair of binoculars, you should be able to fit both Mars and the moon in one field of view if you have a wide enough field of view binoculars. So that's something to look forward to. And Ron, with that, I'll jump off if you want. I'll go ahead and say my goodbyes. Joan, thank you for everything you do. I'm now following you on TikTok, which I think is awesome.
She's great at it.
I'll follow y'all there. And awesome day. And thank you, Ron, for having me on with all these awesome people. I'll leave y'all with a dad joke. If curiosity killed the cat, then perseverance brought it back.
Oh, I don't even know that that's a dad joke. It's almost like a dad axiom, I guess. I'm not entirely sure, but
wordplay.
So here's what I'm super excited about is that for so long we've had to use your setup, and we're this close to being able to do live streaming with that guy that's right behind me, and I'm super stoked about it.
I love
it. Will's tutelage and advice went into the things that I ended up getting working with OPT telescopes. So I'm really excited to be able to do that here in the very near future. Will, we loved having you on. And Jen, I'll go to you too. Let you kind of give us a quick final thought before we go to our awesome. So Janet did an amazing interview with one of the team members from Perseverance. So we're going to roll that after we roll the little commercial that we have for Explore Mars. But Joan, let us know where everybody can find you.
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram and TikTok at Your Female Engineer. On Twitter, I'm AstroJoni. Hopefully you guys were able to get the definition of Lucy from Ron, because my internet just like abruptly just cut off. But if you want to follow me, if you want to have any questions, feel free to do so.
Now you got to do a TikTok on Lucy, so that way everybody can know what it's all about, since I didn't have time.
Done.
You're awesome,
done.
Joan.
I'll duet it.
Yes.
He's like,
yes.
I duet it.
That's a TikTok term, right? Duet.
Yeah,
You got to duet. Yeah, and both of them have incredible. I mean, both of you have large TikTok followings, if I'm correct. I don't know exactly where both of you are at, but so I don't have TikTok on my phone. I'm trying to see if like work will get us a phone that's like a throwaway phone, so I can do TikTok stuff in the museum, but like only have a fake email, so that way it doesn't get all my information stuff goes in China. So yeah, but I mean, literally our IT team was like, nobody can have it on anything. Okay, fair enough. So, so definitely we'll get on and check you guys out. Thank you so much. And again, we're going to roll a quick video from Explore Mars. And then we have one awesome one from Janet. So we're going to do that right now. And then we'll be back with our final couple guests. Raquel Nino's coming up next. All right. And here we go. We got our video here ready to go from Janet's Planet. Thank you, Janet. This is an incredible interview. Well, that's unfortunate that there's not audio on it. So let me see if I can find a different version of it here. For some reason, it's not playing directly from the video. So, Chris, you out there? You want to hop back in with us for a minute and see if I can? I'll ask you some questions and see if I can find a different version of that video. Hey there.
Hey, sorry.
No, how's it going? No. I know you've been busy doing some stuff for a while, so we had a little bit of a hiccup. For some reason, the video is not playing audio. That might not be an option that's available. There's playing a full video is a new thing on StreamYard, but it seems like the audio wasn't working on it. So figured to ask you some questions. We're going to see if we can find it on YouTube real quick. So obviously, we've got the landing. You've been working on statements, stuff to get out there. How's it going? How all the the interviews been going? So you've been doing new stuff. You've probably been doing some TV, just like switching over and in and out and stuff. So tell us how it's going over there with all the great news.
Oh, going very well. I'm hoping that I just made a post to. We had another NBC story on NBC that was posting to Facebook, and I sent it as you were saying that, and I probably screwed up. So hopefully it makes sense what I just posted. But no, it's been a good day. A lot of interest. It's been amazing how much interest around the world there's been. And our whole team has been chipping in to reply to all these news stories coming in. So I think just the level of enthusiasm is just infectious. So I really excited because of this mission, but just the momentum this will build. I mean, the timing here is perfect as we're entering into this, as we are in the early stages of this new administration. I think it's just perfect timing to show a major success on Mars. At the same time, show all of the interest from the international community with China, with the UAE, but also with all these other countries about to launch them in the next 2 years as well, 2 to 4 years. But with all this other activity, I think this is just going to build up over time. It's already quite a groundswell. But I think just this momentum we're building with, this landing, the international excitement, the fact that Artemis 1 is happening later this year, James Webb, the commercial sector is really literally taking off. It's so much going on. We're finally, this decade, I think we're going to finally achieve these things we've been dreaming about for literally decades and decades that always seem to be about 20 years away. I think we're going to really achieve them this decade, and then hopefully get humans on the surface of Mars, in the 2030s. And I do really hope that the astronauts can take selfies with some of these rovers.
Oh. No, that would be actually pretty awesome. I would love to see that. I mean, I think we have, and we're going to get back to this in a minute. It looks like we found one of Janet's videos, but just, to put, my own thoughts on that, we're there. Like, it doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere. It seems like, politically, everybody's behind it. You have a new administration in there saying, okay, well, there is going to be some things that we are also going to prioritize, like climate science, because it was actually taken, almost ripped away entirely. That's back because it's important. But that doesn't mean that we're done with going to the moon. Maybe it moves back a little bit. That doesn't change that we're going to get there probably within a general same time frame. Well, probably within a couple of years of when we were supposed to be there.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is important because, regardless of whether 2024 was a realistic goal, I thought it was actually, I had no problem with it because it was an ambitious goal. I think we needed ambitious goals to really start accelerating the process. But, even during that time frame, while most of the mission architecture designers thought it was technically possible to get there by 2024, that mission may have been a stunt. It wouldn't have necessarily helped us advance Mars. It wouldn't have been, utilizing technologies we could feed forward to Mars. But most people believed that 2026, that was perfectly achievable, and in a way that would help us feed forward to Mars. So I hope as the administration begins to consider their space plans, they don't just push off the moon indefinitely. We don't want them to say all of a sudden, and we'll get back to the moon by the end of the decade. No, let's still be ambitious, but you have to push it back to around 2026. And then that still is an ambitious time frame, and still keep your eye on the ball of getting humans to Mars by the mid-2030s, hopefully earlier, but around the 2030s would be great. And so I think something like this, with this landing today, helps generate that political momentum. It's and as we were mentioning earlier, we've been through a pretty dark period. And so I think there aren't too many things that just really stand out there as positive, as optimistic as this landing. Yeah, and that have full bipartisan support as well. You can probably count on one or two fingers the number of programs that are supported by conservatives, liberals, and centrists.
It's everybody.
So, it's everybody. It's strong public support, political support, and international support. I mean, as you know, there are just space agencies cropping up all around the world. You don't have to be a superpower anymore. You can be a middle school, like our friends at the Weiss School in Florida, who've sent 2 CubeSats into space.
Yep.
It's a remarkable age we're living in when middle school students can have their own space program. So it's just, we've democratized space exploration to an extraordinary degree.
I've got a friend that owns one of the top weather apps in the world. They're putting CubeSats up. Like, it went from a weather app, and now they're putting things into space. It's incredible what's possible now, what you can do. And there are community colleges and universities all over the country that have these. You can launch something to space, which is just, I think it's fantastic. So there's so much going on. So what we want to do is, before we go to Raquel, we want to show this amazing video by Janet. Janet's Planet. Janet Ivey, our president over at Explore Mars. So let's bring that up later if you want to, and then we will go to our resident astrogeologist to talk about some cool things. And away we go.
Let's go to Janet's planet, life in a far-out world. Let's go to Janet's planet, she's an intergalactic girl. Janet's planet, let's go.
Over the years, we've sent 4 rovers to the Red Planet: Sojourner, Spirit and Opportunity, and Curiosity. The Perseverance rover, which is part of the Mars 2020 mission, will make number 5. It was launched last summer and is set to arrive on February 18, 2021. But I've got a question. Why were all of the people working on Perseverance rover wearing clean suits and masks? To find out that answer, let's talk to a scientist who can help explain why it's so important to keep anything we send to space, another planet, or celestial body super clean.
It's really important that we send a rover that's clean and we make sure that it doesn't contaminate Mars. My name is Mutige Stricker and I protect Mars from Earth bacteria. The next Mars rover is slated to go to Mars, collect samples so that eventually we can bring those samples back to Earth and determine for the very first time, did life exist on Mars? There's nothing that we can build that's sterile. So we take swabs and wipes of the spacecraft as it's being built. It gets put in an oven, it gets put in various chambers and clean rooms so that we can maintain that level of cleanliness. If we do find something on Mars, we have to make sure it's something that actually came from Mars and not something that hitched a ride. This is the place where the magic happens. Oh, it's definitely cool. In this lab, we look specifically at spores. So spores are those hardy microorganisms that can actually survive if it made it on the spacecraft in the journey through space, through the vacuum. It's very humbling to be a part of this big project because there are hundreds of people that have to come together and build a spacecraft. There is no one person that can say, I did this, I made this happen. It's always a we. I owe it all to Carl Sagan and watching the cosmos. I remember being a little kid, going to the public library and renting that VHS. And from that moment, the light bulb turned on. It actually was the start of my passion of science communication. We are citizens of our universe. We have to be good ambassadors when we are exploring other planets, other moons. So it's the right thing to do.
So let your minds revolve around this thought. We are citizens of our universe, and we have to be good ambassadors as we explore other moons and planets. Remember, be a good crewmate wherever you explore. And that's the view from Janet's planet.
Gotta love Janet's stuff, man. She's awesome. So real quick, want to remind everybody before we hop over to our resident, the space geologist, we have some more awesome stuff coming up. One, tomorrow, I am going to be doing on Space Foundation Discovery Center's pages. I will be talking to Chelsea from space.com, who is actually at JPL right now. We're going to talk all about the experience that she had on a special space for you. That'll be tomorrow afternoon. We'll be putting details out on that tomorrow morning. Also, we're going to be doing a big all-day event called Celebrating Perseverance, where you can come into the Discovery Center, socially distant, all COVID safe, and come in and join us and have a great time. And there's going to be activities all day long, so make sure you're there for that. So we're going to bring on our final official guest, which is going to be Raquel Nino, before we have a little bit of a powwow with myself, Chris Carberry, Rich Cooper. Chris is the only one not in red, which we're going to blame that on the typo that he just put out there. You're muted, Chris, but
you muted me.
No, I didn't mute you. I don't think I muted you. See? So, Chris, we're going to take you out just for a second. We're going to talk a little bit with Raquel, and we'll be right back with you. So, Raquel, how's it going today? You love space geology, and there is, in fact, now a rover on Mars that's going to do space geology. I thought that you were going to roll with it, but you didn't.
Another one is doing space geology. What's really exciting about this one is going to be slightly different because this one is going to be more like an astrobiologist. So it's going to be a geologist and an astrobiologist in one rover, exploring Mars, looking for places where, we think potentially life could have been there in where we landed, Jezero Crater. So I am so excited to have another robotic geologist on the surface of Mars.
So what are you looking forward to most? I mean, Jezero Crater is, as you mentioned, there's a lot of great pieces to it, and it's if I remember correctly, I believe it was almost kind of like a citizen scientist project too. Like people were allowed to be a part of choosing that area. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oops.
The community, anyone can have an input for where NASA sends the rover. So there's, over many years, people, there were meetings I don't remember if it was every 2 years, where people, anybody could come to the meeting, register for the meeting and present and say, I want to go here. I think we should go here, and then present your case. And then the people attending the meeting would vote on it. And so this is what happened. So, communities get together and they pick out sites, and then they present why they think that's the best site, and then the community votes on it. And then so you start out with many sites, and then gets narrowed down into a few, and then finally the community votes on the last one, and then that gets presented to NASA. So it's ultimately up to NASA headquarters to decide whether or not we're going to go to a certain location, but it is the community that puts in, that does the research and makes all these presentations. And so it's really community effort.
And it's so few people realize how much they can really be involved if they want to. I mean, there's so much data out there from so many of the missions where you can go and you can take everything from Juno and you can do all the work on it, and then you can share it back out there, and then you constantly see it as picture of day, APODs, famous among the astrophotographers. And NASA is one of the biggest places that, for that mixture of all the different kinds of minds that you can imagine. And people think that it stops at just engineers, at just astronauts, and it's everything. Like there are obviously geologists, so it touches on every single little thing, every single little science, and many of the arts. And it's one of my favorite things. I love it. And honestly, for me, art is what made me get into being a science communicator anyway. It was the visuals of a show like Cosmos, and seeing as it flies over Mars, and you see Curiosity catches the ship of the imagination flying off. I love that. It's still one of my favorite ones. Like, it took me a minute before I realized that you could actually see the ship moving across it. Like, I love stuff like that. And so, obviously you've really gotten into astrophotography and things like that recently. You've been sharing it on your platform, The Space Geologist, on Instagram. So what made you decide to go out and start capturing the sky with all the other stuff that you have? It's not like you don't have a bunch of kids and work on the Veritasium page and, there's that whole thing about working on a PhD.
I like to be busy, I guess. The astrophotography is a new endeavor. I've been a visual observer for many years. I've had a telescope for many years, and I like taking it out and looking at the night sky. But I wanted to capture some of those moments that I saw through the telescope. And there are some things, some of the very faint things, some of the deeper sky things that you can't see with the naked eye. You need a camera on there looking for several minutes before you can actually see the thing. A lot of nebula it might just be a little blurry on when you look through the telescope, but you need a camera to be looking at it for many minutes so that you get enough photons to start getting to see the structure and the colors. And so that's why I started the astrophotography. And also, I follow a lot of astrophotographers on Instagram.
Same.
And I think that they are some of the best ambassadors for space exploration, because people look at those pictures and they get wowed, they get inspired by what's out there. I kind of wanted to do it too, because it's a challenging. I didn't realize how difficult it is to take a picture of things in the sky, but it is this all-consuming thing. Like I think and dream about astrophotography and how I'm going to solve the latest problem. Like, my guiding is not working. What do I need to do? Anyway, so it's been a very, very fun, challenging hobby that I've gotten into. And you do too, right? Yeah, I see your telescope behind you.
That's what I was going to say. Actually, tonight was going to be my first one. And here's what's funny. I did not frame that up to be in frame that awesome.
Sure.
No, really. I moved it so I could move the box that it came in to the hallway. And then I sat down and was like, well, I mean, Tony's out of the scene now, so we can't see Tony. Normally see Tony Bourdain, but now that's perfect. Like that's in the perfect area. So yes, what she was mentioning tonight was going to be again, for those that don't know, we were going to do the first in-person family star party tonight at the Space Foundation Discovery Center. It's snowing and it's cold outside, so we're not going to do it. We're going to move it to the future. But I was going to do my very first own astronomy with my own setup, and then I was going to try and capture my own first image, and I was going to try and get it of Mars, of all things. I happen to like Mars. It's kind of one of my things. I kind of want to go there someday. So yeah, we got to move it back. So we'll see. And I mean, it's cloudy and it's snowy, so I understand why. But part of me's happy because that rig is heavy, and I almost died 2 weeks ago. So I don't really want to pick up a whole 100-pound thing and put it on my shoulder and walk down the steps that I was terrified of for a month. So there's part of me that on icy steps, by the way. So picking up that thing, that first heavy thing I've had, and then walking it down the steps. So I will get around to it. Yeah, until I can get a super awesome house where I can actually go out in the backyard to my own observatory and just press the button and open the thing. I've got to be careful with dragging it down the steps. But
that's a goal I have. That's because I lug it in and out because I don't have any outside permanent structure to keep my telescope safe from the elements. So yeah, I set it up and then I take it down, and it's a lot of work. So and sometimes that actually keeps me from doing astronomy because I don't want to deal with this dragging it in and out. And so I would love to get a permanent setup out there so that I could do more of it.
I see two things. I see a Veritasium episode of you all building your own, behind the scenes, building that one. And two, I see you also utilizing that as a bird watching. As to do that, to do the bird, the photography, and it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the raptor scope, I got a bird, and then I also got the blah 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 nebula. So I think that could be fun. So
it's funny you said that because I totally used my telescope before to look at birds that are far away on trees because we get some really beautiful red-tailed hawks.
Nice,
and we can see them. And there's a tree that they like to land on, kind of nearby, but it's far away, and I see it. So there was one time I had the telescope out, and I was like, "Oh, I know what I'm going to do," and I aimed it at the bird. And so yes, I was bird watching with my telescope.
Very, very nice indeed. So I want to talk a little bit about just last couple of things about the mission before we let you go and we go to our final segment where we're just going to talk a little bit about just the day today and how amazing it's been. The search for life, we're going to see that happen with this. Is the first one since Viking, and it's even more serious than it was that time. There's a lot to it. As a geologist, is it something that you're fascinated in? I know you love the rocks, and I know you've been teaching them varsity tutors with your second win, along with Tay Diggs and other famous people, by the way, show up. No, it's so awesome to see the amazing work you've been doing. But let's talk about that a little bit. Are you excited about the possibility of life? Because paleontology is my thing. And I would love to be I was the first astropaleontologist on Mars after Perseverance, blah, 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 blah. Tell me that's not the coolest title ever. I have Chief Curiosity Correspondent currently. That might take it over. So, yeah, what are you thinking?
I mean, that's the ultimate question. I think, not just for as a geologist or a scientist, are we alone in the universe is such a fundamental question that we have. And also, where did we come from? There's the idea, I don't know if you've heard of the idea of panspermia, where maybe life started somewhere else. Maybe life started on Mars, and then there was
There's a video of me losing my mind at Star Talk Live where I've asked Neil a question about second Genesis, and it's me nerding out and going tardigrades! And Chuck Nice is I've never seen anybody that excited about tardigrades. Yes, I love panspermia. It's one of my favorite topics to talk about, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, for those who don't know, it's the idea that maybe life started somewhere else, and then you might have an impact. So a rock comes in, it hits the surface of this world that has some life, throws up these bacteria up into space, and then they end up elsewhere, like here on Earth. So there's a real possibility because Mars was quite habitable. We think was quite habitable very, very early on in its geologic life. And so it could have held life, and maybe life started there, and maybe Earth wasn't ready for life then. And I love that idea. So the idea, are we alone in the universe? You know, where do we come from? Are very fundamental questions that I think we all have, and the possibility that we can answer those with these instruments that are on this rover, just so exciting to me as a geologist too, because we are looking at the rock record. So the rocks do tell us so much about the history of a place, and we don't think that we're going to find life currently there. We think that we might find fossilized life. So things that have turned into rock, life that might have turned into rock. So yes, it all comes down to the rocks.
It's all about the rocks. You have a new, a second series coming out, Varsity Tutors, right? And is it out yet? About space rocks? Let us know.
So the first one, the first class that I did was all about space rocks, so all the different like comets and meteorites and asteroids. And then the second class that I did was all about the moons in the solar system, because there's over 200 moons in our solar system, and they're all so cool. And moons are cool because there's so much more of them, and the potential for life just quadruples, and because there's so much more moons. So there's so many more places that we can look for life in the solar system. So I'm so excited about exploring Europa, which is a moon. And we think that there's an ocean, a salty ocean underneath the icy surface. And it has heat, it has chemicals, and it has water. So we think that that's another good place that life could actually potentially exist there as well. Yeah, life's cool.
No, I mean, that's my big one is moons. Like, if as much as I want to go to Mars, for me, I don't want the story to stop there. I love that we see some of the different companies that are out there where it's not just, all right, we're going to get to Mars and that's going to be it. What's beyond that? Who's going to go beyond that? We have no idea what it's going to look like once, say Jeff Bezos is leaving Amazon. Pretty much everybody knows he's going to be at Blue Origin full time. What's it look like when he does that? Or is he going to start looking at asteroids, Mars, beyond that? I want to go fishing on Europa and look out at Jupiter and not die of radiation poisoning. I think that would be amazing. And then the other one that I say is, like, there's no way it's not a second Genesis if we find life there, is what is possibly swimming on Titan. I talked about it earlier. It's one of my favorite things to always talk about. So if we had wings, if we put wings on, we could fly on Titan because of, I'm trying to think of what it was. It's the density of the air is so light that if we had like wings, if we built like giant wings, we could flap our wings and
fly.
So cool. That's the coolest thing ever. So yeah, there's a lot having to do with the moons out there that are exciting. And hey, there's even going to be a mission, I think, to Phobos that Japan is working on right now. So everybody's on the way to Mars. Everybody's on the way to outer space. Actually, not just like the skin of space, back beyond, out past the moon. So it's a very exciting time. Raquel, you're always an amazing guest. Thank you for coming on and talking a little bit about the rocks on another planet and what we're excited about. So you've been great. We're going to roll a real quick commercial here of the PBS commercial that we did for the Space Foundation Discovery Center. Let everybody see what you can come and see with us this weekend. And then we've got our final two gentlemen, Chris Carberry, Rich Cooper, are going to join us. And we're going to talk a little bit about the events of today and what it's like and what's coming next. What's the future? So here we go.
The Space Foundation Discovery Center, where engaging interactive exhibits tell the story of space and its importance to everyday life, all in a safe, clean, and fun environment. Make new discoveries together at the Space Foundation Discovery Center, Colorado Springs.
At the Space Foundation Discovery Center, Colorado Springs. Gary, you sound great in that, man. One of my coworkers, always doing awesome work. Gentlemen, how's it going? Today has been, woke up at like 2 a.m. It was such a serious day. I had to go to the cardiologist. I had to talk to him about my heart. I'm like, man, it's just like, I don't know if it's going to keep going. We're going to be on Mars today. So it's super exciting. Rich, I want to go to you first. I know you've had a busy day doing some other things. You've had a lot going on in the DC office. You've got the big snowstorm and stuff happening, but I know that you're excited about it. You got the red shirt on.
I am excited about it, but it was nice to see, Ron, that after you went to your cardiologist today, you put yourself through the ultimate stress test. 7 minutes of terror, along with the rest of the country. You know, we've all come through it. We've all got a lot of smiles on our faces. Look, there's a lot to be proud of here. But it's not just we in the United States who get to be proud. The UAE gets to be proud. China gets to be proud. And then all of the other nations who have been supporting all of these 3 missions, let alone the ones that are coming, this is a source of global pride. And again, as I was hearing you talk with Raquel about, you know, what you want to find and why we do these things, you know, forgive me, I'm a guy here in DC. So again, every now and then legislation gets passed. Every now and then really good legislation gets passed. And if you've never done it, a lot of people in the space community have, but if you look at the enabling legislation that creates NASA, it's called the Space Act. And it, for a lot of us, we read it and sort of look at it like the preamble of the Constitution. You know, we the people in order to form a more perfect union. Well, the Space Act and what NASA does is very much the same charter for us. And again, what we will be able to find with this particular rover, and again, let's think about all the rovers and what has happened here. That we start with we start with Sojourner, and then we start moving along, and each one of these does something more powerful than the next. And the fact that the UAE has Hope in orbit, the Chinese will be releasing their rover as they've got a spacecraft in orbit right now. Again, everybody's going to bring something new to the table here about what we learned. And that's what's really exciting about what we as a species get to do. And again, we don't know what we're going to find. And we've found in the course of all of these missions, there have been the surprises that nobody anticipated. Those are often the best things that we get out of missions like this. And so today, again, a lot of sparks occurred in hearts and minds of a lot of young people. I hope when they looked at that mission control at JPL, they saw themselves sitting in those chairs in the next, 5 to 10 years, because a lot of the men and women that were in those chairs today were students just like those kids who are watching today when Sojourner landed. And as a kid who remembers when Viking landed, hey, that was a big deal. And when you saw that first image of it come back with being planted on Mars, and you could see the little bicentennial emblem that was on the side of the Viking rover, hey, that was a source of national pride. But again, with the global the global space ecosystem today, this is something that everybody's participating in. And we've got over 80 nations participating in space today in some shape or form. More are taking their rightful place in that universe. And that's what's so exciting here.
Well, and you just had a really cool conversation for State of Space with Dr. Otara, right? I think I said his name right. Hopefully I did. And that was my, because I got to be in the background and help with that just a little bit, just to make sure everything went okay. But that was an awesome conversation. And then at the end, he's like, hey, you all should come to Ethiopia for like our space week. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good to me. I love Ethiopian food.
We're all anxious to travel. But again, when we had Dr. Ouattara on our State of Space program, he is the space minister for the African Union. And again, you've got 50 some odd countries that have come together that have formed an African space agency that is going to be headquartered out of Cairo, Egypt. And again, what they are looking to do and what they want to do with space is sometimes very different than how we may take a look at it. They're looking at space as an infrastructure for not only telecommunications, but also for remote sensing and environmental protection, as well as supply chain, as well as protecting species that are there. Again, every nation is finding their place in space, but everybody, this is the creativity of the human, of the human person, being able to experiment and push the boundary there, and being able to take an entirely different look. I know I've had my family even ask a comment, why does their spacecraft look different than ours? Well, because they're different people. And again, they had different engineers who came up with that particular model. Again, there's not just one way of doing these things. There are some certainly shared science and shared knowledge, but when you have different people taking a challenge and accepting the risk to boldly go, as the phrase goes, to where we've never been before, more people can get involved. And again, I felt a lot of pride in watching that mission control room. I'd like to know what all of their heart rates were during the 7 minutes of terror. But the minute that they got the green light that Perseverance was upright and had its eyes opened and was sending back images, you could see the jubilation in that. I think that spirit of jubilation is the thing that people have been so looking for and yearning for literally for the past year. And again, it's apt that the UAE names their probe Hope. It is apt that the Chinese have put their probe also in orbit around Mars, and we look forward to the success of that rover. But again, we're all taking part in this adventure, and that's the best part of it.
And I mean, I think that if we look at whenever we started a year ago with some of our digital offerings, what started with the Space Force panel and then the big one, Rubbing the Red Planet, was the beginning of what we've seen with what we've done with Symposium 365. There's been a lot of great conversations. We had an awesome one. We were going to talk about it a little bit ago, and I definitely want to get back to it because it was such a great one. We got to see Jan Warner, what is one of his final conversations that he's going to have doing the job that he does and has done so well. And ESA's on its way to Mars next year, I believe. They moved it back to next year because there was a couple things going on. But I think that it's exciting to see these conversations that are happening within 365 because we can't get together. And it's something that we're working on and we want to, but there's a lot of digital offerings out there. 365 is one of them.
One of the greatest missions that Space Foundation does is the annual symposium where we literally bring the entire world space community together. And again, COVID certainly interrupted that. But there's no reason why, with the technology that this community has created and fostered and improved, why we can't use those same tools to continue the conversations, the meetings, and the relationships that we all need to have. Just because we can't get together doesn't mean that we can't work together. Doesn't mean that we can't have the conversations. Symposium 365 is literally the platform to keep that conversation going. Again, when we bring people together for 1 week out of the year, that's great. But we have another 51 weeks when there's a whole lot of other stuff happening. Symposium 365 is the platform that we are using to share the conversations with our new gen as to how they're approaching these issues. Women in Space was a panel that we just did with a number of senior officers with the Space Force, talking about what's happening there. You mentioned the conversation with Jan Werner, the ESA director. Again, here's a guy who's worked in the space community throughout his entire career, and having Chris Davenport of the Washington Post interview him. Again, here's a guy who's seen a lot. Let's learn from that. But again, it's not just about talking about the big names. And it's great to host the big names, but it's also great to be able to host the next names, the new leaders that are emerging in this. And when we bring those people together, we get to show the diversity of the people, the diversity of the experience, and the diversity of how the world is approaching a lot of these issues. When we think about the state of space, and one of the things we wanted to make sure people understood about this program, there's not just one way of looking at space. We wanted to show the spectrum of different viewpoints, be they from industry, be they from finance, be they from government, be they from international. Again, you have a lot of players there. They're all looking at these things differently. But when you bring those things together, it really offers a quilt of opportunity that we can bring people together for the right reasons to solve big problems. And as we've always seen with the space community, every mission has its dividends. You don't know it from day one, but there are dividends that come from these technologies that will have absolute bandwidth and reward here on Earth, period.
I mean, wonderfully stated. And everybody's developing these virtual programs. We've got some great stuff that's out there right now. We're not quite there for in-person events yet. And Chris, I want to jump to you for this in a minute, because this is something that with the friendship and the partnership that can go on between Space Foundation and Explore Mars, we often do ticket swaps where we give away tickets from the Humans to Mars Summit. We've given away stuff with Space Symposium. We get some tickets for that group. Everybody's working together to get out these messages. And I know that, Chris, there is a new thing, brand new coming this May, that's going to be in place of what would be the Humans to Mars Summit for now. which is the Mars Innovation Forum. So let's hear a little bit about that and that program, virtual
Well,
program.
yeah, good segue, because as Rich had mentioned, dividends for Earth. And yeah, I mean, it's not replacing the Humans to Mars Summit. Like last year, we had to postpone H2M till late summer, early September. And we're going to do that again. We'll send out the dates for that very soon. But we're not going to waste our usual week in May. We're going to run as you mentioned, the Mars Innovation Forum. And that will focus almost exactly on what Rich was saying, looking at all these potential innovations. We focus a lot on the rocket companies, as we should. We need the rocket companies to get us to Mars. But now that it looks like we're really going to get there, there are so many other technologies, innovations that are required for sustainability if we want to stay at any period of time on Mars or anywhere else in the solar system. But these innovations can have a direct impact here on Earth. If you're trying to figure out how to feed yourself on Mars, whether it be advanced agriculture or using cell-grown meat or some advanced 3D printing, that could have a direct benefit here on Earth. Trying to extract water from arid areas, and using all these technologies could have a direct benefit here on Earth as well. Or remote medicine. It just goes on and on and on and on. These innovations that are essential for sustainability on Mars or on the Moon or on anywhere else in space. By looking at these problems through the Mars lens, we might make big leaps for technologies here on Earth, and as well as markets. While I don't think even Elon Musk would say we're going to make a profit if he was paying for the entire Mars mission, there are a lot of those, puzzle pieces to get to Mars sustainably that I think there are markets for, because a lot of these things do not cost billions of dollars. Many of them don't even cost millions of dollars. There are really critical technologies that are not that expensive, and that small players around the country, middle-sized companies and large companies can play a role in, and not just the usual suspects who we very much admire, but there are technology companies as if they're farmers. There are drilling companies. There are just technologists everywhere who can play a critical role, and once again, by doing it, benefit humanity.
Beautifully stated. And Jen, I want to give you the chance for some final words as we wrap up this 13-hour-long marathon streaming. We had a lot of pre-produced content between the two organizations, because this has been such a huge thing for folks for years. I mean, ever since Curiosity landed, we've had so many amazing missions, but the Sky Crane is just this crazy thing. And now we're looking for life, and there's going to be a helicopter. There's so much to this that makes it fascinating. So, Rich, your final thoughts on Perseverance, maybe all the way around. Share a little bit about, what you're most excited about, what you can't wait to see next. And, what do you think this mission could possibly end up meaning for, humanity as a whole?
I'm proud to see all the people that came together to make this all happen. This was, it's a long day coming in a lot of ways, because again, it's been pretty dark here on planet Earth for a while. And I remember a conversation with Frank Culbertson, a conversation with Frank Culbertson, who was the only American not on the planet, as he was the commander on the International Space Station on 9/11, and him radioing down and us radioing back and saying it was not a good day on planet Earth. We haven't had a lot of good days on planet Earth lately, but today was a great day for planet Earth. And again, there are 3 countries and even dozens of more partners behind those 3 countries who are all vested in the missions that are happening there. That's enormous. That if you can't extract hope from that, I don't know what to do. But I feel very hopeful. I feel very proud. I feel very proud of the vision that we put forward and the images that were shared with people today, to see the people that were in that mission control. They not only look like America, they look like the world. But there are more people that need to be in that room. And the fact that we can take a mission like this and open more of the doors, open more of the windows, knock a few walls down and bring more people in, we want to be able to do that. And I think you will be seeing, I know you're going to be seeing more from Space Foundation in doing those things. And again, working with, the Explore Mars team, working with Planetary Society, working with AIAA and so many other groups, it's a great day to be a part of the space community because there is room for everybody. And that's the fun part of my job. Because again, we at Space Foundation, working with all of those people, we get to tell the story of the next great adventure with space. And I'm not saying in space, I'm saying with space for a reason. Because there's obviously what we do in orbit, there's what we do in exploration, but then there is also what we do back here on Earth that space enables. That's with space. And again, we're making space available for everybody for all the right reasons, and that's what really stands out and what I'm most proud of and seeing on display today.
Beautifully stated, Chris. Let's go to you for final thoughts on all this.
Well, I just wanted to actually thank a lot of the people who helped participate, helped support these efforts. Obviously, thank you, Rich, and the Space Foundation, and Ron. You guys made this possible. Thank you to Janet's Planet for supporting this effort as well. Thank you for our supporters, longtime supporters, such as Aerojet Rocketdyne and Lockheed, who've, had people here and helped support this program as well, but also provided, expert commentary as well. And just innumerable others. I'm sure I'm missing a lot of people, Ron, so feel free to jump in and mention some of them. But I think I agree this has been a great day. And I think although the year started a couple of months ago or a month and a half ago, I think this kind of really marks the beginning of a great new year.
That was great said. And there were so many folks that came in to join us today from Casual Space Podcast, Beth Mund. We also had Jake Robbins from the We Martians podcast. The list is long. If you didn't get to watch all today, go back, jump through, and listen to it. Every 15 minutes or so, we jump to another guest that's an expert or works for one of the organizations or works for one of the main companies or helped build one of the pieces to it. You outside of NASA, I would be shocked if you had us complete a guest list. And if you haven't watched the other live streams that were out there, like what our friends were doing, Kevin J. DeBruin did one. He would have been a guest on our show today. He was doing one. Go back and watch his. Raquel Nunez was on the Planetary Societies, a friend of all of ours. Go check that out. Bill Nye was on there talking about space, so I'm sure it was awesome because he loves,
does he like space?
Does he like space? I think he likes space a little bit. So, we just had so much going on that's been fantastic, and thank you everybody for joining us today. Can't wait till the next one. We appreciate you all, and we'll see you on the next live stream. And please, please, please come and see us at the Discovery Center on Saturday all day. We're going to have all kinds of awesome stuff. If you're not in Colorado Springs, if you're in Denver or Boulder, brave the snow, come down and celebrate with us because we need to have more space people together. And there's so many big things coming up we're excited about. And, of course, join tomorrow for my my interview with Chelsea Goad from space.com. We're going to talk about everything she experienced at JPL today. So we will see you all soon. Thank you all so much for joining us. Until the next time.
All right. Bye-bye.